Waiting for quorum. We need 5 more chiefs or proxies to sign in or to register, and once we have them 5, we can start our meeting. So be patient with us, visit, and as soon as we get quorum, we'll start. So why Limland? Thank you. Good morning, my friends and relatives. We have reached quorum, so we will begin our day. My name is Harvey McLeod, and I'm the chief for Ilmihom for Upper Nicola Band, Okanagan Nation. And I'm also one of the 5 directors for our BCAFN. Corey Wilson is going to be chairing our meeting for the next 2 days, but she had an appointment this morning and she should be arriving here shortly. So until she gets here, I will take care of business with you. It's good to see you. And I want to acknowledge our relatives from this community for again hosting us and allowing us to do our work in their homelands. We have a number of individuals online as well. So we will do our best to get back on track, back onto our agenda, the schedule of our agenda. And I want to welcome and acknowledge Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Dr. Robert Joseph, our knowledge keepers. And I ask them if they can open us up in a good way. So, White Limlet.
Chief Harvey, Regional Chief, to the staff, to each one of CIAM, to CIA, to our leadership here and online. Really want to give thanks for the day. Give thanks to each and every one of you and your families. I'd like to do this through a song that was given to the Stolo people by the 2 men that fasted 4 days. And song after song came into their lodge. So this man became the leader for the Stolo people. And he asked to give this song to the Stolo to stand them up. They came together to form government. 21 of the 24 Stolo bands came together to form government. That notion of Latsamat, Latsathala, Huamtamat, that Huamtathala, Etamata, Etathala, Tashqualawant, to bring the minds and hearts of each and every one together. And I know it takes a strong mind and a strong heart to do your work, the ATIs. In a one mind and one heart and a good mind. Asking the Creator to be with us, walk with us, to hear us, to guide us. And asking for special blessing on each one of you and your families. Keep them safe. And for those online as well, thank you for joining us. And know that the Spirit does not know distance nor time. So special blessings to each one as well online. And this is, I say it's like old Canada, but Stalo style. It's it. Oh, 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 ho yo ho le ho 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 yo ho 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 yo
Kela Kesla Wakwaknas. Thank you, my dear sister, for always holding the spirit way. One of the things that the old Kwakwakiwak always did was to invoke the spirit among us, the great spirit, the Nawalak, the supernatural, to be among us in these great gatherings, these great meetings like we're having today. It's important to bring ourselves to this moment of sanctity, of sacredness, because the things we're going to be talking about in the next day are so profoundly important to the people that you represent. And so we call on the Great Spirit to be present with all of you, to guide you in your deliberations and all of the things that you have to say about our future. I think about all the people that you represent at home. Little children, older people, old people. And our hope is in you. And I look around this wonderful gathering and I see that some of you have been here for a generation or two. And I've seen more generations than that, even before this time. And I thank God that you have the resilience and the inspiration to represent us through all the years, never quitting, never surrendering, always dreaming about how best the world will be for your young people, our children. You don't get thanked often enough, but I thank you today that you take on this responsibility seriously with all of your heart and mind and your soul, and you give of yourselves. That's called sacrifice. And I'm so grateful that you chose to be that, to be those leaders that give sacrifice for the advancement, for the betterment of all of our people. Majo na wisnu kalala khwatam la klo am qila kas khaktakhus mu lenokhay khosli lakwa yakhus yulis kewala khansasam ahe ma wistatli wakhatli da watam all my relations.
Imland, great big thank you to our knowledge keepers, Dr. Gwen and Dr. Robert. The wisdom that they shared, the conversations he had with Creator for all of us, and the blessings that he gave to each and every one of you in this room and online. Thank you, Nimland. Like I mentioned before, Corey Wilson will be the chair for our assembly for the next 2 days. She should be here shortly. Right here. Oh, you're right here. She's right here. She snuck up behind me. Good Indian there, snuck up behind me. But it was a pleasure to be here with you for the few minutes that I've shared, and I will now transfer the chairpersonship to Corey. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Sorry for that bit of that delay. I had a call I couldn't get out of. So welcome. Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for the blessings. Thank you, and good to see you both as always. It's wonderful to be here on Musqueam territory. I'd like to thank the Musqueam for not only allowing us to meet here today, but they've actually allowed me to live on their territory, their actual Musqueam Reserve, for over 20 years. So thank you again to Musqueam for allowing me to be here. So we've done the sorry, I'll get a little focused here. So we have to, now we're on the overview and the adoption of the agenda. Do I have the agenda? Oh, here's the agenda. So, okay. Just a deep breath. Okay, so what do you want me to do for the overview? Just do the overview? What do you mean overview? Okay, so today you have the agenda, you have your packages together. You can see what we have for the next couple of days. And we have the agenda, and if you can take a moment to look at the agenda. And if we can move to adopt the agenda. If there's any additions, changes, everything is as it is. One change, which is? Okay. Okay. Is there anybody that would like to move the adoption of the agenda? Charlene Gale, microphone 18. Microphone 18.
Good morning, everyone. I will move the agenda.
Microphone 12.
Election 1-1, Chief James Hobart. I'll second.
Great. Okay, and then what was the thing? Okay, so we have one tomorrow. Mark Miller will be not attending in person. He'll be attending via Zoom. So that's one change to the agenda. That is, what time is that? 11:30. Okay. Any other additions or any other comments? Okay. Move to adopt the agenda. Yep, good. Okay. So then we have updates from the BCAFN Board of Directors. And who is here? Harvey was here, we know that. We have Roseanne as the first person. This is what happens when you miss the initial part of the session. So, one board director, fantastic, thank you.
Morning, everybody. Just want to acknowledge the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people on the lands that we're on today, and I just want to say Glako for allowing me to be here and to address you this morning. My name is Clakwagela. I'm one of the hereditary chiefs from Uwachit Muchlet on Vancouver Island in a place called Gold River. And I just here standing before you representing the Board of Directors for the BC Assembly of First Nations. I would like to express my appreciation to our BCAFN Knowledge Keepers for starting Special Chiefs Assembly in a good way. It's always really powerful and feeling when we I believe it's Letmuxte in our language, if I'm not mistaken, but you know, I can really feel it. COVID-19 technology have led us to conduct business in new ways. I am thankful we are able to once more meet in person on behalf of the BCM Board of Directors. I welcome those joining here today in Musqueam and the ones that are online, joining us from their communities. It has been a busy time since the board last reported the Special Chiefs in Assembly at the BCAFN annual meeting in September 22. The board would like to acknowledge the First Nations who have undertaken the difficult task of uncovering the unmarked graves and burial sites of our children who never returned home from the many residential schools. From throughout the province, hundreds of unmarked burials have been uncovered over the past several months. Every one of these lost children deserves to be recognized, remembered, and a chance to be found. These children have opened the eyes to the nation and the horrors that our people have endured for many, many years. Our hearts and thoughts are with all of you, and as we find the truth. You know, I was at the Gathering of Wisdom last week, and Charlene Ballou was on, and I forget the other doctor's name, but I stood up and I spoke on residential schools because I think of myself as a survivor, even though I didn't go to a residential school, because my dad went to Christie, then he went to Mission City, and he came home. My mom went to Christie until she was in grade 1, and then she ended up in Aiden Hospital in Nanaimo for 8 years. You know, she came home, and that's why I look at myself as a survivor, even though I never attended one. And, you know, when I talk, I represent my parents because they came home. You know, I might not have been here if he was one of those victims. Just had to share that. The Board of Directors could continue to provide organizational oversight of the BCAFN through effective collaboration with Regional Chief TG and a positive working relationship with the policy and administrative arms of the organization. We have witnessed the advancement of a number of initiatives for the betterment of our First Nation membership and continual assertion of our inherent rights and title. We see the opportunities that the Provincial Declaration of Rights in the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and the Federal United Nations Declaration Act could provide our First Nations, but we also need to be invested by both levels of government and meet our standards. On March 29th, there will be an all-chiefs meeting to identify BC-specific priorities for the United Nations Declaration Act National Action Plan. I encourage all of you here and online to attend. Planning is currently underway with our team and the Governance Committee for engagement sessions with our First Nations membership on the BCAFN governance document amendments. These sessions will be undertaken after the annual general meeting, which will take place September 19, 20, and 21. We also at our upcoming AGM in September, there will be elections for a regional chief, another board and representative positions. The notice of elections will be sent out early summer, and we encourage chiefs interested in joining us on the board to explore the opportunity. Some highlights of the past few months include Regional Chief TG and Board Director Chief Harvey McLeod attended COP27 in Egypt this past November. And this was an opportunity to share our specific climate change concerns on international stage. We know that our traditional ways of being in relationship with nature and the environment can help guide discussions to inform strategies for effective change. For myself, I was able to participate in the trade mission to Japan along with Leonard Joe of the First Nations Forestry Council, Robert Phillips of the First Nations Summit in early November, when we explored economic opportunities for our communities in relation for forestry partnerships abroad can afford tangible benefits. And it was really something to see how the Japanese treat their trees. We seen a video of elders with, I don't know if it was incense, but they were blessing the tree before they felled it. And when it was on the ground, they did another one, the same thing. And it is just so amazing how much respect they have for what grows in their territory. Also, BCAFN was invited to the NR-CAN trade mission to Tokyo in January of this year. This was the first mission by NR-CAN, include Indigenous delegation, Board Director, Deputy Chief Harlan. Schilling was able to attend on behalf of the BCAFN. The mission was focused on promoting Canada's natural resources, on focus on LNG and critical minerals from this trade mission. The BCAFN will explore the development and potential of BC First Nations strategy for critical minerals. In conclusion, on behalf of my colleagues, Chief Harvey McLeod, Kupti Roseanne Casimir, Chief Linda Price, and Deputy Chief Harlan, we thank you for attending the Special Chiefs Assembly and for putting your trust into the BCAFN Board of Directors. We will continue on your behalf in the oversight and management of the organization. Claco.
Thank you, Chief Jack, for that. My apologies, too, for getting the agenda mixed up there. I should have taken 10 minutes before I came into the room and settled things down. We do have a note up here for chiefs and proxies. If you would like to have tomorrow a shuttle to pick you up tomorrow from the River Rock and the Weston Wall tomorrow morning, the BCAFN is looking into providing that shuttle. So if you're interested, I would suggest you go to the back and let them know that you'd be interested in that shuttle. That would be important. And now to the item that should have been before this last one, the welcome and address by Regional Chief Terry Teachy.
Thank you, Corey. Before I get started with my presentation, I just want to first and foremost acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam, the Coast Salish people, and say thank you for allowing us on their territory, the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory. The Coast Salish people, I want to thank the knowledge keepers, Dr. Point and Dr. Joseph, for starting us off in a good way, and Corey for chairing the meeting the next couple of days in this meeting. And before I get started, this is kind of my first meeting and engagement in the last several weeks. I did have a health scare, had a burst appendix and went septic and certainly was in the hospital for 10 days. And certainly that time you think about, I suppose I suppose when I was thinking about this and I was talking with my wife, well, first and foremost, my wife said I'm not allowed to die unless it's under her permission. So I had no choice in the matter but to survive this health scare. But I think, there was certainly sage advice from a very young doctor in Prince George at the University Hospital that just quite simply told me flat out that at my age, and a number of us are around my age here, is that you need to take care of yourself. You need to take care of your health, your mental health, and your physical health. And just reflecting back to a few weeks ago, I attended the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's March on the downtown east side. Had a number of meetings, came to the summit, and also had a meeting with Premier Eby. But I started feeling I suppose, fluish, sick. But in my mind, I was just like, well, I have to get to these meetings. I have to do these things. I have so many commitments. I know a number of you are like me in this room, that you're just going to trudge through it. I'll take some medication. I'll take some Advil, whatever. It won't. I'll get through this. But it wasn't until I was actually hunched over and severe eventually became severe pain, that I had to go to emergency, and they immediately rushed me in and operated on me. Was that advice from that very young doctor, who couldn't be older than their late 20s or early 30s, was that in these positions as political officers and in being middle-aged, you need to take care of yourself. You're not useful if you're in the hospital or you have these chronic pains, or checking yourself out whether you have diabetes or checking yourself out for cancer or things like that. So certainly it was a good reminder to myself about really taking care of ourselves and how important the healthcare system is as we come to our age of that we become more dependent on the healthcare system, and why we know with Gathering Wisdom, the First Nations Health Council, the First Nations Health Authority, how important these organizations are, especially coming out of post-COVID, and how dependent we had become to the healthcare system. So it was good sage advice from the doctor, but also to myself about, I'm only in this position for so many years. This coming up AGM is another election, and it'll be two terms at this in this position as regional chiefs, and certainly it has been it's been an honor and a privilege for myself to represent you, the chiefs, in British Columbia, because certainly it's so exciting to be here in British Columbia, where precedent is being set, not only in Canada, but internationally. So my intent with this presentation is just to speak to a number of portfolios that I hold, and more of the federal perspective. I know you've been to a number of meetings the past several weeks with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Innu Chiefs that were focused more on the provincial initiatives. So I just want to focus on some of the stuff that we're doing at the BCAFN. So thank you. Thank you for being here, chiefs, hereditary chiefs, proxies, for attending this very important meeting. I think we're really at an important time in terms of where we're at of the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, implementation not only provincially, but looking forward in the next several months federally with the United Nations Declaration Act, which is Bill C-15 Action Plan. So certainly the implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as you well know, it was passed in 2007, and I really thought, in 2007 when it passed in September of 2007, is like, this is a great initiative internationally to recognize Indigenous peoples' rights, title, interest, and our ability to govern ourselves. But I never thought in my lifetime that there would be a point in time that this would become law here in British Columbia and in Canada. But certainly it has in 2019, as C-41 was passed. And we spoke in the legislature as the FNLC to speak to implementation of the declaration. And we developed an action plan last April, 89 commitments, 5 years, to really highlight the priorities and align many of the colonial laws, provincial laws, with the United Nations Declaration. 2 years ago, 2021, it was passed on June 21st as what is known as called UNDA, United Nations Declaration Act, Bill C-15 federally. And now, 2 years on, there has been work in developing an action plan similar to what we have here in British Columbia. So this file, as one of my portfolios, became my portfolio last June. So I've been working diligently, trying to get other regions and other provinces and our technical team here in British Columbia to highlight the priorities from British Columbia's perspective. We will pass a resolution, I believe, to, no, I don't think we're going to pass a resolution. We've developed a guide, if you will, in terms of really the priorities from British Columbia that perhaps you can utilize. We're hoping that the consultative draft of the action plan will be released next week. I've been privy to it because I'm under a non-disclosure agreement with the federal government. But there needs to be more input, quite simply. Before June 21st of this year, there needs to be more inclusion, more input. There has been a lot of discussions with the Inuit and the Métis, and also us as First Nations, but we need more inclusion for our priorities from our regions. Residential schools and healing, and as Chief Jerry Jack really laid out there, in the last couple of years, what we've seen with more and more graves being found, more and more commitments towards, I suppose, this healing journey. Certainly, we are following the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. In particular, I believe it was 56 calling for an apology from the Vatican and from the Pope that we've seen this past year. And certainly, I was there witnessing a very an apology, but an apology and many determinations from our residential school survivors didn't go far enough. It was a qualified apology. It didn't speak to the Catholic Church involvement of what had happened with many of our residential school survivors that we're all related to, that we all know, and how that affected many of our Indigenous peoples, and some of which who aren't here anymore. And certainly, as a part of that discussions, we as the FNLC and BCAFN and AFN have calling upon the Church and the Vatican to denounce the doctrine of discovery, the doctrine of terra nullius. These doctrines which allowed colonizers such as Britain to come here and colonize these territories, which were already occupied by our people since time immemorial. And since the passing of the Queen as well, that discussion has come up with the I suppose, the country of Great Britain to also do the same. The colonization is nothing more than genocide. It was the changing of our people. It was the death of our people. It was the changing of our culture, our language, our governance. Is nothing short of not just, as was stated by all due respect to our commissioner, cultural genocide. It was genocide, as defined by the United Nations. Once the people are dying, or once there's an ability to change their culture and their language and the way they govern themselves, that's genocide. So certainly, I think it's important to have these discussions on this healing journey. There is a special interlocutor, and the interlocutor job is to make sure that the in terms of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and also with the Indian Residential School, that everything is followed, that perhaps everything that the federal government are doing is really, I suppose, an overseer of what is going on, that the federal government are living up to what was promised to us on this healing journey as we feel the after effects of the residential schools policy that was imposed on us. Certainly institutional apologies and rescinded doctrines is an important part of this healing journey, but also we need tangible commitments, resources for our caretakers of many of the nations that did have residential schools and hospitals. There's 3 in British Columbia, 18 residential schools that have an ability to create the institutions that we need during this healing journey. And there is a call from Tecumseh to Secwepemc to have a healing place for our people. And there's been many calls on that from around the province and other places in this country. We've done some in British Columbia here. We've done certainly a number of economic development initiatives. Indigenous economy in Canada is an estimated $32 billion. That's very conservative. These are the, some of the companies that we know that are owned by First Nations. But there are other arrangements, whether they're partnerships, joint ventures, et cetera, that are, contribute to this $32 billion, which is probably going to be more. We will have an announcement on this report in the next coming weeks, and I want to thank M&P for doing some of the work here. We continue to work on the BC Centre of Excellence for Economic Development. We're hiring looking for some some economic development practitioners to lead this initiative, which will be its own organizations to help and support our First Nations in terms of economic development. That's really exciting. I want to acknowledge the province of BC who have contributed to this initiative, and we're also looking for federal involvement and federal resources. Trade, intertribal trade supports in new markets. We continue to work. More recently, there was a meeting here at the Chateau Granville to talk about issues with borders between Canada and the United States. I went to the meeting not only to look at how that completely divided the two countries, but also divided many of our nations, the Okanagan, the Coast Salish people, where they're relatives on both sides of the border. And this border was imposed on us. And this border has also limited the amount of economic development that we can have between intertribal trade between ourselves here in Canada and our brothers and sisters in the United States. So we're looking at not only full implementation of the Jay Treaty, but also looking at intertribal trade zones. So duty-free trade zones between tribes in the United States and in Canada, perhaps even in New Zealand or elsewhere in the Americas, to look at perhaps this is an initiative that can really support our First Nations here in British Columbia and Canada. The Center of Center of Excellence for Economic Development, certainly a vision where much of the work that we've done in terms of the Black Books, with the something I inherited when I first came into this position was the champions tables between First Nations and a number of CEOs at big companies in British Columbia, which involved with the BC Business Council. I just want to acknowledge there too, Greg Diavion, who's leaving the position from the BC Business Council. There will be a new CEO there, but also the help and support from Many of those are the chiefs and leaders, economic development practitioners at the champions tables for carrying on this mission and this initiative to develop a center of excellence. The last several months here also at the, as Chief Jerry Jack stated, myself, Chief Harvey McLeod, 5 chiefs, all from British Columbia, attended COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to talk about the issues of climate change. Much of what was promised there was wealthier countries paying their part to not only poorer countries, but also as part of Indigenous peoples. And what we heard from the Indigenous Peoples Caucus was that how are we going to deal with the issues of climate change if we don't have the resources? Being able to adapt to the issues of climate change. And as we've seen in the last several years, you know, the fires, the floods, the complete devastation of the infrastructure, the highways, the roads, reserves being destroyed by fires, but also washed away. You know, these places were really impacted and was exasperated by the issues of climate change. And what we brought forward as Indigenous peoples was to have the necessary resources so we can adapt and we can deal with climate change. Similarly, Impact 5, which is held every 2 years, is an initiative to deal with the oceans and deal with the coastal areas in Canada and around the world. There was, with the coastal First Nations and a number of First Nations, thank you. There's a number of initiatives that were approved by the federal and provincial government to conserve some areas along the coast of British Columbia. So really exciting initiative. I'm glad to see that happened, that announcement that happened, because it speaks to conservation of not only the coastal areas, but all those species that are dependent on those areas, including the many salmon that come back to the Fraser, the Nass, the Skeena, Stikine, and all these rivers that we're completely dependent on. So it was a good announcement and a good initiative, and I'm glad to see that the federal and provincial government have finally come around to support the conservation of those areas, because it's been a long time coming. It's been a number of years that they actually did commit to this. So with that being said, I just want to you know, really thank you all for being here. I know you're taking time out from your communities, and I spoke to chiefs yesterday and our board of directors, my 5 board of directors, and I think it was Chief Linda Price here was sharing the commitments that she had, not only for the BCAFN boards, but also her commitments to a number of positions that she has, not only for BCAFN, but other initiatives, and then going back to her community, and then going back to this and this. And the time that is taken away from these different things from her community, but also it is important that she does represent a number of initiatives, and that's not just Chief Linda Price, but I think that's all of you. And I appreciate your time here, and I certainly hope that the work we're doing here at the BCAFN, and moreover as a leadership council, really helps and supports what you're trying to do back home to make those significant changes, whether it's related to health, whether it's related to really making decisions how development occurs within your territories. All those matters that are quite important. I certainly know that's in my nation, Takla Nation, are quite important. So I certainly hope that what we're doing here is helpful to you. I know we have a number of ministers, federal ministers. We got also Premier Eby, and I believe National Chief will be here to speak to you and also to answer some questions. So with that, I'm really thankful for being here and slowly coming back to work, and certainly I'll take the necessary time to fully heal. So OCM, Gela Kesla, Masicho, thank you very much, Kliko, Masi.
Thank you, Regional Chief, and I think we'll just add, we're very grateful that you're here, grateful that you've recovered, and thank you also for the reminder to look after ourselves. I look around the room, and a lot of you I've seen around this room for years and years and maybe decades, and we put a lot of energy into bettering the lives of our people, and we need to put also energy into ensuring that we're here for the next several decades as well. So we will next hear from the BCAFN Female Youth Rep, Taylor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to our chairperson, Corey Wilson, for moving us along in our agenda over the next 2 days. Nega Dagondi, good morning. My name is Taylor Bain-Takoza. I'm your elected female youth representative and very honored to be. I'd like to thank the Musqueam Nation for having us today, allowing us to do our business here over the next few days, and just being great hosts, just over breakfast, just their people are just, we're so willing to help, and they're just so friendly, and so I just really thank the Musqueam people for allowing us to be here. Also, thank you to our knowledge keepers, Dr. Gwen Point and Dr. Robert Joseph, for opening us up in a good way with their opening prayers, and really just thank you for your steady leadership, your mentorship, and your spiritual guidance as we all work hard to serve our people, so thank you. I also want to say just thank you to all of you, to the chiefs and delegates here today. I know in leadership, what I've come to know anyway over the last few years is we're pulled in so many different directions. I'm sure you probably have some Zoom calls or meetings or emails that you could be doing right now, but you're here, and I just really thank you for showing up, both in person and those who are online. And I just, as a young leader, I really admire and thank you for your continued support in BCAFN's advocacy for First Nations rights, titles, and interest here in BC. Also, a few more thank yous. Musi Cho to our Regional Chief, TG, for also your support, guidance, and leadership in my role here at BCAFN. And I'm just really glad to see you on the mend, and that you're able to be here today with us. And lastly, Musi Cho to the BCAFN staff and board for your continued work and for organizing this great event. Reflecting back since our last SCA and our AGA in September, a lot has happened. I've had several opportunities as your youth rep to attend local, regional, national, and even international events. And most recently, I co-hosted our first in-person BCAFN Youth Forum since before the pandemic. So lots on the go, lots of good work being done, and just, really excited to continue this work over the next few months. I've been honored to be provided with the opportunities over the past year and over my term as BCAFN youth representative, such as being part of the AFN delegation that went to Rome to meet with Pope Francis to seek a papal apology for the role of the Catholic Church in residential schools across Turtle Island. For me, an apology is simply not the end, but perhaps another step in this reconciliation journey that we're all embarking on. I also recognize that every survivor's healing journey is distinctly unique, and with that being said, it is imperative that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to actions are implemented, and for many, this specific call to action was critically important. I do acknowledge Regional Chief's critical take on that trip and kind of the events that have happened afterwards, so I really just recognize that that I think our journeys are unique, but we're all, I think, maybe trying to aim for the same goal of healing and reconciliation for our people. As the portfolio holder for climate change under the AFN National Youth Council, I also had the honor of attending COP27 in Egypt this past winter alongside Regional Chief TG and Chief Harvey McLeod. I was able to engage in dialogue with Indigenous people from all over the world, including Indigenous youth. It was really just a great opportunity to hear different perspectives from Indigenous people from around the world on what they're doing to combat and mitigate the challenges that they're experiencing when it comes to climate change. I had an opportunity to speak at the inaugural Indigenous Youth Roundtable at COP. I spoke about, the experiences that we've been having here in BC with wildfires, drought, the flooding that people here in the Lower Mainland experienced in winter of 2021, and I'm very honored to have been able to share a bit of our experience with other Indigenous youth from around the world. And then, of course, I got to moderate a panel for Regional TG, Chief Harvey McLeod, and Chief Judy Wilson for the Indigenous Peoples Caucus, which was really fun. So a lot of good work was happened there, and again, I'm just really, really thankful for that opportunity. Also, I've been getting good at moderating panels. I got to moderate a youth panel at the BC First Nations Leadership Gathering in November. This gathering fostered a space for youth attendees to gather and deliberate on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and the relevant articles in UNDRIP. While the turnout for youth attending this event was relatively low in comparison to the spaces that were made available to them, this was such important work. But we must work harder to ensure that youth see these opportunities and find meaning in participating by identifying the barriers that prevented youth from engaging in that important work. Upon reflecting on these experiences, my primary goal as the BCAFN youth representative is to advocate for First Nations youth to have increased opportunities to be included in all aspects of governance and decision-making that impacts their lives. I fundamentally believe that youth should be the co-drivers of our futures, and in order to do that, there needs to be a fundamental shift in how youth are regarded and included in decision-making. More opportunities should be provided for youth to engage and participate. These decisions have direct impacts on First Nations youth that either contribute or mitigate First Nations youth disproportionate representation in the foster care system. These decisions have direct impacts on First Nations youth representing youth and adult homelessness. These decisions have direct impacts on First Nations youth who have been lost in the drug poisoning and addiction crisis. These decisions impact First Nations youth graduation rates. These decisions also impact First Nations youth's access to language and culture. This disproportionate representation has significant consequences. It determines a path for many First Nations youth that removes their agency and self-determination to live their lives fully and meaningfully. So the time is now for First Nations youth to eliminate our identity as a statistic. First Nations youth are more than a statistic, and I implore all leaders in this room to reflect on this as you make decisions and advocate for change that impacts our lives as First Nations youth. One of the most important parts of my role as a BCAFN youth representative is listening to fellow youth about issues that matter to them most. As mentioned, BCAFN was able to host an in-person forum a few weeks ago, which garnered unprecedented interest from youth. There was so much interest that we had to turn a few youth away because we simply didn't have the funding to support their travel and their accommodations here in Vancouver during that forum. I think that just speaks to the growing interest that Indigenous youth have to be heard and to be included in decision-making and policy development. We had over 70 youth attend with over 100 applications here in Musqueam Territory on February 2nd, and it was inspiring to see so many youth interested in the work we do here at BCAFN and beyond. I had again, another opportunity to moderate a panel for the Kwamitum Secwepemc Knowledge Builders Program, in addition to introducing our famous Two-Spirit influencer and drag performer, Shelazon LaRue, who provided a really inspirational keynote for the youth in attendance. I know in previous engagements that I've done over the years, First Nations youth here in BC have expressed that they desire to see Two-Spirit representation in events and decision-making, and so to have Shelazon there to provide a really inspirational keynote was a way that I tried to incorporate hearing that feedback that I've heard over my time here as BCAFN Youth Rep. So throughout that day, I continued to listen to the needs and priorities of the youth. Top of mind from our discussions, youth expressed unwavering advocacy to be included and to be provided more opportunities to engage. I think one of our biggest barriers is funding, so that's one thing that I am committed to looking at and advocating for further. I plan to explore ways and facilitate this, which includes working with BCAFN staff to continue to explore having a BCAFN Youth Council to have more youth voices at the table. I recognize that myself and what should be the male youth representative, there's two of us that represent a very diverse represent a population here in BC, and so I think by creating a BCAFN Youth Council, not only are we getting more youth at the table, but I think it just provides a better, maybe more well-rounded opportunity for all of our different cultures, language, and nations to be heard and included. So that's what I hope to perhaps present to you at our AGA in September, so stay tuned. With that being said, also in September, there will be an election for male and female youth representative for the BCAFN. So if you know a male or female youth in your community that would want to be up here speaking to all of you and to be attending some great events and advocating for youth interests and priorities, I highly suggest you encourage them to apply and also support them in that election. Again, I just want to extend my gratitude and thanks to all of you, the Chiefs in Assembly, to Regional Chief TG, and to BCAFN staff and board for your continued support. Masi Cho, to our knowledge keepers, Dr. Gwen Point and Dr. Robert Joseph for opening us up in a good way. And again, just really thank you, Masi Cho, for Musqueam for allowing us to gather in your community and on your traditional unceded lands. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for that. I have to say, it's something I've never heard is to quote, eliminate our identity as a statistic. That's definitely something that I'll remember, and thank you for sharing that, Taylor, and knowing that you're involved. And while she was speaking, I could see her tattoo on her left arm that says warrior. So grateful to have you on our side and grateful to have you elevating and inspiring youth and ensuring that we are no longer statistics. Thank you very much for that. And now we have next up Maureen, the BCAFN LGBT2S LGBTQIA plus representative. And that's actually wonderful. I haven't been at AFN for a while, so I know this happened and I'm really grateful that it's ongoing and we're having full representation. Maureen?
I was just joking around saying that going from the Jumbotron at Rogers Arena to the BCAFN Jumbotron is a pretty cool feeling. Thank you, Corey. So good morning, chiefs, leadership, elders, knowledge keepers, and community members. Hot squile Tanoyup, Skohamish, Aslahan, Oklomeo, Oreen Askew, Queen Sna, Tamalia, Queen Kushamin, Chinua, DJ Osho. Hello, everyone. My name is Oreen Askew, and I'm from the Squamish Nation. My ancestral name is Tamalia, and I'm also known around the world as DJ Osho. I'm a BCAFN representative serving on the AFN's 2S LGBTQIA+ Council, the first of its kind. I really have to practice the acronym. I've gotten used to it, quite used to it, so if we could just saying it over and over again, it helps for sure. So thank you to my relatives from Musqueam for your hospitality, and thank you to the knowledge keepers, Dr. Boyd and Chief Bobby Joe. It's always great to hear your voices at the beginning of an event. I was just thinking I wish I could have you in my pockets and come to every event because I just have a really good feeling, and I think that's the spirit for sure, so thank you. I would also like to acknowledge the regional chief, the BCAFN board, my fellow elected representatives, and BCAFN staff, and the good work that each and every one of you do. This morning, I'll be sharing about my work as a BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA plus representative and some of the key issues I believe that we as leadership need to prioritize. I will also be sharing updates on the work that Louisa, the BCAFN women's representative, and I co-lead, as she unfortunately is not able to be with us today. As an Afro-Indigenous and Two-Spirit person, I've always wanted to create a safe space and connection with community and culture for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and First Nations people in all their diversity. This position allows me to do just that, and I'm grateful to be able to work with you. As I settle into my role, my priorities include supporting the advocacy and voices of 2S LGBTQIA+ people through engagement in events like today and representing our views at the national level. I also hope to lay the groundwork for representatives to come. A few weeks ago, I attended the AFN National MMIWG2S+ gathering for families and survivors in Vancouver. This gathering provided space to hear directly from families and survivors share about BCAFN's work to advance priorities in alignment with calls for justice and for families and survivors to make valuable connections. I would also like to acknowledge Regional Chief TG and Louisa Housty-Jones, who also attended, as well as Chief Jerry Jack. It was difficult dialogue. There are people who want to focus on solutions, but at the same time, so much pain and trauma. And that was actually one of the first gatherings that I had been to, and I sat right up front and I saw families telling stories, and I observed what they were saying as well as their body language. Now, they were shaking as they told these stories, and it was really hard to hear, but I found it really important that we hear those stories, and for their healing, for them to tell those stories. So there are a lot of people there who want to focus on solutions, but at the same time, so much pain and trauma. It was very clear that there are not enough justice services and support for when loved ones go missing or when there is violence in our communities. This was evident as there was a lot of discussion about addressing the systemic factors that place our people at risk, lack of Crown attorneys who are allies to MMIWG2S+ families and victims, the need for improved justice services and support for victims or survivors of crime. There was also a need for increasing support of grassroots organizations who work beyond 9 to 5. Before I proceed, I think it's appropriate for us to take a moment of silence to remember the loved ones who have been stolen and honor their lives. Please take a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. I'll continue. The national inquiry into MMIWG2S+ confirmed many of these issues when the calls for justice were released in 2019, but since then, all levels of government have been idle. As a result, we will continue to hold the federal and provincial governments accountable to take action. Some of the work that Minister Miller is overseeing includes creating an oversight body for the implementation of the calls for justice, as well as establishing a human and Indigenous rights ombudsperson. These are much overdue actions that we hope will bring some accountability. I also want to emphasize the importance of First Nations governments supporting women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+. people with band-operated programs and collaboration between governments and grassroots organizations to prevent and respond to violence towards women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. I would encourage everyone to take a look at the programs and services your government offers. Has your community had conversations to identify what safety means for everyone and how to get there? Maybe you could make a community safety plan. Are there initiatives that specifically target this issue? Can you build in consideration for the impacts and priorities of women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people when it comes to other areas your government is working in, such as housing, transportation, or economic development? Integrating these types of questions into our day-to-day work as First Nations governments, staff, and decision makers is the goal of the next update, and I'm happy to share with you, which is the Gender-Based Analysis Plus, or GBA Plus Toolkit. The toolkit will serve as a resource for interested First Nations to implement First Nations approaches to Gender-Based Analysis Plus. Using this toolkit, First Nations will be able to start or strengthen the inclusion of women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people's perspectives, experiences, priorities, needs, and strengths in work that is happening. We have a responsibility to consider and include the perspectives, experiences, priorities, needs, and strengths of all people who will be impacted by work that is taking place, including women, girls, and gender diverse people, and to do this in a way that is founded upon our diverse cultures and creates safe spaces. The second initiative I would like to share is ongoing research and work to identify an appropriate flag to represent First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples in our assemblies. The flag options include the original rainbow flag, the Two-Spirit flag, the progressive flag, pride flag, or creating our own 2S LGBTQIA+ flag. Creating our own flag could include the BCAFN logo, key terms, and additional colors to represent the unique experience of Brown and Black First Nations people. We will be working to engage First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people on this over the next year. Once a flag is selected, we are hoping to hold a celebration. I can DJ, just putting that out there. Of raising the flag at the Special Chiefs Assembly next year. The final initiative I want to speak to is the BCAFN 2023 Women in 2S LGBTQIA+ Dialogue Session, Our Power and Place in Action, which will be held on May 24th in Prince George. All First Nations chiefs, leadership, and community members are welcome to attend and advance action around equity and justice for First Nations women and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. At this session, BCAFN's elected representatives will provide updates and roundtable workshops. Will hold collaborative space to participants to contribute to a number of ongoing initiatives, including those targeted at ending and responding to violence against women and 2S LGBTQIA people. Keynote addresses will speak to cultural teachings on life cycles and coming-of-age ceremonies. You can provide feedback on priority agenda topics through the pre-event survey on the kiosks around the room or by using the QR code on the screen. Portions of this event will be live-streamed, however, it is not a hybrid meeting. We are providing travel support for one delegate per First Nations. I would encourage everyone to ensure that someone from your community attends. Before I close, I will speak on two resolutions that are being brought forward to you for consideration later today. The first resolution is End to Sex-Based Discrimination in the Indian Act in alignment with the UN Declaration. Despite numerous amendments to the Indian Act, ongoing sex-based discrimination against First Nations women and their descendants persists in law and practice. On December 14th, 2022, Bill C-38, an act to amend the Indian Act, was introduced to the legislature, which responds to issues regarding enfranchisement, deregistration, acquired rights to natal band membership, While this proposed legislation fixes some of the issues, it leaves some unaddressed. We will have a presentation from the Indian Act Sex Discrimination Working Group later today, who will provide an overview. And there are also several documents in your kits that outline the key issues, including the 2022 Senate Committee report titled Make It Stop. This report included 9 recommendations. Briefing note from the Sex Discrimination Working Group, and a submission from UBCIC to ISK. There are critical issues that affect the rights, quality of life, connectedness to community of these women and their descendants. As leaders, we need to offer our support. We must also affirm that legislative changes that impact First Nations rights must be developed and implemented in coordination with First Nations in alignment with the UN Declaration and principle of free, prior, and informed consent. At the AFN Special Assembly, there was a draft resolution that was brought forward raising concerns regarding lack of consultation on Bill C-38. This resolution wasn't able to be addressed during the SCA due to time constraints, but it received support from the AFN Executive Committee. It is unclear to what extent Canada has met its obligations to consult and cooperate with First Nations regarding the proposed legislation. What we do know is that ISK officials are now holding open sessions, are also available to meeting with First Nations. There is an information package in your kits on this as well. In considering the resolution, I encourage everyone to advance the principles of equity, justice, and FPIC together. The second resolution is call for MMIWG2S plus legislation. To echo the words of many, there is more to be done to support women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA victims and survivors of crime, as well as their families. The intention of this resolution is to do preliminary work and analysis on legislation that could add some teeth to the federal government's responsibilities and support coordination and standards among jurisdictions. Similar legislation has been passed in the USA, and this resolution was also brought to the recent UBCIC meeting. BCAFN has the potential to collaborate with a small working group involving the Downtown Eastside Women's Center, UBCIC, and the BC Civil Liberties Association to advance analysis and advocacy. This work would be in alignment with BC Chiefs' support for calls for justice on MMIWG2S+, and previous engagement with families and survivors led by BCAFN. Thank you so much for listening. I don't think anyone's sleeping. That's always a good sign. I invite you to reach out to me anytime to collaborate on this important work, or if there is a way I can be of support to your community. So, Chen Kunmentomia, Osio. Thank you.
Yes, she's taller than me. Thank you, Tamalia, DJ Osho, Oreen. It's wonderful to have you aboard. And thank you for the reminder that, and the honor, the moment to think about those that have gone before us and those that are still suffering and those that are still facing challenges. It's important to stop and ground ourselves and remind ourselves that we're here because of our ancestors and because of those that have fought long and hard for us. We will have now the BCAFN Veterans Representative, Grand Chief Percy Joe. Please come up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just want to acknowledge the traditional territory of our neighbors down here. I'm glad that they're allowing us to have our meeting here. And welcome to all the chiefs. This is my first opportunity to actually make a report to the chiefs that appointed me to represent the veterans at the national level. just a little information about myself. I served 13 years with the Armed Forces. I got out after that, and I actually got involved with veterans about 25 years ago when the round table was going on. I was asked to become an advisor to that group, which I did, and I've continued representing the First Nations veterans ever since. I'm actually appointed also as the chairman of the AFN's First Nations Veterans Council. So I want to thank my colleagues for putting that trust upon me. At this moment, we have a working group of veterans, and we're not, our table's not quite full. What we're missing is women representatives, and that's what I wanted to come up here and request if there's any veterans out in your community, we'd sure love to have them in the working group as we deal with a lot of issues that veterans face, but there are issues that women face that possibly men cannot represent them. We have one representative from Ontario, Chief Wendy Jocko, although she also is acting as a chief, so her table's pretty full as representing the women veterans. So we also need other representations there at that table. At this point, we have representatives from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. We don't have a representative from Quebec. He passed away about 3 years ago, and there hasn't been one appointed to replace him. We also don't have a representative from Manitoba. We have representatives from Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, Northwest Territories, and the Yukon. So we meet about 3 or 4 times virtual, and last year in 2022 we met face to face 3 times. Both times was when the chiefs also meet, and one time when we had our separate meeting in Toronto. So what we're looking for is a representative. I've been searching. I've made contacts nationally to try and get more women involved. I actually got a name just most recently from a lady that's actually writing a book about First Nations veterans, and I was introduced to a Major General, retired Ed Fitch, I think his name was, and we made a contact, and he was willing to help search for women representatives. The interesting part about this person, he sort of asked me about what I'd done in the armed forces, and at one point I was an instructor to officer cadets that were doing fieldcraft, and that was done in Chilliwack, and I came from Victoria, and he asked me what year I was there, and I said in 1968, and he said I was one of those cadets. So I'd done a good job. At least we know that. Well, I instructed a Major General. So so I'm not too sure the process of how it is, because generally what would happen is the BCAFN would appoint the representative. So I'm going to put them on the hook by saying if you have any women, give it to the regional chief, and he'll do something about getting a woman appointed to our working group. The other thing I wanted to bring up, I don't know how many people here actually know for the first time in history that we have a commander of the Army as a First Nations person, Lieutenant General Jocelyn Paul from Quebec. I can't remember what nation he's from, but it's the first time we've ever had a First Nations person becoming a commander of the Army. So that's one of the things. And we're working on it. We're hoping to introduce him to the Assembly in Halifax in July. We were trying to get him on in the meeting that's happening in April, but we were told there was no room at that point to do it, and possibly we weren't be able to have him on the agenda because I'm sure he's a busy man. So with that, I'd just like to thank you. I'm just going to, if anybody wants my phone, I'm going to hang around for a while. If anybody wants my phone number or my email address, I could give you that, and we could refer those women to ensure that we have representations. Okay, thank you very much.
I just have a gift for Percy for his years of service, and not only the Armed Forces, but just representing the BCAFN and the AFN and the Veterans Council. So, token of our appreciation. Thank you, Percy. Great Chief.
Thank you, Grand Chief, for your words, and thank you for your service. And I'm also pretty certain that that Major General was not only grateful for your instruction, but I'm sure you were an inspiration to him as well, being that it was the 60s, and we know that many of our veterans fought for a country that they weren't technically citizens of. So my hands go up to all of the veterans and those of you that have served our country. Thank you. And now we have our comments from Premier Eby.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a real honor and privilege to be with you here today on Musqueam territory, and I'd like to thank Musqueam for the chance to be here. My family and I live on Musqueam territory as well, and I had the opportunity to be sworn in as Premier here, thanks to the generosity of Chief Sparrow and the Council and the Musqueam people. So, really nice to be back here, and glad to be here at AFN. Wanted to first say how glad I am to see the regional chief looking so hearty and hale and ready to go. The reports that I had were pretty dire, so I'm glad to see you looking so good, man, and glad that you're able to attend and participate, and it's great to see you healthy. Obviously, this is a time of certainly for many communities and for British Columbians in terms of understanding the history of our province, a time of incredible sorrow and enormous challenge. But it's also really a time of incredible opportunity and real transformation in terms of the province's relationship as a whole with Indigenous people and our nation-to-nation relationships, our government-to-government relationships. The reason why we're in this place of transformation and opportunity is through the work of AFN, as well as many others, and certainly people who came before those of us who are here in the room today. Your work is really changing our province for the better, and I want to thank you for your relentless advocacy. In British Columbia today, thanks to your work, reconciliation is an all-of-government priority. It's top of mind for every minister in our cabinet, every single MLA, every member of our caucus, and we're preparing for a 4th Declaration Act annual report around accountability for what we've committed to do and how we're putting it into place. It was last month that we responded to number 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action, specifically by recognizing the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation as a statutory holiday in British Columbia, a day of reflection and work for all British Columbians to understand better and to really make real our understandings of the past and our need to move forward in partnership in the future. It will be a significant day going forward for all British Columbians, and I'm very proud that we worked on that together. You'll know that inside government, we're doing the work together in a strategic way, in partnership through the Declaration Act Secretariat, which works across the public service inside government to bring our laws, practices, and policies in line with the commitments we made to you under the UN Declaration when we passed that into law provincially. And we know that the eyes of the world are on us, both in terms of our shameful past, but also in terms of our optimistic and hopeful future. Really glad to have the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of Indigenous people visiting the province right now. So you know, AG, Attorney General Nikki Sharma, Minister Murray Rankin, and Minister George Heyman met with Jose Francisco Calitze earlier this week to share from the government perspective where we're at, the work that we need to do. And I know he's been meeting with many people across the province, so I certainly look forward to hearing his insights and suggestions about how we can do better and bringing an international perspective about things that might be working in other places that we should be looking at here in British Columbia. This work is not always easy, but you have my commitment that our government is all in on this partnership work that we need to do. We were the first government in Canada to respond to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We were the first in Canada to put the implementation of the UN Declaration into law. That never would have happened without First Nations leadership. And we know that this path is not always exact because we're first movers on this together, but we do know that full partnership and respect is the way that we're going to find that path together. And this is going to sound strange to hear from a lawyer, but we do know what doesn't work, which is endless court battles and short-term transactional relationships, lawsuits instead of negotiation. And coming from a lawyer, it's a bit like a baker saying, you know, I'm sick of bread. But really, because I've seen how litigation ends up, that's why I'm so committed to different approaches. And we're really building momentum together in that direction. In some of my first days as Premier, we signed that set of agreements with Treaty 8 First Nations, for example. And we've got a lot more work to do with people and governments across the province. So I'm committed to earning your trust because we have to have a trust-based relationship to move forward together. And so for me, you know, in politics, I've got 18 months before the next election. I'm committed to making every day count and finding ways that we can deliver for you in your communities over those 18 months in ways that are very visible to your communities, that are very tangible, things that people can see and feel and touch. And that might feel, in some ways, like short-term perspective. But I do believe that we have to have some short-term achievements, some things that we can point to show people that it matters. Who is in government, it matters that we've made this commitment, that you can see improvements in community because of our work together, that lays the stronger foundation for the medium and long-term work that we need to do together. And I really want to demonstrate to you and to your communities that you have a real partner at the table. As one example of the kind of work that we are expanding and the work that we can do together is in relation to watersheds. I know the health of watershed areas is critically important in so many communities across the province, and I'm committed to working with you on that. On Monday, our government with the BC First Nations Water Table announced a $100 million investment towards that co-management work. We will be working together to co-manage the Watershed Security Fund and to further co-develop a watershed security strategy because water is essential to the survival of communities. And it is a limited resource, even in British Columbia, which I know in a rainy winter, it's sometimes hard to believe, but it's true. And it's a resource that's under stress from climate change. So this is a critically important collaborative effort for us. And it's one that it's work that we're engaging in together. We're also, and I know you know this, but I want to say it out loud so you know I know it too, we're building a new future for land, water, and resource stewardship together through a genuine partnership approach. I talked about the Blueberry River First Nations and Treaty 8 Nations agreements, but we also demonstrated that last year with the Tahltan when we signed the first shared decision-making agreement under Section 7 of the Declaration Act. Recently, in relation to forestry planning, we announced funding for 8 tables across the province that will permit and create the opportunity for 50 different First Nations to be at the table in partnership with government, with community, with industry, in planning land use in your communities. And many of you in this room will have worked with our government around deferring nearly 2.1 million hectares of old growth forest from harvesting so that we can work together on a long-term plan to both protect old growth and respect Indigenous land use decisions. So we're working together on this work, and by working together, I think we can all better share in the abundance that the land can offer when it's properly looked after. It's also why we think it's important to look at and recognize the needs for revenue that you have as governments to be able to look after and support your people. So why we doubled the forestry revenues for First Nations governments, but knowing that that's not sufficient, that we're working together on a long-term fiscal agreement with you so that you have the revenues you need to support and do the government work that you need to do in relation to your jurisdiction. Another way, and this is important to me, I came to government through work on housing, and so I really do want our government to make some good traction on the housing crisis that is faced across the province, but is particularly acute and particularly impacting First Nations people, both on and off reserve in our province. That's why I was so proud that our province was the first province in Canada to build housing in partnership with First Nations on reserve. It's normally a federal government responsibility. Our goal was a little bit to shame the federal government into better action on housing, but also to respond to the crisis, not to just stand by and say, well, that's not our job. Because of the success of that project, we're committed to do more so in this budget this year. We doubled the funding envelope for Indigenous housing. This is both on-reserve and off-reserve Indigenous housing. A total of $550 million to help get these homes built across BC. Over the past 5 years, about 1,400 homes, Indigenous-focused housing, have been completed or under construction or in development. 338 of those are on reserve. And there are lots of exciting projects in the works, so I want to thank those of you in the room who are working with us on that. And some are already opening. So in Naquaqua, families are moving into new affordable rental homes. It's the first new housing development in more than a decade in that community. I'm a parent to 2 kids, an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old, and I'm sure there are lots of parents, aunties, and uncles in the room. We all want the best future for our kids. Obviously, we want opportunities for them. We want connections to family and community. We want them to grow up in a world that is where people are treated fairly, where we don't see discrimination and racism. We've got a lot of work to do. And the best way we believe at our, and that's based on many conversations and lots of work we've done with you, is to recognize Indigenous legal orders, to recognize First Nations governments. And one of the ways that we've done that is in relation to child and family jurisdiction. It's the best way to support Indigenous families, to keep Indigenous families together. And it's also why we think education is so important. And that's education in the non-Indigenous community as well. All BC high school grads are now required to complete Indigenous-focused coursework. It's such a fun thing for me. My kid's in grade 3, and he comes home and he tells me that Musqueam elders have visited the class, and he's learned about the Musqueam people and about the relationship with the land. It's actually to the point where we did the swearing-in ceremony here, and And after I asked, Ezra was here, my son, and I said, well, how was that for you, bud? And he said, oh, it was so cool, Dad. And I was like, oh, that's great. I'm glad it was so great. What did you really like about it? And he was like, well, the Musqueam warrior dancers were so amazing. And it was a little bit scary, and it was a little bit exciting, and it was awesome, and they were so cool, and they had spears. And I was like, okay, well, did you see any of my speech? And he was like, no, I left through your speech a little bit. I didn't make it through all your speech. And I was like, okay. He is the education that he's getting and the relationship and understanding he has in terms of us living on Musqueam territory and who he is and what our relationship is so different from, and I'm glad, from certainly what I grew up with, and I suspect many of us in this room grew up with. More work to do. In terms of the new fiscal framework, you know that we've taken preliminary steps on gaming revenue and forestry tenures, but the new fiscal framework will be really a foundational shift that recognizes your rights and ensures that you're able to support and provide services to your people. But more than that, we also know that we're coming to you a lot for a bunch of different reasons. Including in relation to our need to reform provincial law, and as we're passing new provincial law, we want feedback, we want to engage, we're consulting, but also in any permitting process, increasingly, we're hearing from nations that you're getting just a big pile of permit notices, applications, notifications, requests for engagement, and that the capacity in terms of the people to respond, to review that, to figure out what's important and what's not, is a real strain for you. So we're committed to do better on that on a couple of levels, both in terms of how the permit structure works, and we'll do that work with you to make sure that we're working together on the things that matter to you, that those decisions are fronted, that the big decision isn't hidden in the pile of 50 small decisions that are not important to you, that we're able to make sure that the key decisions are set at the beginning, and then the smaller permits can flow from that. But also making sure that you have the resources to be able to respond to our requests when we're passing new provincial laws, or when we're trying to bring our laws into alignment with UNDRIP, because we do understand that to have a true government-to-government relationship, to have true partnership, you do need capacity to do that, and I look forward to having more. I've received that feedback, I've heard it loud and clear, and I look forward to our government having more to share with you about our proposed response to that in the weeks ahead. So we've come a long way, and the reason why we've come so far is due to many of the people who are here in this room and the people who came before, but we do, I recognize, have a long way to go. You have my promise that as long as I'm Premier, which is at least 18 more months and hopefully more than that, I hope, that our government is going to pull our fair share of the weight. We have a clear vision, which is a shared vision of a future where our kids and our grandkids and their kids grow up in communities that are safe, they have decent housing, that they have good health care, they have good education, where they understand and have a strong connection to community and culture, and also where First Nations languages are flourishing, both in cultural tradition and song and story, but also in kitchen table conversation, where Indigenous legal orders are recognized and are flourishing as well, and where we work together to protect the land, water, and air, but also share the prosperity of our province. It's the future that we all believe in, that I'm excited about, and one we can only build together. So I'm looking forward to your questions, comments, suggestions. I have staff here in the room that are taking notes as well, and I'll turn it back over to the chair so that I can hear what you have to say. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Premier, for those words. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. So now it is time for questions. So I will try to keep a list, and the first one I saw was microphone 24, 22, 16. Just wait, I got to write those numbers down. Oh, yes, sorry. Actually, 26 was first. Sorry, thank you. Oh, and then there's 26, 24, 22, 18, and 2 online. All right, please start.
Okay. Just first of all, we don't want to, Chief Linda Price from Mulgatcha First Nation, I just want to thank the Musqueam for hosting us on their territory, and it's really great to see all the chiefs here today. And look forward to all the work we'll get done in the next couple of days. I guess one of the concerns that I have as a chief in my community is our request for the Anaheim Lake Connector Road to the north. Our community has been dealing with wildfires in our large territory for a number of years, and we've made several requests to the province to help us build the 17 kilometers of connector road through to Vanderhoof. And basically what it is the connector of the Quesnel FSR to the Kluskis FSR. And we've brought this matter to the attention of Katrine Conroy when she was the Minister of Forests, and we held meetings with her, and now I'm writing another letter to her, and I'll be sending it out today. The reason we're asking for this connector road is for to emphasize the importance of safety and security for our UFN members and the people who live in our ancestral lands. We shared those concerns about the wildfires, and we also brought to her attention the concerns about our UFN members' ability to access the University of Northern BC, as well as the hospital, and also access to hay supplies for our ranchers that live in our community. But I guess first and foremost, we're concerned about safety because we have no access except through Highway 20. And I recall one summer when we had a wildfire and we couldn't access Bella Coola because of a slide on the switchbacks. And then we couldn't access Williams Lake because there was an existing fire that we couldn't get through because the roads were closed. And we had an elder in our community who was on kidney dialysis. And so these are real pressing concerns that I bring to your attention. And furthermore, we are also now hard-pressed and concerned about our UFN members' ability to access jobs at our Blackwater Gold Mine project, which is in the northern part of our territory. And what we would like to do is we would like to access building supplies in the north so that we can build homes on our KO areas and ancestral lands downriver in the Blackwater, Gacho Lake, Illiguk Lake, and Dean River areas. I'm sure you would agree that if we got the road, we could travel to the mine much quicker. Right now, what our members have to do is we have to travel 320 kilometers to Williams Lake, and then we have to travel another 200 plus kilometers to Prince George, and then we have to travel another hour out to Vanderhoof, and then another couple hours back to the mine. So it's just not productive. And with the mine going in and the permitting underway, we really believe we want not only our UFN members to be able to live close to where they want to work, as well as access university. I have to say that I'm really pleased with the gaming revenue partnership agreements. I'm very grateful for that. Indian Affairs provides post-secondary funding for our students, and under the post-secondary fund, we were only enabled to, I think it was 15 students that we were able to support through their, the grants that we get from ISC. However, with the gaming revenue, we were able to increase that to 55. So we're really pleased. And we've been doing that now for 3 years, 4 years, I think. So I really believe that if this road is connected, a lot more of our students will be going to UNBC in the north. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Premier.
Thanks very much. I was not aware of the road issue. I'll bring myself up to speed on it, so I don't have any news for you about that. I'm certainly aware of the Blackwater project and the and I have visited your community. I visited 100 years ago when I was at the Civil Liberties Association and was welcome to the community. And I can picture the switchbacks and everything else. It must have been a terrifying time to be isolated like that. So I will look into that. And more broadly, pulling back, there will be more opportunities around education under our Future Skills program. We've got almost $500 million for training opportunities and education opportunities. So just even more reasons to increase access. And that we'll have more details about that in the spring, and we'll work on implementation of that in partnership with First Nations because there are key Indigenous funds that are dedicated there, and we'll work on how to deploy those most effectively together. And then also, we've done a lot of work in partnership on the Emergency Management Act generally, pulling back from the specific access question, which I'll get you information about, but the fact that we recognize that Indigenous people have knowledge of management, prevention, and emergency response, and are in communities where we need that knowledge and expertise. And the Emergency Management Act work is around how do we recognize that and empower nations in emergency situations, as well as support Indigenous response and prevention. So a lot of exciting work happening there as well. So I'll ask staff just to make a note and we'll get back to you on the road. Thanks.
Thank you, Premier. We'll go to microphone 24 and then microphone 22.
Excellent. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional lands that we're on and the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish. I really appreciate being here, and also thank our elders for starting us off in a good way, and for the BCAFN bringing the speakers that we have to be able to share with us some of their mandates, but most importantly, the true collaborative efforts when it comes to partnership and moving forward and working together. To me, that is so extremely important, especially where we are and today and what it needs to look like for tomorrow, for our future generations. But I just had a quick question in regards to your Growing Communities Together funding that you just made an announcement. What I really wanted to share is that is a very good fund that is being shared. It's something that is beneficial to everyone. So I do know that there are many First Nation communities who are huge contributors to taxation dollars. And so I'll just mention, specifically to Kalmastashwatmuk, knowing that our tax base is quite large that goes to the province and is, upwards towards $32 million at least, and that's outdated information. But knowing that when we look at how close we are to the local municipality and the importance of infrastructure and what those infrastructure needs, would mean, whether it's water, sewer, various agreements as well, but also building. To me, when I look at the infrastructure and looking at what that funding is being used for by local municipalities, I know that First Nations who contribute to taxation really need to be taken into consideration, especially with that funding as well. And, for myself, I've always, spoke to my council, my community about the future need of a wave pool. It's a simple thing. It's a fun thing. It's for families. But, that's just something that I think is really important, just the infrastructure. And including First Nations and knowing that many do contribute a substantial amount of tax, and knowing that the surpluses are also on the backs of First Nation communities.
Thanks very much. I think your comments really underline the importance of the new fiscal agreement that we're working on together, having a regular stream of income so that you're not subject to whether or not there's year-end money in terms of funding. There are very significant Indigenous connected funds that have been allocated and will continue to be allocated through the surplus. So it's front of mind, certainly for me, that First Nations communities see the benefit from this as well. In every announcement that we've made, whether it was the Cancer Fund, the mental health and addiction money, there are key envelopes of funding that are dedicated to Indigenous projects. In addition, the general funding is also available to Indigenous communities, but there are specific envelopes that are set aside and separate to make sure that we're doing the work that we need to do together. I'll just give you an example. On the addiction side, it's $1 billion for mental health and addiction in the budget. There is a specific envelope for the 8 First Nations treatment, mental health and addiction treatment centers that are underway that are facing funding shortfalls because of rising costs to get those projects across the line, as well as additional funding for further Indigenous healing centers around mental health and addiction for new projects to come forward that are not explicitly linked but could be through the First Nations Health Authority, but don't have to be. And also, like in the Cancer Fund, specific envelopes around Indigenous support, responding to the In Plain Sight report and the racism in our healthcare sector that people have experienced, to support people with a cancer diagnosis through an Indigenous lens. So all of these announcements all have Indigenous pieces, but there's more to come, and in particular around capacity and support for nations. But the key, I think, and one of the best parts about the gaming money was that it's sort of predictable nature and that you can borrow against it for key infrastructure. And so that's where we're going with the fiscal agreement as well. And then finally, to your point, I think a wave pool would be awesome. And I tell you, when it's raining and you've got kids, like there's nothing like a swimming pool. So I totally understand why that's a priority for you and your community, and I support that. And if there are ways for us to support infrastructure, the other piece that is obviously a challenge for us is the absence of the federal government on infrastructure, on specifically on reserve, and what the best way is to bring them to the table as well. Sometimes I do worry when the province steps in that the feds are like, okay, great, we don't have to worry about that anymore. So really want your advice and assistance. We're going to keep doing that work, and we're going to keep funding the housing, and we're going to keep doing this up, but I don't want to let the feds off the hook. So if you have suggestions for us about how we can do a better job of pushing the federal government on this, we want to work in partnership with you to make sure that that they're doing their part as well. So thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Very quickly.
Say, thank you for all your work and your commitment. And, I also just wanted to point out too that just putting the federal government at a separate table, but looking at the provincial, we have personal tax, provincial tax, on fuel tax, corporate tax, carbon tax, and tobacco tax. That leaves our reserve that goes straight to the province. And that's upwards to 32 million, and that's just TTS alone. So I just wanted to leave that. But we are always after and at those tables with the federal government. So just thank you for all that you do. Good job.
Thank you.
For that. So microphone 2 and then micro 16. I misspoke earlier. I thought that was 18 when I looked at it, but it's microphone 22, then microphone 16.
Thank you, Chair. William Yovanovich, elected Chief Councillor for Skidegate Band Council. Premier Eby, I hear you talking about protecting the lands and the air and the water, and I can't help but bring it up again. Our ongoing concern with our neighboring municipality of Dodge and Geets, previously known as Queen Charlotte City. They are still pumping raw sewage into our inlet. I've been with the Band Council now for 13 years, and it's been an issue for 13 years. We've had several different meetings with the municipality regarding this issue. I brought it up at the Chiefs meeting with Premier Horgan's team pre-COVID, and there's been no movement on this file. I think those regulations changed around 2012. Somewhere near around then, those regulations had changed about pumping raw sewage. And it's ongoing, it's 2023. I've just been re-elected to another term, and I'd like to see something done before I'm done. It's been going on for far too long. I think this is a big black eye on BC in general. So I hope some of your staff can reach out to them and let's find some resolve. They need some financial support or whatever it takes. Things have to change. It's been going on far too long. Thank you.
Thanks very much for bringing that issue to my attention. I'll look into it and get back to you about it. I don't have any updates and I'm not familiar with it. So, but it sounds troubling.
Thank you. Microphone 16, and then we'll go to the 2 online questions with Chief Sapan after microphone 16.
Chu uklama wamish histakshiklat as hichamamuk elected chief councillor Tishat uhukach iksu Matilda Leo Tishat Aksup uhukwatach nu iksu the late George Watts Tisha Mitma. My name is Wamish Ken Watts. I'm elected chief councillor of Tishat. I also want to introduce our council member here, Chiha Pia, Lisa Hassel, if you want to give a wave. Lisa and I are both former youth reps of the BCAFN, and it makes me proud to sit here now as the elected chief of my community. I'd like to say, Shakshiklayatsu, that's deeper than thank you on behalf of Tishat, and I thank all of us for Musqueam for having us here in their territory. And thank you to the BCAFN staff for organizing today. I don't think we stand up the staff of organizations. It's a lot of work to pull together these meetings, and thank you to Regional Chief Terry TG, as well as our knowledge keepers for having us, starting us off with good energy and love every time you do. It feels really good to be here. Thank you, Premier, for being here today. Kleko, for all of your work since you've been Premier, as well as your party. I too am really proud of the gaming revenue sharing. I'll share with that first. Finally, BC stepped up like the rest of the country, and I look forward to the next phases of jurisdiction and authority, which will also help our community with economic development. 3 quick things for you today. As you know, we made our announcement on February 21st at the Alberta Indian Residential School and 26 calls for truth and justice. Some of those apply to the province in terms of health records, and legislation on privacy. And we look forward to the province stepping up on this really difficult work we've had to do as a community. Number 2 is around housing. I'm thankful to hear about some of the announcements. Tishat has put forward a housing proposal that's in partnership with the municipality and doing development off reserve. And I quote you, Premier, last July, you said, "We can't just leave it up to the private sector. We can work in partnership with them. We can work in partnership with First Nations. But building housing for the middle class on public land using public resources, this is an opportunity that I see that we haven't fully developed." Tishat has put that forward for you and your ministries to consider. I've said it before, I don't know why, I know some of our relatives here have done a lot of development. Here in the Lower Mainland, they're some of the biggest developers, up in West Bank and others, not just on reserve, but off reserve. But, I really encourage you and all ministries to invest in First Nations, not just housing on reserve, but if there's going to be developers making millions of dollars in our territory that we never ceded and surrendered, why can't you invest in our nations to do housing development off reserve? It doesn't always have to be low income subsidized. It should be attainable and affordable. But I envision this day where First Nations across the province are leading housing developments off reserve as well. And we're actually benefiting financially from those developments in our territories. Really, the last piece, I'm glad for you to share about your thoughts about resourcing nations. I sent you a letter this morning and to Leadership Council. For Tishat, we've received over 15 consultation letters since January 1st. Over 15 on different legislations, acts, policies, and amendments, and not $1 is flowed for our nation to actually respond to any of those. So what happens is it falls on the side of our desk of our staff and our council while we're putting out fires in our communities addressing the opioid crisis, the housing crisis, and all the other things that are happening in our communities, and we're expected to respond to these. So I'm really looking forward to those results, whatever they may be in terms of resourcing out to our communities. Because I said this before 2 years ago, I came actually into this room and I said, look, it's great, the province, the federal government want to look at implementing UNDRIP and they want to look at reconciliation and amending policy. But what's going to happen is all of our nations are going to get referrals every day about all the things that happen in our territory, and we're never going to be able to respond to them all. And then we're going to look to the Leadership Council to respond on all of them, and then we'll get mad saying, well, we weren't properly engaged or consulted. And the province is going to push through all this legislation. Now, the federal government, we're talking about implementing UNDRIP. So again, not just for you, but federally as well, they need to fully resource all of our nations so we can properly be engaged, because that's what UNDRIP is about. If we're going to get to consent, it's not pushing through legislation and rushing it through and not having us properly engaged in the process from the very beginning. So I look forward to you making an announcement, hopefully with resourcing, so all of our communities can be involved in the process in a meaningful way. So once again, on behalf of Tishot, we look forward to your response on housing, our work around residential schools, and ensuring that we're properly involved in all of these different engagements that you have happening. So, on behalf of Tishot.
Thanks very much, Chief, and congratulations on your work from youth rep to chief, and thank you to Tishot for your work as a caretaker community, and for the truth that you brought to British Columbians and Canadians, and the horrifying findings that you found, as well as constructive recommendations for how we can support you in this work. I know we're working together on that, and I look forward to that, along with all the other caretaker communities across the province. I love that you're excited about housing. So am I. There's a housing crisis in your community, as you know, that goes across every line, and we're desperate for rental housing. We're desperate for housing of all kinds, and that Tishot would be interested in working together. I'm very keen about that. There are some nations that have been doing this for a while, and there are some nations that are just interested in getting involved, and I think it's a huge opportunity. And I would love for us to work together on that. We have $4.2 billion in the budget for various kinds of housing. This is a housing budget. There are four key priorities in the budget. There's healthcare, there's housing, there's issues related to safer communities, and then building a strong and clean economy for everybody. Every single one of those components has a strong Indigenous component as well, and there are lots of opportunities for us to work together. So we'll connect you with the Ministry of Housing for opportunities related to that. In terms of the consultation letters, I look forward to having more to share in the weeks ahead. We're going to address this issue, but we also need to be, as a government, more efficient, frankly. I think of, pointing, for example, Tishot, to a room full of boxes filled with documents and saying somewhere in there is the one document that's really important for the project, but we're sending you everything. And instead, I think we need to work together on what is it that you need to see at what stage of a project or of legislation or whatever, to make sure that we can make the decisions up front so that everything else gets easier and more efficient down the line. So I absolutely acknowledge that this is about resources, and it's also about us fixing our processes together so it's actually meaningful for you, and we don't just increase the amount of paperwork, but we actually increase the participation and the meaningful engagement as well. So thanks very much for all those comments, and I look forward to working with you on the projects, both good and profoundly challenging. Thanks, Chief.
Great, thank you. We'll move to the online comments. Chief Sapan and then Chief Thomas.
Yerik Nwanwan and Jawa and Squash Least Behan Cook be of Insulet Cook in the Cupton Nation. Hello and good morning, everyone. Least Behan Chiefs Co-Water Band. I'd like to thank Regional Chief Terry Teegee for setting up this meeting and the invitation, and as well as hearing from Premier David Eby. I put a request out there 2 weeks ago to you, Premier, to an invitation to the Nicola Valley to meet with Chief Harvey, Chief Marcel, Chief Arnold, Chief Stewart, and myself. I'm extending that invitation. I apologize. I missed your executive assistant's phone call on the 27th. It was a hard week that week, but so I'm extending that invitation to you because we still want to meet with you. We have a lot of concerns and questions. One of them is to talk with you and your colleagues about Gateway 286 project, and I'm waiting to hear back from your executive assistant, James. So I'd like to set up that meeting. I don't want to take a lot of time, but I forgot to thank Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Dr. Robert Joseph for opening this up in a good way. So I hope you're committed to this meeting with the 5 chiefs of the Nicola Valley, Premier. So waiting for that commitment. Cooksham.
Thanks, Chief. I looked at James and pointed at him as you were saying his name. I'll make sure that we follow back up with you. I'm looking forward to that visit to the Nicola Valley, and thank you again for that kind invitation. We have lots to talk about.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we have Chief Thomas and then microphone number 12.
White Cook B. Doug Thomas. Welcome, everybody, esteemed leaders, Premier Eby. And yeah, problem with being one of the last question askers is the other guys kind of asked the same question. But I guess the point I wanted to drive home is, your $550 million announcement on housing, that speaks to many issues that we face, not just the outright need for housing, but the process that our communities face in putting up a house or a school. And I liked what you said about increasing efficiencies a few speakers back, because nowhere else in Canada is there more paperwork than building a house or a school on reserve. And I don't think we can stress that it's $550 million. The importance of going directly into the building of houses. And what I mean by that, our community got a school approved for $6.5 million, but it's been in the works for 9 years. It cost us $60,000 to go to engineers and architects. Whether or not our communities have land code, we still have to deal with land designation. So the process itself is very arduous and flawed. And a lot of the money doesn't actually go into the building. It goes into the pockets of architects and engineers to approve all these plans. And so much time is wasted on the process of selecting 3 locations, getting the engineers to, evaluate if they're suitable. Meanwhile, we could do that on our own, hire our own people that are not approved by ISC. And I think what you're saying is you're willing to work with us. I think this would be a very good project that we get together, any chiefs or communities that are really interested in improving this process so that the majority of this $550 million goes into the building of housing and not into the pockets of engineers and architects. Cook's Gem.
Thanks, Chief. It's funny you would say that, because a couple of weeks ago I asked the Minister of Housing, because we're increasing our face time with federal government representatives. We're flying to Ottawa. We're realizing now, took some time, but realizing now that is the best way, is face-to-face, if you can do it with the federal government, as opposed to Zoom calls and telephone calls and so on. And so we're building that relationship in that way. And I was like, listen, when we're talking about housing with the federal government, what are the key things that they could do that aren't huge budget items that they could do to improve housing? And I think 4 out of the 5 suggestions that came back were related to exactly that issue you're talking about, is about the approvals processes involved with the federal government to get housing built on reserve land. This is something that, of course, we as a provincial government really came into focus for us when we started funding the housing to be built on reserve, and realizing we couldn't actually get the funding out the door because of all this elaborate process that's required. I'm just so frustrated to hear your story about the school. Like, I can't even deal with that kind of stuff. We have a housing crisis. You have an education need in your community. We have an infrastructure need across the province. We're trying to build our economy as well with critical minerals and with energy and other. The processes take too long, and I'm not pointing the finger, because I know the province is responsible for a lot of that, but we're not exclusively responsible, and we're acknowledging it, and we're going to fix it. We need our partners too as well. And so thank you for the reminder about that. I'm going to, if you don't mind, Chief, I'll use your story to illustrate the point when I speak to the federal government about the need to speed up those processes on their end as well. I mean, if the nation and the provincial government are working on a project together, like, surely we should be able to get it done without a huge amount of federal process. But the argument makes itself. Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. And Chief Thomas, you're about the middle. You're not at the end of the questions. So we have 6 people left for questions, and we're scheduled to go to 11:45, unless we can extend it a little bit. So let's just please be mindful of that. And we've got microphone 12 and then microphone 11.
Chief James Hobart, Spuzum First Nation, Hazuman Quenchton is my traditional name. I wanted to thank Musqueam first of all, and BCAFN for putting this on, and thank you for Dr. Point and Joseph for starting us off in a good way, and thank you, Premier, for being so accessible to us. I wanted to paint a picture. We have in our nation, the Nklaka'muk Nation has 15 communities, and a few years ago at one of our FIST ceremonies, we brought all 15 nations together for a feather and staff ceremony. It was the first time our nations were together in 40 years. That's what the divide and conquer approach that's been that we've adopted and has been passed down from the government to us, and to a point where we're doing it to ourselves. Now, where the past government came into play on this and has given tools and weaponry against each other, is they've created a shared decision-making model with part of our nation that was never agreed to by the other communities. There was no consultation. There was no free, prior, and informed consent. The government just said, these nations are under a cloak. They get to talk to the proponents. The rest of you are Indian Act nations. And this isn't your government, but your government, I think, has the responsibility of taking that cloak away and allowing any agreements made in a nation. It's like a family. We're all family. We have relatives in other nations that we can't even talk about agreements that the province has made. If a proponent comes to open or to research something in our nation, other communities know about it first. They're set up to do work. They're set up for procurement, and the rest of us get the deferral, or the referrals or the permitting after the fact. So the province needs to step up and really work with us to break down that. There's 11 nations that are working together to try to be open-minded, and we're coming against the government's own processes that is keeping us from the spirit that feather and staff that I spoke about was first created. So please, we need your help with that. Another thing is, as you know, I'm a very vocal person around the old growth, because our nation has very few old growth left, and we are the hosting nation that has that the last 3 northern spotted owls in Canada live. And so when we talk about abundance of resources and how to share them, there is no more abundance. Abundance and old growth they don't fit together. We're 1% of the giant old growth. You have to do more, you have to do better, and it has to be long-term. It can't be deferral-based, because the government is still letting the companies know who are acting, their compliance is voluntary around some of their banning. They're not listening to you. Just so you know, on the ground, they're not listening. And another issue that we have in our nation that is an exciting one, the Alexander Bridge, the old bridge. It's a colonial-style bridge that's in there. Your your government has agreed to partner with us over a decade ago. We partnered with the Liberal government, and your government took it on, and we need to finish building that bridge. You have money in it. We need to finish it. It's like we can't camp out at the finish line here. That bridge will mean economic development for the entire Fraser Canyon, with ecotourism and a place for people to, call it base station while they end up going and seeing the rest of the beauty of the nations, right? So that brings me to the controlled recreation area that we are requesting for that area, because without the controlled recreation area, when we still also have to look at companies that will come in and try to push, once that bridge is done, trying to push their own economic development. And it's the government's responsibility to come to us when they see a controlled recreation area application, because we need that consultation. But for the first time, we, the First Nations, are requesting to have our own controlled recreation area. And so that's the last thing I'll say is that you heard that from last week, earlier this week, we were at the BC First Nations Justice Council. The CTAs that are across BC, so many people weighed in and they said they are dinosaurs that cannot be resuscitated. You need to have equity and funding for alternatives. You need to entertain the conversation that just because that was there, we cannot reform it. It's not something that, and we keep hearing from your government, what if we do this with the CDA? It's not nation-based. It's not from the grassroots. It's not from the reality of the First Nations seeing what they see on the ground. It has to come from us. And the only way that can is if they take the CDA out of the offer each time. We know it's there. We're not naive to it, but we need to be able to have our own solutions around policing in our communities. Kukshem.
Please. Thanks very much, Chief. There was a lot there and all critical issues for us. I will learn more about what the process is that is preventing you from knowing what's happening on the territory in relation to proponents. That is not something I'm familiar with, so I'll figure out what that is and get back to you about that, and as well about the bridge. I agree, let's finish the bridge. It feels like one that we could definitely do. I want you to know about the protecting wild areas and protecting old growth and so on. So we're hopeful to move forward in partnership with AFN, UBCIC, and the Summit in relation to the 30 by 30 commitment, 30% of the land base protected by 2030. And I'm either the resolution's in front of you or I don't know, but around a mandate to negotiate that. So I look forward to doing that work with you. And certainly this area that you're in is a key part of that. And part of that too is about financing, so that it's not just that we're saying, oh yeah, well, this land is protected. It's about guardian programs, and it's about other uses of the sites, which could include economic development, if that's what your nation has in mind, around tourism and so on. And so making sure that we're doing that work as well. Both of those are key priorities for us and that we're going to do in partnership together. Around the deferrals, it's an important process on our side. Anything other than a deferral triggers compensation for the affected forestry companies. So we want to make sure that we have all the pieces in place if we are moving to permanent protection. But I know that your area in particular is very sensitive around the spotted owl protection issue, as well as generally speaking. And I certainly share your priority around protecting old growth. One of the 100-day announcements was around accelerating our old growth plan, but I also understand the critical importance that nations have to be at the table, that governments no longer, provincial government no longer, never should have, but no longer can just make these decisions on our own. And so those planning tables, those land use planning tables are part of that work. And so are the deferrals, so that we can make sure that we get it right. And one of the fascinating things to me has been the need for the province to really improve our knowledge about what's actually on the ground and what's actually happening on the ground. And that's why these tables are so important. These are the areas that need to be protected. These are the areas where it's okay to do resource development. These are the areas that have cultural or heritage or other importance. And that work can only happen if we're working together. So thank you, Chief, for your commitment to work with us on that. And for our end, we'll work with you on that as well.
Thank you. So now we have microphone 11 and then microphone 17.
Is there another 11? Is this on? Oh, but gee, I don't remember putting my hand up, but gee, thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate that. I want to thank the host community for allowing us to be in their territory. Brian Wadhams from the Numgees. Mr. Minister, you talk about issues of permitting. Timber West has applied for a spraying in our territories up on the Kwakwaka'wakw territories, and we're really concerned about that because of the impacts it's going to have on our traditional gathering areas, our trap lines, and all the things that we have that we value so much. We just got wind of this about 4 days ago through the Freedom of Information, and that's a sad reality on how we're consulted in our territory. There's got to be better communications with the nations in order to make sure that our interests are protected. So we'd really like to invite you up to our communities and have this conversation on the impacts it's going to have to us through our traditional gathering areas. That's really important to us. We were never consulted, we were never notified of any of the spraying that's going to take place. This is thousands of hectares we're talking about. And so we really need to put a halt to this now until we get to that consultative process that we need to get to protect our interests. So I really thank you for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate that, because this is a real serious issue that we're facing. We still gather in all of these traditional territories, and you just talked about the environmental assessments that need to take place in order to protect the things that we value as First Nations people in our territory. So I really appreciate that, and thank you for the time and listening. I really appreciate. We were trying to figure out a way we can reach you, and I guess this is the place. So I'm sorry, but my friend has one comment as well.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thanks to everyone. Chief Rick Johnson, Quixonaquami's First Nation. First of all, I'd like to thank the Musqueam Nation for allowing us to be here, Tsleil-Waututh and the Squamish Nations, to recognize your land. It's a beautiful country we're in here. Premier, as you know, the Broughton Nations have decided not to renew Industries' proposal or tenure for the next 7 farms. As of the other day, we sent letters out to industry and to the province of British Columbia, saying that the aquaculture industry is no longer welcome in our traditional territory, and that decommissioning will start immediately. So we're over the moon over this, and it's the aquaculture industry for the last 30 years hasn't done no meaningful consultation with our nation. They just plopped their industry right and all over our territory without ever sitting down with our hereditaries. So we're really happy that they're going to be vacating really quick. And the former Premier Horgan, and your ministry were a big part of this. And we're planning a celebration in the near future here. And I was asked by the Broughton Nations, the Mamiakla, the Nimgis, and the Quixonaquami's First Nations, if we're formally inviting you up to the Alert Bay Big House where this started, and a formal invitation will be coming to your ministry from the Nimgis Nation. They're the ones that'll do the hosting. So I'll stop there, and thanks, Gilkis, for giving me this couple of minutes. Thanks.
Gil Kessler, thank you. Premier.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I would love to come up to Alert Bay, and I will say, an indication of how serious and important it is, and I say at every event I'm at, it doesn't matter who the audience is, that the old way of doing things without Indigenous people is no longer the way in our province, and there's a series of court decisions that underline that. It's our government's commitment that underlines that, and it's me here today, but it's also me at the mineral exploration group, at the forestry group, at the mining groups. I'm saying the exact same thing, the aquaculture groups, how important that is. And I'll also say, some anxiety I have about when we're moving away from an historic way of doing business is there's a group of people who are affected by that as well. And so you'll also see our efforts to support you in your community about what the industry is that you want to see on your territory. So there's good employment and good jobs for your members and for others in the community. And that economic development is the other side of that coin. It's so critical, and I'm really excited to work with you about that. So I look forward to having those conversations as well. And on the spraying issue, I'll bring myself up to speed. I know it was an issue last spring as well, and I thought we were in a better place on it, but it sounds like not, Chief, so thank you for bringing it to my attention. In terms of how to get a hold of me, the email address, the phone number for my office is quite available. When a nation writes to me, we take it really seriously, and so please feel free, even just an email, to say that you need some attention on an issue, and we'll make sure someone gets in touch with you.
Great, thank you. So the Premier's agreed to stay a little bit longer, but we have 4 people left on the list. So we have microphone 17 and then microphone 20. And hopefully if we can be concise and we can get everybody through. Thank you, and thanks for waiting, being at the end of the question.
Masai tseo Jane no tso tsahti Jane Maskuya mabienta atan tsatla tabi bagachotli Jane tseo utazdil tsai Masai no desni Jane kan BC abumudi patli tsaltak atan dua sabe Jane yung karani do nakat pizza na tsazat waka Jane zdil tsai la kanitsio Messiah badisni mande ban na vetene ditli anyway Messiah batsatni kan Terry TG mande yetatli anyway tabi Messiah on badisni Jane not so it's out deal. Good morning, my name is Derek McDonald. I am the Deputy Chief at Lake Babi Nation, and I honor those First Nations that we're doing business on here with the Musqueam territory. I want to thank the Knowledge Keepers for saying a prayer this morning, Mr. TG and his update, and Premier David Eby to be present here with us. All chiefs here are here with concerns that need to be addressed. I'm here in regards to Lake Babi Nation advancing on the foundation agreement. Not only that, I really am worried that Canada are not at the table at this point. We're ready, we're moving forward, and we're advancing along with the province of British Columbia. And on a side note, Mr. White, if anytime you want to come back, the door is open for you, sir. Lake Babi Nation has been going through a lot these past 3 years. We're trying to advance our foundation agreement. We're trying to advance all agreements that are on the table with Lake Babi Nation, whether it's industry, the province, but we're in a snag with Canada. But these past 3 years, we've been hit with 90 plus deaths. This week, 2 more deaths up in Lake Babine. I'm here with a heavy heart, asking that the province sit down and help us with the mental wellness piece here. In order for us to advance our foundation agreement, which we're ready to do, we have to put people's hearts back into play. We have to put people's hearts and start the grieving process for our nation. COVID has hit Lake Babi Nation very hard. Suicide, drug overdoses have been hit by the nation. And we find ourselves with traditional protocol stating that we can't do business when there's a death in our community. And we value that protocol. It's been with us for years and years. And I find it very hard for us to advance the foundation agreement when every week we're hit with death. I'm afraid that there are timelines that are placed upon us, but we keep getting hit with this. We can't put business in front of us. We have to put traditional protocol in front of us and help our nation grieve. All First Nations, not only in British Columbia, but in Canada as well, have gone through this pandemic and have been hit hard because of this. I just mentioned to my colleague here to my left that this is the first time I've returned here in 4 years. We're trying to advance our nation, as is everybody sitting around these tables. But everybody gets hit with something. Everybody have issues that we need to put forth on the table to ensure that our nation moves ahead to evolve with Canada and British Columbia. Our foundation agreement, in my term, is the last piece here that we're trying to advance. But I think the piece here is the health portfolio needs to be addressed up north. We have a hospital that was built 5 years ago. It was built after the aftermath of the Babine Force explosions, and I'm a survivor of that. But what good is a hospital where we cannot go there unless it's life or limb? We send our people either down here or Prince George, because Prince George is very full as well. I meant the cost of living today is getting very, very expensive. And we find our First Nations trying to get by here, not looking at rent, not looking at vacations, but trying to pay to put food on the table. Tough times are upon us. Every First Nations are like that. But Lake Babine Nation, we're trying to advance on the foundation agreement, and we intend to do so, but we need your help to get Canada on board with us. Right now, we're needing help to get the mental wellness piece in play here. We can't move a nation forward if they have a broken heart or a heavy heart or haven't grieved their loved one. But we intend to move ahead, but we need help. We really do, and I appreciate the time that was given to me here. Chief Murphy Abraham gives his regrets for not being here. He's up north doing a live roadshow for our annual General Assembly, which is very behind. We usually do that in October, but because of death after death after death, 6 months passed. We're finally doing our AGA roadshow, and now 6 months now, coming forward in October, we're going to do that again. Transparency, that's what it's called. But right now, death keeps occurring in our community. And the mental wellness piece, the health piece that needs to be addressed up north has to be addressed. So I thank you for the time and for allowing me to speak. And blessings to each and every one of you who have problems that they need to be addressed for their own First Nations. I would say Masaicha.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the grieving in your community and the shocking number of deaths in a community the size of Lake Babine. I hear you very clearly that the foundation agreement entered into with British Columbia is how the healing, the long-term healing is going to happen, and I acknowledge and express appreciation with your inadvertently introducing me to Doug White, who was a remarkable advocate for Lake Babine and helped deliver, in partnership with you, that foundation agreement. And then I took him and made him special advisor to the Premier, so I apologize for that. But you have a strong advocate who knows your community well in the Premier's office. And we'll do what we can to get Canada to the table on that. We are not waiting for Canada, and sometimes that's good, and sometimes that means they're even slower to the table sometimes. So thank you for the push on that, and we'll keep pushing. On food and the price of food, we announced $200 million in funding last week for food security initiatives. There's a specific envelope of funding. I think it's close to $50 million for Indigenous food sovereignty programs. So if you have a greenhouse, community garden, food processing initiative that's going to help feed your community, help increase your ability to produce food in your community for your community. We know the price of food and the availability of food has been a huge issue, and we're keen to support your work on that in community. And then also on the mental health side, Indigenous funding in the $1 billion for Indigenous-led programs, and a good opportunity for nations that have programs or initiatives that you want to put in place to reach out both to the Minister for Mental Health and Addiction, but also the Health Authority if you have a good relationship with them. Some nations do, some don't. So in that case, really reach out to the political level to see where the opportunities are for these programs. Thanks.
Premier. Microphone number 20, 18, and then 23. And just a reminder that lunch is prepared, and I'm not quite sure how long the Premier can stay. So microphone 20.
Wait, Robert, for the prayer this morning, Gwen, for the song. I also want to thank our representatives, Taylor Orion and Grand Chief Percy. I send respect out to the nation that we're doing business on. I have a few comments there, Minister. I always tried to speak to you at every function. This is the first one that I'm actually getting a chance to speak. And Chief Doug, you know what, I'm at the tail end here, and I can relate to everything that's been discussed here by leadership, and I agree wholeheartedly. I also have to mention, when it comes to government, the concerns that I have is I'm dealing with 3 or 4 different lawyers for different ministries. And in the meantime, I'm struggling to find a lawyer that can represent my community, being rural and remote, because they've represented almost every nation in this room at one point or another. So the government-to-government relationship needs to be actually government-to-government and provide funds so that we can start to discuss what that relationship is going to be. Unlike your office, I don't have an assistant following me around doing all of the real hard legwork. You know, so I have my hand in every cookie jar in my community. And that's really difficult being rural and remote because I'm at a disadvantage right off the bat. The process of this government-to-government relationship, it presents a strain on many different programs in my community. I don't have a proposal writer that I can rely on. I rely on my managers, on my staff to do the work. But when you talk about releasing $558 million, when you talk about releasing millions of dollars for housing and infrastructure, and it's all proposal driven. I don't have a proposal writer because I'm rural and remote. You know, and I can relate to Chief Kazmaier's comments about infrastructure. You know, because I'm rural and remote, my payroll for my community is close to $500,000 every month that goes into the city of Williams Lake. We contributed over $110 million to Williams Lake just in the past 5 years alone. And still our roads are all gravel. Still we have to call Dawson Road Maintenance, you know, provide us the services. And I thank you, Minister, for appointing someone to come to my community from Modi, and I told them, don't call Dawson, don't let them know you're coming, because you're going to see just how bad our roads are. You know, the loss of life on that road it shouldn't be happening. We also need legal representation at all levels. You know, we hear some of the chiefs talking about having to deal with referrals of major businesses, major companies, and still they have 3 or 4 lawyers in their pocket, and we're having to deal with 1 or 2. You know, big business, you know, BC Hydro, the biggest clear cut in BC. And still, they won't come to the table to renegotiate any agreements. You know, some of the issues that I'm talking about date back to 1911 with the Sir Wilfrid Laurier writ from the interior nations. You know, and we're still talking about it today, 120 years later, 110 years later. And as nations, we're still talking about that. What does that tell us? You know, I have become really frustrated with this whole situation simply because I have chiefs come up to me and speak to me and say, how are you doing? Well, I'm busy. I'm trying to organize what's going on in healthcare, what's going on in housing, what's going on and so forth. And it gets to a point where I have to just calm down and relax, and then I have to regroup. And, you know, you heard chiefs talk about mental wellness. You know, I'm afraid I'm about to break because I'm dealing with all of these other issues. And being rural and remote, we're always last on a list, like today, when I have to speak. Finally, I get to speak to you about that. Because the rural and remote communities, you know, during COVID, I had one of the chiefs at one of the meetings say I had to drive 3 hours just to make a phone call to get some health support. 3 hours. The connectivity needs to be clear there. So there needs to be a lot of work done for the rural and remote communities. And I'm one of them. I'm one of them. We're quite successful in what we've been doing in Eskedam. But we still need the supports, and we need growth. You know what? I agree with the previous speaker around the federal government coming to the table, because I have nowhere else to build on my reserves. All of the lands that were prime for real estate were all bought up by ranches. They were preempted, and they were basically stolen from us. And, you know, specific claims, you know, it can give us a leg up. And I'm bringing to referendum a specific claim that's probably going to be the second largest in BC. And I'm bringing a referendum to the community on what we're going to do with those funds. But I cannot let the province and the federal government off the hook for all of the wrong for the past 500 years. And they need to step up and start to provide more services and provide more funding during emergencies and provide a better service for our communities. Because being rural and remote, we're last in the pecking order, it seems, all the time, because we don't have the proposal writers, we don't have the capacity within our communities to build real solid relationships with the province. So I suggest that you start looking at that, Premier, and start to develop those relationships so that the rural and the remote have the same opportunities as mainstream BC. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Premier.
Thanks, Chief. Very moving to hear you talk about the challenges of leadership and how those are really made so much more difficult in rural and remote communities. A good reminder for me, and good urgency around the capacity support. So that's front of mind for me. Absolutely. It must be very frustrating to see these opportunities and not have the capacity within the team to take advantage of that for your community. We've got a priority on that. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you. Microphone 18 and then microphone 23.
Okay, Chief Gale, Fort Nelson First Nation, nice to see you today, Premier. I just want to thank you for your staff and you know, everyone working behind the scenes with the Treaty 8 Nations to ensure the initiatives are being rolled out in the consensus document. And also just wanted to make you aware that the Mackenzie Regional Alliance of Municipalities is reaching out to the Northern Rockies Regional Municipality, talking about developing a connector road from Rainbow Lake to Fort Nelson, which would be a very, very negative outset or negative to the approach that we're trying to, you know, really protect the wildlife and coal management initiatives. I know that in the past decade, we have seen a lot of poachers come onto the winter road, and that's a huge concern for our members. Also, just wanted to let you know that we are looking at having a tour of the Fort Nelson area. We'll be inviting some people like CN Rail CEO Tracy Robinson, Peak Renewables, and also H2N. We're going to be having a community meeting with our members in April, and so we would also like to invite you to that meeting to meet with our members and to meet with the locals in Fort Nelson. We're looking at repairing the railway between Fort Nelson and Fort St. John, and it's really needed in order for us to get our projects off the ground. And this could really mean long-term sustainable jobs and contracting opportunities for our members, which is really important because we have suffered a downturn in our economy, as you are aware, in the last 12 years. So just keep my comments short because I know you've extended your stay and just really appreciate you for that. So, Masi.
Premier?
Thanks, Chief Gale. Good to see you, and thank you for the invitation. I'd love to come up, and I'm very excited about the opportunities you're identifying for your community, and am advocating for them as well with federal counterparts. So we should check in on that and get you an update on that. And then on the road proposal, thank you for bringing it to my attention. I was not aware of it, and I'll make sure that it's on our radar at the provincial level. Thanks for the heads up.
Great, thank you. 23.
Wade Kuchwaidup, Gookbeat Helen Henderson, West. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Musqueam for allowing us to do business on their territory. Cooksjejum to our knowledge keepers and our matriarch for the prayer song and the prayer. When we leave home, it's critical and vital that we have and remain connected to our indigeneity so that we can keep moving forward. Cooksjejum to all of the representatives that presented today, sharing the information and increasing our capacity, and acknowledge the Premier for your presence today. I am a firm believer in connectedness and maintaining connectedness along the way. I'm here to advocate and lobby for our Northern Secwepemc Cultural Center that you may be aware of. I know that the Northern Secwepemc have invited you up to our territory, so that invitation is out there. You started your conversation around reconciliation and that being an all-of-government priority. And it is with this in mind that I speak on our cultural center. Very quickly, we've been working on this center since 2004, and we were full steam ahead thinking that we had all the resources and funds to start our build. And maybe 4 years ago, that might have been true. But with the rising costs through the pandemic, we were short. We found ourselves short in material costs, et cetera, exhibit costs by almost $5 million. So we were able to secure $4 million from ISK, $300,000 grant, I believe, which was a provincial grant, but I'll have to follow up on that. And then most recently, we were given wonderful news by CERNAC that they were contributing $1.2 million so that we could start the build in the spring. And I heard your comments, Premier, about holding ISK accountable, especially around housing, and ensuring that they're brought to the table, especially around something that they're tasked to do. So I'm looking to the province for resources and knocking on doors left, right, and center. I have been in contact with many of your colleagues, ministers, lobbying for this cultural center and why it's so critical. And I don't believe that I need to say these things out loud. But in the town of 100 Mile, as an example, we do have relationships like every Indigenous nation in this province with the township of 100 Mile, with hospitals, with school districts, with businesses. All of our paychecks are mostly spent in 100 Mile. And we hold up those relationships because of where we're sitting in this world today. We need allies, we need neighbors, because we're in constant emergency mode and trying to keep our people alive. And when you talk about these various initiatives around housing, forestry, and all of the negotiations that we're currently having with the province, something like the cultural center for the North would help. I'm normally somebody that, is very articulate, but I'll share with you our relationship with the town of 100 Mile for our students. Anytime we make any high-level decision, it's with them in mind, because they're the ones that get bused into 100 Mile. Our people are the ones that shop in 100 Mile, and we want to create safe space and maintain safe space for them when we sign these agreements that not everybody will agree with. But more importantly, our Secwepemc footprint in the North, and showcasing and teaching and utilizing it as a teaching tool for our neighbors and our allies, so that we can end discrimination, we can end racism, and we can start building toward what true reconciliation means. And having this center in our territory would go a long way for the province of British Columbia as our allies and our neighbors on our traditional territories. Cooksjejum.
Thanks for letting me know about this good project, and congratulations on your work in the face of adversity. Rising costs around everything from housing to cultural centers is stalling a bunch of projects, and so thanks for bringing it to my attention again, and I'll follow up with our ministry and see where the opportunities are, and look forward to the visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. Thank you to everybody that has shared today, and unfortunately the speakers list is closed. I acknowledge and recognize that there's a hand held up online. I appreciate that it's been closed, but I know the AFN staff will do all that they can to connect you with the Premier staff in order to bring your question forward. They will attend to you later on. Thank you everybody that has stayed. Thank you for the Premier for staying longer as well. Lunch is served, and just one quick note about the shuttle. There's not going to be a shuttle tomorrow, but if people do need rides, please talk to Joanna at the back, the red table. She's just coming through the door right now, but the AFN staff will help drive you here, so they can support you in getting here tomorrow morning. If you go and see Joanna, she's happy to help you. Thank you everybody. Enjoy the lunch, and the lunch today is sponsored by BC Infrastructure Benefits, and they're going to have a video. I'm told it's about a 10-minute video, but we'll watch that just as the lunch is closing. So enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
I want to introduce Brenda Ireland. She is the Executive Director for Indigenous Relations and Respectful On-Site Initiatives. And Brenda and her group and her team are the ones sponsoring our lunch here today. So I welcome Brenda.
Harvey. Miigwech. I want to begin by acknowledging and thanking the Musqueam people for allowing me to walk on their wonderful territory. And I want to thank the knowledge sharers for their wonderful opening. Thank you so much. I want to begin by just telling you a little bit about what BCIB is and who we are. We have committed to implementing a community benefits agreements on key infrastructure projects in the province. So our projects are about, and our commitments are about making sure that there is priority hiring and rehiring for Indigenous people, women, and 2S LGBTQAI+, and other underrepresented groups. We're really focused on connecting tradespeople to skilled upskilling and apprenticeship opportunities in our projects, and improving the work site culture, changing the culture of construction to make it more respectful and welcoming and safe. No easy task, I might add. These are our projects. So Trans-Canada Highway, Patello Broadway, Langley Surrey SkyTrain, the Cowichan Hospital, and the BCIT Trades and Technology Complex. I know most of you aren't going to be in our project areas, but if you are a community within our project regions, please do stop by our table and get more information. So what is our role? We do not decide which projects will or will not have an IBA or any other accommodation agreement. That's the owner's responsibility. We do not negotiate, nor do we implement impact benefit agreements. That is the project owner and the province. We are the employer on the project, and it's an unusual... Chief Casimir is wondering, what in the hell are they doing? So, we're the employer on the project. I know it's a different model, and it can be kind of confusing. Because we're the employer doesn't mean we hire everybody. The contractor can name hire about 40%, the union about 30%, and we get to hire the rest because we are about ensuring that priority hiring goes to Indigenous people, women, and underrepresented groups. We do not choose the prime contractor, and nor do we award contracts. That's the owner's responsibility. And one of the things that we're tasked with doing, if we're going to recruit and hire women, Indigenous people, people from underrepresented groups, then we have a responsibility to make sure that we have safe, welcoming, and safe work sites. So to do that, we have what we call the Respectful On-Site Initiative, which is about, it has two components: History Matters, reconciliation in the workplace, and justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So History Matters is basically the story of the Indian Act. It's told by a community-based Indigenous, non-Indigenous team supported by a knowledge sharer who breathes life into that history and situates it into the community. It takes participants on a journey from pre-contact to the current day and examines the historical reality. It tells the truth about what has happened to Indigenous communities and Indigenous people in this country. So I'm going to show a short video that tells the story.
These things. It helps me relate to the tradespeople that I'm talking to. I think it's really important that workers understand the history of the Lower Mainland, that they're working in shared territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people. In my dad's lifetime, it changed dramatically. Going from living with his grandmother, Mary Capeline, or on the waterfront in their home, where Lionsgate Bridge is now, and going for clams every morning and filling her baskets. It was all about nature, all about history, speaking the language. And then one day, they take him away to residential school and everything changed. And because of that, he would not speak the language. So I cannot speak the Squamish language at all. Our instincts as Indigenous people to survive and be strong. It's important for people to understand that. And I think they really take to heart my words. Facts are important, the dates are important, but hearing stories of people who went through it has a huge impact on them. One of the clients that came through, this big guy, and he was crying and he said, "I'm sorry, I feel so bad that I did not know this. I've grown here, lived my whole life in the Lower Mainland. I had no idea. Nobody ever told me these stories." And my answer is, I'm not here to shame you. I'm not here to make you feel guilty. I'm here so you understand the truth and can reconcile, and we all learn to respect and move forward. Every group that leaves says more people should be listening to this.
So thank you for your time. And like I said, if you have our community near one of our projects, do stop by. We're looking to recruit trainers. We're looking to recruit knowledge sharers. And we're, more importantly, looking to recruit workers and apprentices. Chimigwich.
Lemlet, Brenda. A wonderful project, and for us to find out more about it, to talk more about it, and for us to speak our truth, speak our history, and address the past, and at the same time the present, so that tomorrow will be a better day. So thank you, Brenda, your team, your crew, for being here with us, and at the same time hosting the lunch that we're enjoying today. So thank you. You know, from the bottom of my heart, that was a tough video to watch, but I really thank you for bringing it to our attention and presenting here today to the leadership. I wish you well on your journey, and I will be looking forward to meeting you so that we can do some work in community with the people. So thank you, White Limlet, and enjoy your lunch. And we will resume here shortly. White Limlet, thank you. I will be handling the chair duties here for a short little bit till Corey gets back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. And again, thanks to our sponsors who we met at while we're having our lunch this afternoon. Thank you, Limland. We're going to adjust our agenda a little bit this afternoon. National Chief, Assembly of First Nations, National Chief Roseanne Archibald will go down one spot to allow us some time to hear from our Minister, Patty Haidu, from Indigenous Services Canada. She is online. And I want you to welcome Minister Haidu to our assembly, and I will transfer the mic over to you, White Limlet.
Thank you. Hello, bonjour, Israel. I've lost my Zoom sea legs, it looks like, so I'm happy to be here with you virtually, but I sure would be happier to be there in person. Although I have had an opportunity to be on your side of the country a lot in the last little while, and I want to thank everybody that I've had a chance to meet with and speak with during my recent visits, and of course my visits over the last year or so. This is a real opportunity to address you at the BC Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly, and I'm grateful to Regional Chief Terry Teegee, the BCAFN Board of Directors, and indeed to all chiefs and leaders for this kind of invitation, but also for the many ways that you've spent time with me individually over the past year and a half. I'm today speaking to you from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, although I think most people know that I come from Northern Ontario and from the traditional territory of Fort William First Nation, a signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty Area. I know that a lot has been happening through all of you, and I want to thank you all for the incredible effort and work that you've been putting forward over the last months and years, indeed, to make life better for the many people that you represent. During my first weeks as Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, it was a whirlwind because, of course, I visited many communities on the West Coast that had experienced the devastation caused by the BC atmospheric river event. And that disaster, of course, was coming on the heels of the third worst wildfire session on record. And I saw so many exhausted but determined leaders who wept with their communities, who worked with their communities, and who guided their communities through incredibly and extraordinary difficult times. And I think it really inspired all of us to do better, to work together, to address emergency events. It's been, I think, really clear for the federal government and the province of BC that bilateral approaches that aren't inclusive of Indigenous knowledge and design are no longer sufficient, nor were they ever sufficient, and that we need to work more closely in new ways, formal and informal, so that we have the strength and the tools and the capacity to manage, well, I would say prevent emergencies, but manage emergencies as they occur even more frequently as a result of the climate change that all of you know has been coming for a very long time. Working alongside the First Nations Leadership Council in the province of BC, there is a new multilateral relationship, and it's being built with the design of providing better supports for First Nations emergency management in British Columbia through the implementation of the Tripartite Emergency Management Memorandum of Understanding, which was signed in 2019. And I know that you'll be talking about how that's been going and what can be strengthened and how we can take what we've learned and grow from those experiences. And I have to say that I think that the work you're doing will be beneficial for First Nations and non-Indigenous communities across the country, because you are not alone in the impact of climate change on communities, whether people in the far north no longer have access to ice roads, or melting permafrost is creating landslides, and forest fires are increasingly raging through forests all across the country. We are for sure seeing the impact of climate change in all communities. And so the work that we're doing together to build more climate resilient infrastructure means that there's 30 projects throughout BC on the go. And these projects are varied, obviously region to region, from assessments on climate change to nature-based infrastructure projects to coastal flood protection works, dike improvements, erosion protection projects. It really is an all hands on deck moment for all of us to be thinking about what we need to do to create more resilient cities, and the work that we do to continue to protect our climate and reduce the warming that we're seeing all across the world. It is, as I said, only by working together that we're going to be able to meet these really rapid changes that are presenting these astronomical challenges that all of us are living through. I also have to say that I'm really happy to see the progress on health service and delivery that you're making, again, through a tripartite approach that's truly delivering results. This year, 2023, marks the 10-year anniversary of the federal government's historic transfer of federal operations and First Nations health to the control of the First Nations Health, through the First Nations Health Authority. And you've set the gold standard for health transformation in Canada, indeed basing this work on the principle and the right of self-determination to design and deliver health programs that respect distinct cultural practices and respond to community needs and community concepts of health. The work is underway for the next phase of funding for this agreement, and I was so thrilled to read the recent 10-year strategy released by the FNHA. Their vision of healthy, self-determined, and vibrant BC First Nations children, families, and communities that's founded on the social determinants of health. And I have full confidence that this 10-year strategic plan will result in better health for BC First Nations people across the province, and again, will help other regions in the country envision what self-determined health care could look like. Last week, the Prime Minister announced the $2 billion Indigenous Health Equity Fund, and this fund is about ensuring that Indigenous peoples across the country have more tools and the financial support in the critical work that you know and you have been doing for so long to design and deliver equity in healthcare. Now, that might look different all across the country. The fund is going to be designed with maximum flexibility, drawing on the vision that you have of self-determination, of holistic health, and truly of flipping the concept from health treatment to wellness. It's my determination that this $2 billion fund is really about enabling your communities to have the tools that you need as you continue to work on equity and access, on designing health systems that meet the needs of Indigenous people, and having better health inclusivity in non-Indigenous systems that have for far too long not only been exclusionary in some cases, but systemically discriminatory, racist, and dangerous in other cases. These are the kinds of tools that I think Indigenous people are looking for. Equity in resources, legal and other kinds of tools that help Indigenous people advance their own priorities and intersect with provinces and territories to create culturally safe care. And we do have a critical opportunity to work together and co-develop legislative options that could help support those priorities that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities are identifying throughout the country during this work that we're doing together on Indigenous health legislation. We're looking to Indigenous partners to advise on options for potential federal legislation in a way that ensures that the distinct cultures and needs of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis are understood, reflected, and supported through this framework legislation. During the co-development phase, Canada will continue to work with and listen to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners using these distinctions-based processes and pulling in provinces and territories to the conversation so that we can foster a truly collaborative approach. As you know, provinces and territories deliver the bulk of healthcare services, and it's important that we do this work with them so that we can get to that vision together of healthcare systems that are seamless and that are safe. We're also working together to support communities' infrastructure needs. In BC, Indigenous Service Canada has provided close to $100 million in housing projects or subsidies this fiscal year. I want to be clear, I know that this nowhere near closes the gap, but it is a commitment and a down payment on the work that we are doing together to close the infrastructure gap by 2030. By the end of the fiscal year 2022-23, BC will invest a total of $367.6 million in infrastructure projects. I should say BC Indigenous Services Canada, in infrastructure projects like connectivity, roads, education, housing and water, and wastewater facilities throughout the province. But our goal is to make it easier for First Nations communities to access funding and to control decision-making about infrastructure in their communities. So your participation and input last spring on a new service-oriented departmental results framework was designed. And in April, this framework is going to help increase the agility and the ability to access services through, for example, the grouping of infrastructure projects under one community infrastructure program. In February, I joined many of you at your 6th annual water conference and just one moment, sorry. A water symposium and trade show. And there I told you that we had heard your calls for repeal and replacement of the Harper-Era law, which was called Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, and which many people pointed out to me was anything but. As a matter of fact, many people said the fancy name doesn't provide any teeth to actually protect the water. And so we've been engaging with First Nations rights holders, which also include modern treaty and self-governing nations and First Nations organizations, to advance the development and community review of a legislative proposal. And as you know, and based on that work together, a consultation draft of the proposed legislation was shared, first with all rights holders, and then with provinces and territories, and then with the public. And the proposed legislation aims to address key First Nations interests, including recognition of rights, sustainable funding for services, national standards for drinking water and wastewater, importantly, proper protection of source water, and the need for ongoing engagement on water issues that affect First Nations. You've inspired me with your fierce advocacy. And I agree that any legislation that doesn't contain these elements and provide the teeth that you rightly say the legislation needs will not get at our shared goal of protecting water for generations to come. And it's why my team continues to work with yours to ensure that each of these priorities are addressed in the process. We're actively engaging with rights holders on the consultation draft of the proposal until March 19th to ensure that we hear a variety of different views and priorities, and we will integrate comments and changes wherever possible prior to introduction of a bill in Parliament. But I want to reiterate what I said at the Water Summit. Engagement will continue through the parliamentary process, and we'll be open to amendments and changes that come through you so that we can have the strongest possible outcome for First Nations. I will also say that I'm really deeply thinking about the parliamentary process itself and making sure that the principles of co-development, of creating this law together, are reflected in the way that we shepherd this bill through the House. And so we have a lot of work to do before this law becomes reality, but I do believe that it's some of the most important work that I will do with you, because it's about ensuring, as many of you have pointed out to me, something that's ultimately the most important, which is clean water for everyone now and for generations to come. That's why what we talk about, that's why what we'll talk about today is so important. And it's also why it's so important that we stay focused on meeting the needs of ensuring that we have full consultation, but taking advantage of the window of opportunity that we have now to protect that water for generations to come. Another example of our determination to make amends for past policy approaches is our joint work on the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, and the Reconciliation Charter for First Nations Child and Family Wellbeing in British Columbia. You might be aware that the Quebec Superior Court ruled on the legislation last fall, and the court found that almost all of the law was valid, with exception of Section 21 and paragraph 22.3 as it related to the federal parliament's powers. I want to be very crystal clear. The law is about respecting First Nations autonomy and the inherent rights of you and your communities to exert jurisdiction over child and family services. I've had the privilege of being at some of the coordination agreements as they've been signed, and it's clear that communities who have the ability to be self-determined over the care of children and families have the vision and the hope that things are going to change for the better. Nothing is more essential than being able to care for our own children. And for all of that progress, we still have a lot of work ahead of us on multiple fronts. In the respect to children, we remain committed to providing fair and equitable settlement compensation to children and families harmed by discriminatory underfunding, and to reforming the First Nations Child and Family Services Program so that we don't see a reoccurrence of that discrimination. And I know that our work together has been hard and there have been many ups and downs, but I also know that we're working together in a true spirit of respect and partnership, and that we will get to Indigenous-led and culturally appropriate solutions that will address the many challenges that have marred our shared history and the new threats that emerge. I'm really looking forward to continuing to learn from you and to work with you and your First Nations as we take these next critical steps on this new path that we're on. Thank you again for the chance to speak with you. Hi, Chepka, and I now believe that there's some time for questions.
Wyatt Limland, Minister. And again, thank you for taking some time out of your day to spend with us here in Assembly, the chiefs and leadership that are here in person and online. I know that there are questions, and there are probably a lot. I have a lot myself, but I will open the floor for questions from the leadership, keeping in mind that we're on a time schedule, a tight time schedule this afternoon. So we will do our best to address as many questions as we can in the time allotted for this presentation discussions with Minister Haidu. So I'm looking at mic 16. One online. Good. Number 17, number 12, number 11. I will, and if I have time, number 23. So thank you. We'll go to mic number 16.
To Uklama Wamish, once again, Wamish Ken Watts, elected Chief Councillor Sishat. Hello, Minister. I know it's kind of weird seeing you on Zoom there as opposed to here in person, but thank you for taking the time to tune in today. And once again, thanks to the Musqueam people for allowing us to do this important work here. I just have one point I wanted to share. And first, I want to thank your staff. I see some of them here from the infrastructure unit here in the region. I don't know, I can't speak on behalf of other nations, but I can say for Sishat that I appreciate the work that your staff have been doing with our nation over the past several years and the progress we've made. However, I also know some of the challenges that we have in terms of infrastructure on reserve and the various feasibility, design, and construction process that we have to go through. For many of nations, I heard earlier, the length of time it takes to develop in our communities is very cumbersome, and the approval process to make those things happen. So that's why we as SISHAT are actually looking at development off reserve and obtaining the land that was originally ours to begin with in the first place, and also taking into account climate change, the impacts that we're facing here as rising sea levels. So for SISHAT, again, my request is to continue on those discussions with the federal government about obtaining new lands to compensate, but also because of the Alberni Indian Residential School. And I just want to say, you know, for survivors that are in the room, I don't mean to trigger anybody by talking about the school or those online, but it's the world that we have to live with as SISHAT, having the former school on our site, on our territory. But right now we have over 100 hectares that the residential school research and scanning is taking place. We basically have a moratorium on not building anything on those lands until the area has been scanned. And that leaves us with very few places to actually build homes and build community facilities. And as again, I shared, we need more land as well because of climate change. But in closing, I want to make this request to invite you out again. I think we've invited you out several times to come and walk the lands of the Alberni Indian Residential School and get a sense of that feeling of what many of our ancestors had to go through and be there. But for our calls for truth and justice, which we sent you, one of those ones is probably the biggest ones for us, is for Canada through the Residential School Infrastructure Fund that you previously announced of $100 million for the country. Our First Nation knows we want to tear down the buildings, we know what it is we want to build, and we know where we want to build it. And we know all of that is on reserve in our community. And I think we're ready to move forward with that, and we need Canada to commit in writing to saying we're going to do that and fund that for you. If you could afford to build those buildings, you can afford to tear them down and help our community heal and move forward in a good way. And we're ready to do that. So that's our request to you, is commit to that in writing, so that that work will carry on regardless of what happens in future elections or what happens with other funding. This government needs to step up with infrastructure for those that had residential schools in their backyard.
Right, Limland. Want to address the question or the comments, Minister? Can't hear you.
Thank you very much for the comments. First, on the speed of infrastructure development on reserve, I would undoubtedly agree with you that it's a cumbersome process. And we have been working as a department along with other agencies in the Government of Canada on how we can streamline the infrastructure program. And I'm hoping that I'll have good news for you soon. We've taken some steps, as I outlined in my speech, but we can do better. And we have to do better, and we have to work more quickly, especially if we hope to in any way approach the commitment of closing the infrastructure gap by 2030. It's 2023 right now. That gives us 7 years. And, you know, not only is it a pile of money, but it's also a real strategic way that we're going to have to think about how to do that. I mean, in communities that are remote, for example, it's hard to do multiple projects at a time, just from a logistics perspective. And so I'm happy to continue to hear your thoughts about how we can do better. But I will also say, in the terms of the space and the land and the funding for tearing down the residential school, Minister Miller will be with you shortly, and all of those live within his file. I don't think you're going to hear a ton of resistance from him, but I will make sure that he knows that these questions are coming his way and that he can respond. And I will reiterate your request that the response be in writing on the particular project of removing the school.
Right, Limland. I just want to remind the Assembly of our time constraints and to think about the time. And I'll go to online. The chief that has a question that is online, I think it's Chief Lee.
Jawan Squash Lease Band Cook Bibin Sletku in the Cup Nation. Hello and good afternoon, Lease Behan Chief the Co-Water Band. Again, thank Musqueam for hosting the meeting. I'm currently talking to you from the unceded territory of the Inlikupim here in the Nicola Valley. Thank you, Minister Haydu, for taking the time to do a presentation to the Chiefs of British Columbia. Greatly appreciate that time. Listening to you and what you talked about in regards to legislative options, is Indigenous Services Canada going to be given capacity funding for First Nations in British Columbia when we start discussing those legislative options because of United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples? That's my first question. My second question is, Coldwater Indian Band has been waiting to hear back from Indigenous Services Canada in regards to recovery and capacity funding for the 4 homes and my members who still haven't been able to return from the atmospheric river event that happened. And we haven't heard back from your office. And it's very frustrating because I'm being approached by my members asking why they can't move home. And we're telling them we have to wait to hear back from Indigenous Services Canada because we've done all our homework and we're waiting for that funding. So that's my second question. My third question is in regards to mental health addictions and policing because of the opioid crisis and the drugs that are here in the Nicola Valley and the incidents that have happened here in Coldwater. It's like the city, we're having gunfights outside of our houses because of non-Indigenous folks moving on to reserve selling drugs. And we need to sit down and talk about that. I've extended numerous invitations to you, Minister, as well as with Mark Miller, and have gone unanswered, not only to meet with myself and my council, but the 5 Nicola chiefs as well too. That's Chief Harvey, Chief Marcel, Chief Arnold, Chief Stewart, and myself. And last week, Chief Arnold was over in Ottawa, extending that invitation again. And I'm wondering, is there a commitment from you and your office to meet with us? We have lots to discuss. And also, in regards to funding with Gateway 286 project, it was one of the best projects in all of Canada, and we're still waiting to hear back from your office and Mark Miller. So I hope there's a commitment coming from you today, Minister, to not only meet with the Coldwater Indian Band, but the 5 Nicola bands as well too. And please let me know, because if you can't come out here, I'll travel to Ottawa, and I'm quite sure I can get a busload of my members to come too. Kukshdam, thank you.
White Lieutenant Chief Lee.
Chief Span, first of all, I will for sure follow up with the department about why it's taking so long for the answers on the housing question. In terms of the meeting, we'll continue to keep meeting with you. And if you would like to expand that meeting to include the other bands in the Nicolet Valley area, we're happy to do that. Minister Miller and I, as you know, have been committed to meeting with you and will continue to. So whether it's in Ottawa or in BC, in your own region or by Zoom, that relationship will continue. And I think obviously you can always work directly through my office if you're not getting answers from the department. Ashley is, I think, online here listening in, and we'll be taking very specific questions back to the department for follow-up on all of the very specific project questions. But she's also the person to contact if you yourself are feeling frustrated with the speed of the department response. And then politically, we can push people. And then just in terms of capacity funding for consultations, I think obviously there is capacity funding that goes through a variety of different regional agreements, but if there is something specific that you feel is lacking, I'd like to have that conversation with you, and would be interested in hearing about how we can help.
Can I do a follow-up?
We got quite a speakers list here, Chief. We're going to go to mic number 17.
Thank you, Minister, for joining us today. I'll make this quick. September 18th, 2020, Lake Baby Nation, the province of British Columbia, and Canada signed an agreement to move forward on the foundation agreement for our nation. And we have yet to still see Canada at the table. So I am just hoping that you can remind your colleague that Lake Baby Nation is still waiting. It's going to be 3 years now. We're not going to sit back and wait. When people ask for infrastructure in their communities, we have a timeline that we have to jump through hoops to ensure that things like that are built. Schools, we have to wait 15 years. We've been waiting for 3 thus far. It's going to be 3. So we're just putting your foot to the fire here. September 18th, 2020. We did sign that agreement that we're going to move ahead in our foundation agreement. Lake Baby Nation, we're still waiting for Canada to come to the table. Thank you to the province for being at the table, but Canada, we're still waiting. So give your colleague a nudge, Mr. Mark Miller, and let him know that we're still here, we're still waiting, and we're still wanting to do business together. Thank you.
I will certainly give him a nudge, but you will also be able to do that yourself, since I do believe he has an appearance here himself in the next while.
Mike 12.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Minister. Chief James Hobart of the Spuzzum First Nation. So one of the issues, and I'm hoping you'll get a commitment from you today, is around status application. The First Nations that apply for status right now have to jump through major hoops. It takes up to 2 years. We've heard it over and over again that they're understaffed, and I want a commitment from you that you will properly staff those decision makers, because here's what happens. We can actually have a legal argument sitting for a reason why a person should have status. And they say that there's not people that are trained to understand legal arguments that are making the decisions one way or the other of who gets status and who doesn't. And I think that has to change. I think we need to have some transparency on who's doing the decision making around who's okaying these status applications. If you went to apply for a passport, it could take you 2 weeks to a month. When you go to do an application for status, it takes sometimes 2 years and even longer. And everybody's getting this form letter that says that they're taking their file is being reviewed. And meanwhile, what's being held up is education, health, housing, children and family issues, and all of these are huge. They're very important. And what I see right now is that there's a conflict of interest, because along with those people that are needing those housing and education and health needs, the government also is holding that purse string. And so what I would like to do is to have a commitment from you that this 2 years is going to be reduced down to the same that an average person going and asking for a passport will be able to appreciate that they can get their status, because we also have young leaders that want to become out here in these tables and they don't have status, and they have to have that in order to be acknowledged. So please, I want to hear some commitment that this is not a thing that we're going to talk about again and again, and you have the power to do that. So Cooks Jim.
Thank you very much, Chief. And I will just say that I raised that exact issue with my deputy over the last number of days. You're not the only one to feel frustrated. Part of it is capacity of the department, and we're certainly looking at how we can increase the capacity of that particular part of the department, if you will. But we have to do something, because you're absolutely right. This is something we're hearing from across the country, and it's not satisfactory. And to your point about the comparison with passports, excellent customer service has to exist in all of our departments. So I'm looking at ways that we can do that. It may take additional financial resources. I don't know yet. The deputy is going to come back to me with some ideas, but the message is loud and clear.
Thank you. Just to remind the chiefs in assembly that Minister Haidu has her staff also in the room. And the number of questions that I have, the number of chiefs that want to address the minister, I have another 5. We're not going to be able to get through that. So I just ask for your patience, and we will do one more. Then if there's anything additional, Kathy is back here at the back room over here, and I'd like you to address her and ask her question as well, or relay your questions to her that she can relay on to the minister. So I'll go to number 23.
Thank you. Chief Terry Walkers from the Guasala Nakotak Nation. It gets frustrating when we get rushed through this. I understand there's time limits, but it gets frustrating if we can't get our questions out there. Our nation, we have our jurisdiction. We're seeking jurisdiction for our children in care, and our legal team and our jurisdiction manager has worked so hard to prepare everything to get everything in place. And we call a place, it's called the Namima Village for our children in care, so that our children aren't going into foster homes. We had our land prep, everything all set to go, everything that our manager has been asked to do in our legal team, to get all that pulled out at the last hour and said, we will not support you. You'll have, after all the groundwork has been done, to be told that we can't support you for another year. How can this continue to happen when I've been coming to these forums for a long time, fighting for our children in care, and our former chief and hereditary chief back here has allowed me to use this forum to fight for our children in care. But why would you do that to our team? Because we had like I said, we had the land prep, everything all going for this Namima village, to be told we can't support you anymore. How does that work? You know, that gets frustrating as a chief, our hereditary chief who works hard with our team. You know, we continue to let our children go through this MCFD, which hasn't done anything for us. Like, you know, I understand you got a time limit here, and that's what I'm frustrated about. You can't get out the message. We've secured buildings now that with the funding that was supposed to come to us, we can no longer hold on to because of what happened here. So why would you do that after all the work that was asked from the federal government has been done, and then to be told you can't, we will no longer support you, now we have to wait another year after all that work has been done and the land prep has been done? We need answers. You know, our team will be meeting with your boss on Monday, and I hope we get good answers. But we need more time on this, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that are frustrated that they can't speak at this forum. Our children are important, and we fight really hard for them, and to be told you got 2 minutes, 5 minutes, that's not fair to our nation. Thank you.
White Limland, I totally understand, and the frustration that we're all going through when it comes to assemblies like this. And I apologize, but is there any comments, Minister?
Well, just on the substance of the comment itself, obviously, I don't know every infrastructure project and the ins and outs as they are ongoing throughout the country, but I have put in the chat the direct contact for Ashley Harris, who will take those kinds of complaints and concerns about specific projects back to the department and get answers. I mean, on the surface of it, it sounds terrible, and I would like to understand more from the department about how that came to be. If you've had an approval and then all of a sudden you don't have approval, I can understand why you would be devastated. So we'll get back to you on that specific thing. On the subject of time, obviously these forums, there's a lot of people and there's only a certain amount of time for a minister to spend or anybody to spend in these forums, but they're not the only way that we can speak. In fact, I'm not even sure they're the most efficient way, because most of the time the questions that you do ask me about very specific projects, I don't have the answers for, officials have the answers for, that we need to get as a political team. And so I'm happy to get all of those questions through Ashley or Ellen. I put Ashley's email in the chat box. I hope that you distribute it widely to ensure that people have access to the political staff who will go and get those detailed answers. And then we can have a fundamental conversation together about what's working and what's not working. But I fully appreciate the frustration about the limited time as well.
Dimland, number 11.
Hello, yeah, thanks, Minister, for being here today. Chief Rick Johnson, Quixote First Nation. We've had a long, outstanding problem with our water. You know, we've lived with arsenic in our water for a long time with a tremendous amount of health issues. Our members are getting their legs amputated, they have pancreatitis problems, you name it. And we asked the former National Chief, Phil Fontaine, back when he was in power there back a number of years ago, to come walk through our village to shed some light on the water problem that our nation has been going through, probably for 80, 90 years. And you know, we get we'll see if we can do a feasibility study. Meanwhile, our people are just getting sicker and sicker and sicker. I just want to bring awareness around the Quixote problem. I don't know anywhere in Canada, if you were a municipality, if there was arsenic in the water, that you would say sit back and wait. Nowhere, except in Indian country. So I just want to bring awareness to that. I know, as you were saying, this might not be the most efficient way, but you do have our concerns in front of you. I would just like to expedite this situation, because we're losing members because we don't have healthy water. Thank you.
Minister.
Noted, Chief, and we will follow up. I will also say that your experience is exactly what's behind the stronger protections for water and the legislation that we're hoping to push through Parliament that will provide not just the rights to clean water on First Nation in communities, but the protection of source water for the next generations. And I think it could be some of the most fundamental work that we do for our communities and for the entire country. So I hope that you'll have a chance to take a look at it. I'm sure everybody is hearing about it, and we're looking for all comments as quickly as people can provide them. Thank you.
On behalf of the Chiefs in Assembly, we want to thank you for joining us today, Minister Patty Hadu. I know that there are a lot of questions and a lot of concerns that we really need to have face-to-face and resolve the issues that we face in community and with nations. So I thank you for your time this afternoon. I apologize to the ones that I could not get to, either online or in the room. And it's hard, it's difficult. But I thank you, Minister, for your time this afternoon. And like I mentioned, the Minister has her staff here in the room if there's anything that needs to be addressed, to approach Kathy. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Till the next time that we see each other. Thank you. And the emails are in the chat box, so please distribute them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome into the Assembly of First Nations National Chief Roseanne Archibald to address the chiefs in Assembly, and I pass it on over to you.
Miigwech Harvey, Chief McLeod for chairing this meeting. Miigwech Regional Chief TG for inviting me. I'm very, very grateful to be here. Wache Maswe, Roseanne Archibald, Natishnagassan, Tagatagmashtakata Kochian. While I'm talking, one of my team members, Casey, is going to be giving you some tobacco, which you know is something that I always bring to each of my meetings. But first of all, I always want to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. And I acknowledge that we are all doing this work on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish nations. And I particularly want to say miigwech and express my gratitude to our host community, Musqueam. I wanted to also acknowledge that many speakers have started the meeting, such as Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Chief Robert Joseph, open the meeting with a blessing and a welcome. I also wanted to acknowledge Taylor Ben Takoja, who is the BCAFN female rep, Oreen Askew, who is the BCAFN 2SL representative, and Grand Chief Percy Joe, who is the Veterans representative at the Assembly of First Nations. I'm really grateful to see such diversity in leadership and representation at this Assembly, and that you send these people to the Assembly of First Nations to represent you. But as National Chief, I'm always honored to be with you, to attend another BCAFN Special Chiefs meeting. And I want you to know, as I say to each of you when I visit your communities, that I'll continue to stand with you, to support you in your plans for progress, and advocate with you on the important matters before you, and most importantly, to support you in your work as leaders, as you have been doing for me for the last year and a half. We have remained relentless at the national level in terms of our pursuit of justice and fairness and equity and equality. And I want to acknowledge all the leadership here in the BC region for the work that you're doing at that level as well. But, you know, in the last year and a half, I'm over halfway through my term now, we have navigated many things together. States of emergency due to climate change, the pursuit of justice for our children and our youth and our families, and for the ongoing healing of ourselves, our families, and our communities as we recover our little ones across Turtle Island. I know we're all working toward, making sure that our children are they're named, first of all, and that they're given proper ceremony. But decisions and policies don't only come from leadership, they come from grassroots people in the communities and on the front lines. And I want to raise up many of the advocates that are in the communities that I've had the pleasure of meeting during my travels. And I remain committed, as always, to lead with a heart-centered approach and to assert our values, our cultural teachings, and our sacred responsibilities with the many nations across Turtle Island. So as leaders, it's our responsibility and an obligation to ensure that our communities are self-sustaining, and particularly that our inherent rights, and here in BC specifically, the recognition of those inherent rights in title are fully recognized and implemented. It's a very important aspect that I have learned in my term so far, as one of the key priorities here in the BC region. But I do want to reaffirm that we are on a healing path forward together, as I always call it. And certainly in the last month, I've spent quite a bit of time here in the BC region on the unceded territories of Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish. And for example, I was attending the Unmarked Graves, the National Gathering on Unmarked Graves. That was some important work that happened here in January. I also attended Hubier, the Niska New Year celebrations. I was able to offer some words at that event. And I also had a great deal of fun. Sometimes we get to do fun things in our job. And the First Nation celebration night, I saw many of you there, for the Canucks was really a great event. And, you know, that game really is a key part of reconciliation and action when it comes to sports. And so I wanted to acknowledge that. But on February 22nd, I witnessed a powerful healing ceremony when CSHAT presented their Phase 1 findings on the 67 little ones who died at the former Port Alberni Indian Residential Institution. I don't call them schools anymore myself. I call them what they were, institutions of assimilation and genocide. And, you know, although that event really was heart-wrenching, you know, many of us were crying at different parts of that meeting when survivors were talking about their experiences. But, you know, being in that meeting really reminded me of that strength and that resilience in survivors and in our communities. And so even through our grief, you know, let's continue to hold that vision that we have of happy, healthy children surrounded by the love and care of their families, living in safe and vibrant communities. Because sometimes that heavy load that we carry, we can lose a sense of hope when we're looking at the harder issues. And so a question that I often ask myself as National Chief is, how will the work that I'm doing affect First Nations in communities? And what impacts am I making on a national level that will actually make change at the grassroots level? And so the collaborative work that I see for myself and BCAFN is addressing overt, covert, and systemic racism that's embedded in our justice system, in the policing system, the healthcare system, and even with the government that we interface with. The chief spoke about the water problem. It's true, some of these situations we find ourselves in, no non-Indigenous community would have to suffer this way, but somehow it seems acceptable that our people have to continue to walk in these difficult situations. And so addressing that overt, covert, and systemic racism is really key to moving us forward. And for me, there are a number of solutions that I'm working on as National Chief. When it comes to poverty, for example, I am working on establishing a national prosperity table and advocating for a national healing fund. So I think that, you know, when we think about the issues that are in front of us, the difficulties, we always have to present the solutions that we see. What are the solutions to these problems? That's really our job as leaders. And so I'm hoping that by the summer we'll have a clear indication on both of those, because when I visit communities, one thing that does come up, and I can't remember which chief talked about the opioids, but mental health and addictions is something that comes up at every single meeting I attend in communities. And we really need the federal government to commit to a national healing fund, because the answers to healing and dealing with those problems are community-based. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. And so the National Healing Fund will be very important. The other thing that I will be focusing on for the remainder of my term is missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S+. I'll continue to call on the government to ensure that the calls for justice from the National Inquiry are fully implemented. And I certainly want to continue to honor families, survivors, and grassroots advocates to amplify their voices and to ensure that the safety and protection of our women and girls is at top of mind for our government partners. As a matriarch, I feel the profound grief and burden that we carry as women in this society. And I want other girls and women to know that they're not alone as we begin to reaffirm our roles in our communities. And with our brothers by our side, it's such a key thing that we're working together as brothers and sisters. We really need to continue together to build a society where women are loved and respected, acknowledged, and with women in leadership, we see that our resurgence is well on the way. And so I was honored to share this perspective earlier this week on the traditional territory of the Lenape at the United Nations. I just arrived late last night, so if I seem a bit groggy, it's because I'm on another time zone right now. But I did seek international support for I specifically sought support to end the tragedy of MMI WG2S+. And we have to continue to hold Canada accountable for this ongoing genocide, because that's what the National Inquiry said, that this is an ongoing genocide. And we have to do that at the international level. And our next steps are to ensure that our families' first approach is supported and actioned at that international level. So a little less than a year ago, I met with the Special Rapporteur, who is, I believe, was here on the 6th and 7th. And so when I was at the Permanent Forum last year, I asked the Rapporteur to come to Canada to investigate and help us with an international independent investigation on our little ones being recovered from these unmarked graves. And I was really grateful that other voices joined me and that he listened to us. And so I really feel that the UN is a space where we can garner that international support that we need. And so I'm looking forward to returning to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues to make sure that AFN is represented globally and to think about how that international piece really would advance the advocacy that we are doing here in Canada, the work we're doing here. And I also continue to advance our relationship with the Crown and through the Governor General primarily, and also through ongoing discussions with the federal government. So for example, today I met with Governor General Her Excellency Mary Simon to discuss the role of First Nations and Indigenous leaders in the upcoming coronation in early May, as well as a potential meeting with the King, King Charles III. So we've had several meetings with her, and she's been so gracious, and having an Indigenous Governor General, I have to tell you, I've probably had more meetings with her than any other Governor General in the past in terms of them meeting with our people. So I really want to lift up Mary Simon. But today I'll also be taking some time here to speak with the Prime Minister by phone on the new Indigenous Health Equity Fund. And for those of you who have followed this story in the media, it really comes on the heels of First Nations being sidestepped at that recent First Ministers meeting on health. And you might recall that I exchanged a number of letters with the Prime Minister on the matter. But the result of those two letters, we had two significant wins, which I'm very pleased about. One is that there will be a trilateral process for each of the regions on health moving forward, so federal, provincial, and First Nations here in BC. And the second is that First Nations will also have a seat at the table at all First Nations meetings, First Ministers meetings moving forward. That was the commitment that the Prime Minister made to us in his second letter. And so before I go, I know that you're behind, and I specifically made some time to come back tomorrow to the meeting, and I want to spend some time here tomorrow. So if you have any questions or comments, Casey here will maybe grab your card, and we'll set a time just to, you know, go out in the hallway and have a quick conversation if you have any questions, because I know that we won't be able to entertain them right now. But before I go, I do want to acknowledge that there have been some successes across the BC region. The Hatsul First Nation won the 22 Regional Impact BC Premier Award, introducing the first ranch agreement of its kind with the province. So I wanted to lift up my hands for them, as well as the Blueberry River First Nation has had a real national kind of impact with their historic agreements with BC that will guide them forward in a partnership approach to land, water, and resource stewardship. And I know there are many other successes that I could share and that I would wish for all of our nations across Canada. And I know with great leadership here in BC, those things are possible and those things are happening. And again, I just want to say miigwech to Regional Chief TG. He holds many portfolios at the Assembly of First Nations, does a lot of work, and I want to raise up my hands to the BCAFN staff as well for the work that they do and for giving us the space today. I am looking forward to this healing path forward where we will reach our collective vision of, particularly around MMIWG, where our women and girls are loved, cherished, safe, protected, and treated with dignity and respect always. So, Gitchamiigwech, Ninanaskamun and Gasakitin. Ninanaskamun, of course, means I'm grateful, I'm thankful, I thank you, and Gasakitin means I love you.
Many thanks, National Chief Roseanne Archibald, for your presence here today and for your share of the work that you're doing on our behalf nationally. Without further ado, I'd like to invite up to the front here Sharon, Sheila, and Laura to give you an update on sex-based discrimination working group. So I will invite you up, Sharon and Sheila, and or Laura.
Thank you. I guess I'm going to start and then she, okay? Okay, thank you. I want to acknowledge the Musqueam land that we're standing on today, and I also want to thank the BCAFN for inviting us today. I don't want to go into a lot of detail because what I want to do is talk to you about the ongoing discrimination in the Indian Act. It's been going on for a long time. I started a case in 1989 and got a decision in 2007 and got a little bit of legislative change in 2011. And my colleague Sheila Day and I have been working on equality issues, in particular equality issues for Indigenous women, together for a little over 30 years now. And so we're here today to give you an update on the working group. If you look at, you will probably be looking at the resolution coming forward, and on J there, it tells you who the working group is if you're if you're interested. But what I wanted to talk to you about is the ongoing discrimination in the Indian Act. In C38, and again, that's in your resolution, that was introduced in December of last year, it sets about to improve two things that are still discriminatory. One is the enfranchisement, when people voluntarily gave up their status and they were reinstated in 1985, they didn't get the same reinstatement as others. They got, I suspect they thought, well, if you gave it all up voluntarily, we're not going to give it all back to you, just a little bit of it. And so one of the things that we did was lobby on all of these things that are still going on. And so they're going to do that one completely. The other was the natal bans, women who married, didn't marry out, but married men from other bands. They were automatically transferred. And when they changed the law in 1985, they did not allow any mechanism for them to go back to their natal bands. And a lot of the bands aren't allowing them back. And they want to go home at this stage. They want to go home so they can be buried on their reserve. So that's C38, and they're giving that to us, and through the resolution, we're hoping that you'll support that. But we're not happy with what's going on. There are several outstanding issues, and the big one and I'm going to address the big one, is nobody has been talking about the Indian Act as it was changed in 1985 as a termination document. From 1876 to 1985, you could pass your status on, one Indian could pass their status on to the next generation, no qualifications. And that Indian was a man. So if you're an Indian man, no matter who the other parent was, you could pass your full status on, and those children could pass their full status on. For the women, that wasn't true. If the other parent was not an Indian, then your children could not, you could not maintain your status, and your children could not have status. So we challenged that successfully by lobbying and doing all sorts of things. 1985, April the 17th, they supposedly took the discrimination out. Everybody knows Bill C-31. Well, Bill C-31 did, what I'm talking about is Section 6.2. What it did, instead of giving us as women the right to pass our status on just on our own, they took that away from the men. So in 1985, they did something, they split status from membership. So most of you or some of you will know that you can make a membership code and you can admit anybody to your membership. But the federal government kept the absolute control over status. So the government, and we talked a little bit about how long it's taking to get status, the federal government is the only one that can decide if they will recognize you. And if they recognize you, they give you status. And if they don't give you status. And so the bands are all talking about, let's do our own membership. And, we should be the ones to decide who's going to be our members. And they can do that. But it doesn't mean that they will have status. Only the federal government is giving status. So 1985, you went from one person being able to pass it on, and instead of giving us the right as women to pass it on our own right, they took away the men's right. So it's a double parent rule now. It means that if both of the parents do not have status, it depends on the status that the parents have too. They put in a Section 6.2, and what we say, Section 6.2 means you have one status parent and one non-status parent, and the child gets designated as Section 6.2. If you're 6.2, and I really challenge all of you guys, or all of you chiefs, to have a look at your membership, and they're not letting you know what section that they're being registered under, but I can guarantee you, anybody born after 1985, which is, I was talking to one of the chiefs today, he's got an 11-year-old son, and the parent is non-Indigenous. His son cannot pass his status on. So it means I fought hard to get my status and my children's status, and then finally won a government, the McIver case gives the grandchildren of the woman who married out status. And I have 3 great-grandchildren. They're not eligible for status. So they call it the second generation cutoff, and that means that if you're registered under Section 6.2, you have to have another, the partner where you have your children with has to have status as well. If they don't, your children will not have status. And they did it really, it was never explained. Well, those of us who have been fighting forever understand the implications, but it's a termination document. It means that our status, it went up in 1985 for Bill C-31. The band membership went up because the women were back and their children were back. And then in 2011, then the grandchildren are in, so all of a sudden you've got lots of status, but it's diminishing now. And the document means that they will legislatively, lawfully eliminate us as status Indians. And the minute that you do that, you no longer are recognized by the government, and the government has no responsibility for you. So I wanted to bring that up because during my case, the government brought a man, a demographer who he's a guy that works at the numbers, and he was able to tell the court that if I was successful with my case, X number of people would be eligible, more people will be eligible for status. And those of you that keep track, at one point, I think the government was saying, well, maybe this next legislation passes, there will be up to 2 million more. And of course, what you chiefs get scared of is, well, how am I going to take care of that many people? And that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to scare you. And I can tell you that since that legislation where they told us that they were going to be up to 2 million more, they've only registered 39,000. And so it was a scare tactic. But what Clatsworthy did is he did more studies. And with the new legislation, with the 2-parent rule, there is a band in Manitoba that will have their last status member born in 2030, 7 years from now. So as part of the resolution, we're asking that they get rid of the 6.2 and go back to the 1-parent rule. And I don't know, it seems to be, we met with the Senate, Sheila and I talked to the Senate on Tuesday morning. It's 6 o'clock our time, 6 a.m. our time. And on reading the transcript of what went on, although we're telling them this, it's not clear. That they didn't really understand it, and I'm hoping I'm being really, really clear. In 2 generations, we'll probably have half the number of status Indians that we have now. And there's no way of fixing it outside of getting the legislation changed back to the 1-parent rule. And we're just going to be defined out of existence. And as you know, our reserves don't belong to us. They're reserved for us, but they're in the name of the Crown. And of course, if that small reserve in Manitoba doesn't have any members left, the land all reverts back to the government. So I think that's all. I'm hoping being clear is that there are a lot of more discrimination going on, but I think for your purposes, I would challenge you to go and see what how many of your members are registered under Section 6.1 and how many are registered under Section 6.2. Because all of those ones under Section 6.2, they cannot pass their status on. Okay, Sheila?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm very honored. I just want to say a couple of things to add to what Sharon has said. We consider the 6-2 and the two-parent rule extraordinarily important for the future of Indigenous people in Canada. And so looking at this, at the Indian Act, as a tool of forced assimilation, which it has been since its inception, it's been very successful. It's worked as a tool of forced assimilation through the sex discrimination by legally defining out women and their descendants out of the pool of those recognized as Indians by the government. The 6-2 and the two-parent rule continue the sex discrimination, but they also are directly affecting both the male line and the female line, and they will, as Sharon has said, result in legal extinction. So it's very important. I think this has been a very hard thing for people to face into and to take on directly, but we're at that point, I think, where it's extraordinarily important to do. The other piece that's not in Bill C-38, so Sharon and I are talking to you about the things that are not in this piece of legislation that's now in Parliament again, and I should say one of the things that the government has done with the Indian Act and the sex discrimination all along is just do the smallest piece of what it thinks it's required to do because it's facing a court case or because it's just had a legal decision. And that's what it's doing again, just the narrowest bit that it can do. And the big things that are still left are left out. And those are the things that Sharon and I are talking about. So 6-2 is the very big one. The other very big one is that there is a bar to compensation in the Indian Act. It actually bars legally any claim for compensation for the damage done by the discrimination. So we can look at the settlements that have been made by the federal government, the damages that it's paid for the slaughter of Inuit sled dogs, for relocations, for residential schools, etc. But when we come to the sex discrimination in the Indian Act, women and their descendants are specifically barred from making any claim. That's outstanding sex discrimination not being resolved by this new piece of legislation. So there's another place there where we need a very big amendment. The resolution that's in front of you is, in my view, and I think in Sharon's view too, excellent. And we would ask you to support it. Thank you.
That was it. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sheila. A very good discussion and a lot of information shared in a short period of time. But for those of us that have been involved or have kept up with the work of people like Sharon, have some understanding about what was shared here today. You will notice in your package that we have resolution number 1, ending sex discrimination in the Indian Act in alignment with the UN Declaration. Moved by
Good morning. Thank you so much for that presentation. It clearly is a true explanation of what's going on with discrimination, and I move the motion, but I'll speak to it after the seconder.
Chief Linda, seconder. For the record, just number 18.
Good morning, Chief Charlene Gale, Fort Nelson First Nation. I would like to second this motion.
The Chief. Moved by Chief Linda Price and seconded by Chief Charlene Gale. I will open it up for discussion now. I'll acknowledge Mike 26.
Chief Linda Price, Salgacho First Nation. I would just like to say, Chanalia, thank you so much for advocating for, equity. I just wanted you to know that I helped when I was on Union of BC Indian Chiefs Executive with the submissions that you had to get, the changes that you made, and I really appreciate the hard work you did on behalf of our children. The existing framework obviously isn't working. You're right. My brother, Mike Holt, is 10 years older than me, and all of his grandchildren are registered. But my 3 grandchildren, when I made the application, I'm 10 years younger than him. Basically the same absolute identical comparator, and that's what the courts use as a comparator when you go to court, because you have to present your evidence that there is another group that's exactly the same and that you are being discriminated against, your rights are being violated under the Human Rights Act. And so they're always looking for that comparator. Well, my brother is the comparator, and just like, your family. And it's so embarrassing for me, as a chief and a leader, when my community members come to me and they say, why is it that there's so much discrimination in the community when, we get funds for the same family in one area and the very identical family in the other area don't get funding? It's because the status cards follow the funding. So we can, invite our members to be members of our community, which is fine, but when it comes down to funding, it is inequitable because the younger group do not get funding for their education, for post-secondary, for housing, and there are so many other programs that they can't get funding for, and it's so inequitable. So I speak in favor of this motion, and thank you so much. Chanalia, I would say.
Good evening, Chief. Before I go off any further, I must apologize to the Chiefs in Assembly. It's a little different standing here. And introducing resolutions is, I got a little ahead of myself, but I'm going to read therefore it be resolved portion of the resolution. Therefore it be resolved, 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully supports the recommendations of Make It Stop, ending the remaining discrimination in Indian registration, and directs the National Chief to advocate for the implementation of these recommendations. Number 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully supports the conclusions and recommendations of the Indian Act Sex Discrimination Working Group and directs the Regional Chief to advocate for the implementation of these recommendations. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on Canada to ensure that any amendments to the Indian Act 1985 are consistent with the Indigenous and human rights affirmed in the UN Declaration and meet the requirements of free, prior, and informed consent. With that, I will acknowledge mic number 5, then go online, and then number 18.
Hello to everybody here, Chief Daryl Draney from Skeetiston. At Skeetiston, we've been looking at this for quite a while. There is a formula, like the young lady talked about, a formula to where each one of our communities is going to be we know exactly when the last person is going to turn the light out on the reserve. So I think that, in our discussions, there's, at home, we use a custom adoption to slow the process down. So, you know, custom adoption needs to be recognized. But, you know, I wonder about this one-parent rule that was spoken. I understand it, but I don't think that's the answer. And I hope that this generates some discussion. If you're an immigrant and you come to Canada, you got to do a few things probably. You probably got to know what the flag looks like. You probably got to know who the Prime Minister is, and you probably got to be able to speak a little bit of English or whatever it is, maybe French. I don't know. I don't know what it is to be as an immigrant to come to Canada and its process. But Canada will make them a Canadian at some point. They have that choice. So I think that's the way we got to go, is that we as communities have to have our own processes to say who's Kalmuk and who's not Kalmuk. So I really think that, you know, saying that we'd revert back to a one-parent rule, I think that's still their system. I think we need to create our own system where we decide who is a member or who is First Nation and who isn't. Because right now, the way that things are set up, where there's the smaller communities especially are going to be extinct in a very short while. It's a form of genocide, and we all know what that's all about. And it's definitely a form of assimilation. So they've always wondered, you know, what the heck they're going to do with the Indian problem. And they will always attack us in many, many different ways. And this is just one of the ways that they're trying to get rid of the Indian problem. So, you know, I'd really like maybe Sharon or Sheila to speak more on the one-parent rule. I really don't think that's going to be, that should be the answer that we're looking for. We can't settle on something that's maybe a little less or may slow. All that's going to do, I think, is just slow things down a little bit. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Yeets chooks.
Number one.
Oh, okay, thank you for the question. And you're absolutely right. What the one-parent rule will do will continue to I'm only talking status here. So the government will recognize that person as a status Indian, and whatever community they're with, they will fund them. The other thing that happened in 1985 is it gave absolutely every band in the country the right to make their own membership code. And there are some out there that have a membership code, and but so that's how you take care of that. You can draft a membership code. We'll put qualifications in on how you can be a member. So you have that right today. You can make a membership code today and admit people that aren't status, or admit people that only have status and certain qualifications. There are membership codes across the country that I've looked at, and they've, the Squamish one, for instance, was quite restrictive, and then they realized that if they stayed with it, their post-85 generation, a lot of them would not have membership. They'd have status but not membership. And they did change. I know that well because my late partner was a member of the Squamish Nation. So that's the key. You actually have the right today to decide who can be a member of your community or a membership on your band. And so from my perspective, that's the way you do it. If you don't get rid of the two-parent rule, you're not going to be in a position to even have to worry about it. So.
Sharon. I'll now acknowledge Chief Doug Thomas online.
Jim. Yeah, so very sound discussion. I was just
Go ahead,
talking about
Chief.
this with a band member about a month ago, and my concerns was very much what you addressed about we potentially could be losing our status in a couple of generations, and I definitely 100% agree with Cook B. Draney, form of assimilation. And I was a little bit shocked and surprised that I wasn't more up to date on this and found it so confusing. We're kind of burning the candle on both ends, and no offense to any Métis that may be in the room, but it's really with the current state of affairs and making us harder to be Native and making it easier for Métis to be Métis and get some of the rights that we get as First Nations is concerning. I addressed this a couple of meetings ago, where our education department invited the Métis in our community. We had 200 Métis graduates just before COVID, and some of our First Nations from our community kids were saying at least 3 of those kids were not Métis. They just claimed to be Métis, and they were kind of making fun of the process. And on the other end of the scale, that's concerning, because one of our counselors that was on last term was a 60 scoop, but he was actually a band member here. But he said how easy it was to get his Métis status in Alberta as a 60 scooper. But I guess my point is we're almost burning the candle at both ends. We're really diluting who we are. So, 2 or 3 generations, the grandkids generation, we'll be waking up wondering, who are we? That's the scary part. And I wholeheartedly agree with this initiative that we, and what Cook B. Draney said about we should be able to decide who the Kalmuk are, who our members are, based on what we know from our heritage. It's very important that we don't get diluted and, I guess, disappears as people. Cook's Jim.
Limland, acknowledge mic number 18.
I'd just like to thank the presenters for being here today and bringing this important initiative forward. And thank you for the comments that were previously made. It covered a lot of my points. I support this resolution for the fact that the Indian Act was created to phase out the Indian. So with our nation, we know this, and we're accepting our children that don't have status into our membership, because we do have our own membership code. So this is a very important discussion, and I also agree with the chief at Mike 5 that we have to explore other ways to do this work, because it is their system, and we need to incorporate our own system. It brings many challenges, and I feel that this is something that we definitely have to overcome and keep pushing for. So, Mussy.
Limland Chief, mic number 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Howard Grant, Musqueam First Nation, speaking on behalf of my brother here from Sta'alis, Chief. And I just wanted to address the audience here today. This is not something new. We've been at this a long, long, long time. And if any of you are old enough to recollect, we started this process in the 70s. And in the early 80s, British Columbia led the way to eliminate Section 4.2 of the Indian Act to have our women displaced upon marriage to another reserve or outside of our community. That was in the early 80s, before 1985. 1985, Bill C-31 came into play. 1986, a report was done and tabled to Parliament, whereby it was identified from a demographic report that within 70 years, 50 bands would have no Indians. Within 150 years, there would only be about 30. Within 100 years, there would be 0. As well, to understand the Indian Act, if you read the Indian Act, there are lands and reserves set aside for status Indians. For status, not members, not citizens, but status Indians. And I agree with the presenter that the one-parent rule has to come into play, recognizing both male and or female, in order to ensure that we reside and we determine who our people are within our Native communities. This is something that we have been fighting for many, many, many years. In my community, in our community, we are both matrilineal and patrilineal, but the Westminster model took away our women. With that, the Indian Act and residential school did a total disservice. They took away our language teachers, our cultural teachers, our history teachers, our family, thus eliminating us and our identity as to who we are in my language, Holmok people. The color of your skin does not make you any different than who you are in your identity of being a Native person. And we have to understand that. British Columbia has led the way in many, many, many fronts. And here again, I ask each and every one of you to support this resolution, to fight to ensure that we have equality, a gender equality amongst our parents, our grandparents, and our future generations. Because it's identity that makes you who you are. Know your language, know your culture, know your family, and as my mother would always tell me, know who you are, who you come from, and where you come from. That tells you if you're a Holmok person. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you for providing me with a few minutes to speak in something that I'm so passionate about, because I know in my own household, I have 4 children with my first wife, Native full-blooded person, Section 6-1 Indians. I then married a German lady, and in my own household, I have 2 children that are 6-2. I can't leave all of my inheritance equally to my 6 children. My masks, my songs, my ceremony, my land, and that as a parent breaks your heart to say to one child, you cannot have this. So this is what our people wrestled with since the Indian Act. But now it comes to a reality that a decision point has to be made today for us to stand together to say, no longer are we going to lose our children to the child welfare or to society to take them away from their homeland. Thank you for this opportunity just to share a few words at this time, Mr. Chairman.
I'm looking for a question on the resolution. Question's been called. All those for, please raise your hands. Against? Abstain? Seeing none, resolution passed by consensus. Thank you. Limland. And with that discussion, I thank our panelists, our presenters for your time and the taking into consideration the concerns, questions from the delegates and chiefs here today. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. Thank you. And thank you.
While we're here, we're going to go to resolution number 2, call for federal MMIWG 2S plus legislation. This resolution is moved by Cookby Helen Henderson and seconded by Wamish Ken Watts, the elected councillor for, I don't want to say it, I might say it wrong, but we have a mover and a seconder. And with that, I will read the therefore be resolved. Number 1, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on Canada to work with Indigenous peoples, including families and loved ones of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and 2 LGBTQIA+ people to co-develop federal legislation creating accountability and legal standards for preventing and responding to cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2 LGBTQIA+ people, and the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief to commission a memo subject to resources providing the legal landscape of policies and legislation pertaining to protections against gender-based violence and to work with like-minded organizations to help shape the proposed legislation. So I thank the mover and the seconder, and I'll open the floor for questions. If I have no questions, I'm looking for number 13, Mike 13.
Thanks, Chief McLeod, and thank the mover and seconder. I'm wondering on this if there is anything provincially in that. I do know that Washington. Oh, and I'm Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas. Sorry, acknowledge Musqueams for opening the doors to us again. I do know that there is legislation similar to this in Washington State that has been passed there by bill in the legislature, and also they even have an alert system for murdered and missing Indigenous women in Washington State. And I'm wondering if anyone has had a look at the work there. We do have a friend there who's the only Native American in the Washington State legislature, Native American woman who really championed this and pushed it forward in Washington State. And I think there's someone that we could possibly look at in forming this legislation, or maybe a bit of help in that. I have talked to her, and she said she'd be interested in meeting with provincial ministers or other like-minded people here to talk about the legislation they have and help in any way that she can up here. So I just want to say thank you, and yeah, I'm speaking in support. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Liam Lind. It'll go into the record, the comments and the recommendation. We do have some work to do outside of our traditional territories in the province, in Canada, and our families around the world. So thank you, Chief. Any final comments or questions? Question has been called. I'm going to go to the vote. All of those in favor, please raise your lanyards. All those against. All those abstain. Seeing none. Resolution number 2 passed by consensus. Thank you. We will have an update on the AFN Chiefs Committee on Languages, and I invite to the front Cookby Fred Robbins and Tracy Herbert. Mic number 2.
Word Kohoirap, can Mimel Ransquest, Skeram Cookby. My English name is Fred Robbins. I'm the Chief of the People of the White Earth. I reside in the Sequepum Territory, We're the protectors of the northwestern corner of our territory. Good afternoon, Chiefs, leadership. I acknowledge the elders that said the prayer this morning, the community members and special guests that are here. I also want to acknowledge the Musqueam people for allowing us to do the work that we're doing here. I've been at this now for a couple of years, appointed, and I put my application in, and I received just last year that I am on the Chiefs Committee. So I've been playing a lot of catch-up, but as you heard me speak today, I have my hands in many different cookie jars, many different procedures and policies, and I think when we think about the language, there's an urgency here. There's an urgency because we, as First Nations people, we see our elders pass away on a regular basis. And we see them pass away with the knowledge and the wisdom and the history that they kept. And that knowledge and that wisdom needs to be transferred. And, those are some of the key issues around the language. And Tracy's going to also be speaking to the technical pieces of what we're trying to accomplish here. Firstly, in 2022 was the launch of the UN Decade on Indigenous Languages. This is an opportunity to build momentum for our goals of language revitalization and eventually maintenance and build connections with local and international language partners. The AFN prepared a draft First Nations action plan for the International Decade of Consideration by Chiefs at the December Special Chiefs Assembly. The draft First Nations action plan set out a number of elements, including vision, objectives, actions associated with enhancing awareness, increasing engagement, and building community strategies. Roles and responsibilities for the different levels of government, measurement and indicators, and phases of work. So how will we aim to build our progress throughout the decade? Due to time constraints, the resolution was not brought forward at the December SCA. However, it was supported by the AFN Executive Committee in January. The document is in your kits, and I would encourage you to take a look and consider how you want to participate in the International Decade. The Indigenous Language Act can be a major mechanism in advancing the capacity and supports and partnerships that First Nations want and need. We're continuing to work and advocate for increased funding for languages, funding that is sustainable and multi-year, and for funding to support more ongoing Section 8 and 9 agreements. Right now, we know that there is still a barrier. At the same time, we're working to revise the allocation formula based on a First Nations funding model to replace the one currently being used by the Department of Heritage Canada and ensure that First Nations are directing these decisions that are being made. Tracy's going to speak about these issues and some of the conversations happening at the technical table. The next Chiefs Committee on Language meeting is at the end of March, so I welcome any feedback or key priorities that you may want to raise at that table. And in closing, I just want to say that just this past year, in my community, I lost 17 elders. That's 17 history books. And fortunately, we were in the treaty process, so we had a lot of their information documented. But I know a lot of First Nations don't have that opportunity to do that. And I think it's vital that we start to see a vision that our elders had put before us about having the language come back, because language is our identity and it ties us to the land. So I just want to, again, thank you for your time and hand it over to Tracy. Goksham.
Right, and thank you to the BCAFN for inviting me to present today as the BC rep on the AFN's Technical Committee on Languages. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional and ancestral territory of the Musqueam people. And I'm excited to share a brief update about First Nations language news. Slide 2. So just a bit about First Peoples, the organization that I have had the pleasure of working with. We've been around for 33 years. We're unique in Canada. First Nations leaders came together recognizing there was an issue to preserve languages 33 years ago. But they also wanted to ensure that our arts and culture heritage were supported as well. And since that time, we've honored the commitments of our founders by growing opportunities for funding and skill building and planning in languages. We take our direction from the experts in our First Nations communities and from members of the First Peoples Board and Advisory Committee, which is made up of a rep from each of the language groups in British Columbia. First Peoples is one of the primary funders of language arts and culture. Next slide. By providing support to communities and First Nations-led projects. And we're also finding that we're creating a lot of cultural jobs in community. But we've been doing more than funding, advocating for funding for languages, advocating and presenting research and data to federal and provincial governments for policy changes and program improvements. And supporting the success of community-based cultural revitalization through researching best practices, offering training, mentorship, coaching, resources, equipment, and support from everything from music, oral histories, language documentation, creating dictionaries, and offering mentor-apprentice opportunities. Next slide. So we get asked a lot about the education supports, and I just wanted to clarify the difference between the education supports and the community-based supports. There are several organizations that support language education from K to 12 as well as post-secondary institutions like FNESC, FNSA, the IALAs, universities are doing a good job as well, and of course our school language programs. And our organization, First Peoples, supports the community-based work, the language work that happens outside the school system, so preschool, after school, and adult programs for all ages, as well as indirect support for schools such as resources and teacher development. And what we're really hoping and supporting is the development of community plans, comprehensive community plans that would be both supporting the education work and the community-based work. Next slide. So in BC, we have such a unique situation with so many different languages and so many different states our languages are in, levels of documentation. And so the activities that people are undertaking in community really vary. And the programming is really to increase the use of a language, and anybody can take part. And we've got programs designed from infant to elder. When most people think of language revitalization, they think of it in the context of a classroom, but that's really just one type of activity. The revitalization needs to take place in all domains of the community. From awareness and creating value for our languages and community, creating local signs and forest trails, teaching staff at the health center to use greetings in the language, to language documentation, digitizing old cassette tapes, and creating new recordings of songs and stories. And many people are hosting those on First Voices and making their language accessible using technology. Creating new speakers has been really an imperative. We find that people are developing language houses where they just live together for 6 months immersed in the language, or having an immersion camp on the land, increasing the use of language in ceremonies, in language nests, and having mentor-apprentice relationships. The goal is really to create new speakers and to make sure all our languages are fully documented and accessible to learners. And this is how we pass on the Indigenous knowledge in our languages. It's really complex work. It requires a lot of investment, setting up these knowledge transfer structures and having a comprehensive language plan. But the community-led approach we use in BC is making progress with language revitalization, and in a minute I'll get to tell you an update specifically on BC. Slide 6. So the news from the national table, we've been doing quite a bit of work, meeting quite often at the technical level. As you know, the Indigenous Language Act was passed in 2019, and we've been supporting the implementation of that act. There's also been a parliamentary standing committee by INAN recently. And then they undertook a review to see how the implementation is going so far, and both the AFN and FPC have submitted briefs, and we've made those available to you in the kit. The TCOL also developed a new funding model, and that was approved by the Chiefs Committee on Languages and passed at a meeting of the executive in the fall. The key to that is to really look at moving away from projects to funding multi-year plans, and that could be available as soon as later in the year. Ongoing funding will require a language plan. So if a community is already managing multiple language projects, ongoing funding is definitely going to be a benefit. And there is quite a bit of resources available. So I really encourage everyone to start developing, if you don't already have those wonderful long-term language plans, and to let you know that we're here, our organization, to support with funding, coaching, and resources to help with the process. Currently, the Department of Canadian Heritage and the AFN TCOL have been working to revise the regional funding allocation formula, which I think will be of interest. British Columbia actually benefits from the previous formula that was used because it was based on the number of languages and number of communities, and we have the highest number of languages in Canada as a province. And now one of the other options is to look at 5 factors. And those factors are number of languages, number of First Nations, population, language vitality, and regional remoteness. And I think that it's fair to consider all those things. However, I don't support that they're all equally weighted, in that I would say that a higher percentage should go to the number of languages, number of First Nations, just because the very nature of language revitalization work requires and costs the same amount for every language. The foundational work that we need to do is per community and by language. Population becomes more of a factor when you're looking at education and at a maintenance level. So I think this is really important for us. No decision has been made, but this will be discussed at the CCOL, and Cook B. Robbins will be there and certainly advocating for a result that's going to benefit British Columbia. It's really important that we get a fair share of our funding because of the unique circumstances. You know, we have more than half the languages and 204 communities. So we really are going to emphasize that the number of communities and number of languages should have more weight than the other areas. So the discussion is ongoing, but we'll keep working with Cook P. Robbins to ensure that the allocation's not affected. One of the things they did say was that you wouldn't get less money per region. However, I think that that's going to be challenging because they haven't really increased the overall allocation for Canada. Next slide. There's also funding that I want to make you aware of, and this is directly available from Canadian Heritage, called Section 8 and 9 agreements. It's time limited, so it's not really ongoing, but it can be quite significant in terms of the level of funding, probably between $500 and $1 million. And the types of things that they're looking at funding is what's already outside of the regular language funding, but bringing people together across the tribe to work on projects, networks, and innovation and IT, those kinds of things that you want to develop specifically for the tribe, maybe an archive or something. But it's not for like language classes and resource development. But we have provided a link as well, and if you want more information or support around your ideas in applying for this funding, please feel free to reach out to First Peoples or to Canadian Heritage. Okay, next slide, please. So, news from BC. On International Mother Language Day, we released the 4th edition of the status report on BC First Nations languages. And we've got copies of this report in the back, and we do this report every 4 years. It's based on surveys completed by First Nations communities, and we're really grateful for the 184 that participated. The report provides benchmark data on the languages for communities, people designing plans, leadership, and all levels of government in terms of supporting language revitalization planning, advocacy, and evaluation. Since the last report 4 years ago, there's been an increase in semi-speakers with more than 3,000 new learners than the last report. So there's an increase of about 20%. About over 17,000 people overall engaged in language learning. Next slide. And there's more learning opportunities than ever. In terms of the early childhood domain, the language nests are particularly important. And we had 380 children at 32 nests immersed in their language. And the previous time we only had eight language nests. And the adult learning opportunities have significantly increased since our last report. Over 1,600 adults participating in 95 programs, and that includes full-time adult immersion, which have increased from 2 to 8 programs in universities. First Peoples Mentor Apprentice Program, and that's, really partnering those elders and knowledge keepers with someone who's going to be the next knowledge keeper in our community. 5 years ago, we had 27 teams, and now this year we have 150 teams in the Mentor Apprentice immersed in the language. In our report, we also wanted to feature something that we've observed that's happening that has been really positive and is a huge indicator of language vitality. It's really our ultimate goal. 3 young families were interviewed and talked about their experience learning their language as adults and then passing their language down to their children. And it's really inspiring to hear their stories, to see how in a short time they were able to make that commitment to their language, learn their language, and are now passing it on to their children. And we really ultimately want to see a lot more of that, but it's going to take more investment, of course, and long-term investment, and we're really working hard to make that happen. Because every time there's a disruption in the funding around projects, we lose all this great momentum. And we have a lot of momentum right now, and we want to make sure that it continues. So there's copies of a summary of the report in your e-kit. We also have a list of all the programs and funding opportunities at the back. And I just want to point out that the programming is developed in partnership with community experts to meet the unique needs of British Columbia. And if you have any feedback or would like any further information, please feel free to reach out to us, because that's what we're here for. Our organization was formed to ensure that our language, arts, and cultural heritage continue, and we want to be here to make that happen. Yeah, great. I think that's it.
That was great. I wasn't going to say that's enough, but that was fantastic. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And we all know the value and the importance of language, so thank you for coming and presenting. And I know Regional Chief has something to pass to you. So next up on the agenda, we have the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the National Action Plan. Merle is here and Regional Chief is here. And I apologize again for missing these couple of hours, but 2 opportunities I'll take while we're waiting. One was meeting with the British High Commissioner, and there is a group in England, in the UK, that if there is an Indigenous student that wants to do their master's in the UK, they have funding and wraparound supports. So if you have a member in your nation that wants to do a master's in the UK, let me know and I can connect you. And the other opportunity they have as well, some people from Canada, if you have a member in your nation that's studying business or finance particularly, and they want to do an internship in the summertime in Toronto or Montreal or someplace like that, they will support the student to do that, not only with the intern, but also in getting them a place to live. So if you have a member in your nation that would like to go and work at one of the big banks or something in Toronto, that is what they were talking about. And you're almost there. Ready? Where did Terry go? There you are. Sorry, I'll turn it over to Regional Chief Terry and to Merle.
Thank you, Corey, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to keep my comments short and speak to the United Nations Declaration Act, which is the federal legislation C-15. And as I stated in my report, a national action plan is in development in regards to the C-15. I was put on lead of this as of last June by a national chief to develop an action plan. Now, with the Declaration C-15 that recognizes Indigenous peoples, it requires input from not only First Nations, but Inuit and Métis. During this time, there has been submissions from the Inuit Métis. They are a bit ahead of us in terms of I suppose, inclusion on the action plan, but nevertheless, there certainly has been an input from many First Nations across the country that have signed non-disclosure agreements with the federal government to look at this action plan in its current draft form. As I understand it, by next week there will be a consultative draft being released nationally to the action plan. So what we're seeking is more input from many First Nations, not only in British Columbia, but across the country. There is an ad hoc task force or task team that is contributing to the action plan. I want to acknowledge Caleb Bain and also the staff at the AFN and legal, as well as our FNLC technical team for being on top of this action plan. And as you well are aware, last year an action plan was developed for the Provincial Act, which requires looking at 89 high-level commitments over the next 5 years. The current draft is very high level, is the best way I could describe it. So as we move forward, I want to also acknowledge, the appointments from BC. I have First Nations Summit Executive Cheryl Casimir, as well as former Chief for Nisconlis, Cookbee, Judy Wilson, who are still on the team as part of inclusion of this task team, as well as many representatives from other regions and other provinces to develop this action plan. Now, there will be a resolution being brought forward to recognize specific, I suppose, inclusion of our region of British Columbia. And I certainly hope that, and I'm sure most of you will be supportive of this resolution that speaks specifically to our region to have inclusion on the action plan. Before I forget, I just want to I don't know if Cookbee, former Cookbee Judy Wilson from Nisconlis is online or knows, but I want to acknowledge all the work that she done, not only during the implementation of Bill C-41 and C-15, but all the work that she did as part of the First Nations Leadership Council, as well as child welfare, many of the other initiatives from the FNLC that she was really advocating for, climate change, all the other issues that we're dealing with here in British Columbia. So for her many years of work at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and on behalf of the FNLC, so want to thank her. A big thank you, Masicho. So that being said, The actual timeline on this is, as I've stated earlier, is to have an action plan developed by June 21st of this year. And we've been working with Minister Lametti's office in regards to the development of an action plan, and we certainly are working and diligent here in British Columbia. I want to thank our team, my legal representative Merle here, and also staff, the FNLC staff, the technical staff, legal team, Matthew Norris from our BCAFN, for all the work that they've been doing since we received the draft that we received a few weeks ago. So right now, we are planning to have a national or a regional meeting, I should say, specifically for British Columbia on March 29th here in Vancouver, specifically to the United Nations Declaration Act of this action plan. And further to that, there will be a meeting specific to this, as well as outstanding resolutions in Ottawa, which is scheduled for April 3rd to 6th. That will be coming up here. So I know the timeline or the timeline is tight, but nevertheless, I think we'll do our level best to make sure that our priorities here in British Columbia are brought forward, and also that with this very tight timeline nationally, which is under, I suppose, my authority, or I suppose my responsibility as a portfolio holder, is to get this done and fully representative of First Nations, not only here in British Columbia, but First Nations across this country. And I certainly hope, as the consultative draft is released next week, that we get inclusion from many of your communities and perhaps tribal council organizations and whatnot, to hear the priorities that you have, that make sure that our action plan here and representing British Columbia is a high priority on the national level, and making sure that in our experience here in British Columbia is to make sure that the colonial laws align with the United Nations Declaration and the recognition of what our forefathers have always fought for, our rights, title, and our interests, and the recognition of our own ability to govern our own affairs. So that being said, I'll pass it on to Merle, and he'll carry on this discussion in regards to the action plan. Merci.
Well, thank you very much, Regional Chief, and thank you everyone for being here, and of course thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Musqueam's traditional territory. Yeah, it's a very big, it's a big subject matter, and it's obviously a matter of national importance. So, as background, the federal legislation that was passed almost 2 years ago required that a national action plan be created within 2 years of the act becoming binding law. So that 2 year deadline comes up on June 21st, 2023. So in theory, the federal government should have been sort of preparing a consultative draft and having interaction with First Nations, Inuit and Métis throughout that 2 year period. On the whole, that has not actually occurred. There has been sort of like funding available for interacting and starting to develop these like the action plan items, and there's been some interactions between as the original chief has suggested, the Métis National Council and Inuit Parasat Kanatami. Initially, I think like the regional chief has suggested, there was a sense that on a whole, First Nations are being a bit left behind between the two other national Aboriginal organizations, and that their interactions were much more sophisticated. And then when we finally did see the draft consultative draft, that we would find that it would be much richer in content on Métis and Inuit. Without really going into the piercing the non-disclosure agreement with any detail, I can assure you that that is not really the case. I think as in its entirety, there are about 4 or 5 action plan items between the two other national Aboriginal organizations, which means that the existing draft consultative draft is fairly thin for its national scope. I think it goes without saying that I think BC First Nations will need to do what they have always done, rise to the occasion with substantial submissions. And for that part, the First Nations Leadership Council technical team and BCAFN's technical team, which is of course part of the FNLC team, have created 2 documents. The first one I wanted to go back 1 slide and speak to, which is the preparation of the First Nations Leadership Council priorities paper. I believe that's included in the packages. And that document is about 12 pages long. It's in a way drawn from the existing mandates that all 3 organizations have some degree of comfort that rights holders have empowered their organizations to advocate on. Because as you can imagine, at any given time, there's, I mean, as you've experienced even today, at any given time, there are substantial submissions for legal reform on any number of federal subject matters. So our existing body of resolutions does capture a significant amount of submissions that could be turned into action plan items. So that first document, the FNLC priorities paper, really sort of speaks to that. What the 3 organizations with their current resolutions can sort of advocate as a document. So that's a 12-page document. It's included in your package, and in a way that'll be the core subject matter that will be discussed at the March 29th Special Chiefs Assembly. There's a second document, and I'll speak to that in some ways in greater detail. What we're calling the implementation options paper, which is also provided in your materials. That is much more of a comprehensive survey of almost a library of potential action plan items drawn from a very wide range of existing national publications, reports, secondary source materials. I'll go into that much more detail. But what we did at the BCAFN sort of like technical and legal team was do a very broad swath of sort of what are Indigenous advocates in a variety of fields advocating for change in a wide variety of subject matters. So there's 8 thematic areas that are identified in that options paper. Self-determination, inherent right of self-government, lands, territories, rights of Indigenous peoples, ending specific racism and discrimination, sociocultural, economic well-being, participation in economic and social system decision-making, ecological prosperity and stewardship, Indigenous justice and liberty, accountability and implementation. So those are the 8 thematic areas that this 37-page document is broken up into sort of categories. The options paper is sort of a comprehensive, forward-looking, principles-based document. And as I was sort of already saying, it synthesizes and expands on a really rich history of commentary and dialogue on Indigenous sovereignty and rights and implementation in Canada. In a way, we are somewhat inspired in the scope from comments that Murray St. Clair said when he introduced the TRC report, which was that there was no need to reinvent the wheel. There was no need for another fulsome inquiry when so much extraordinary Indigenous advocacy had been done in the country, where we'd been in a way studied to death. So much of that heavy lifting had already been done. So that in a way almost scoped the framework of what the option paper would be. One of the really sort of core components of the options paper, which is, I think, in a way, actually almost one of the core elements of all advocacy, I think, that FNLC and BCAFN take as sort of a charging order, which is to create jurisdictional space and to not try and occupy the space the right holders themselves have, but just to create that self-governance space for your First Nations legal orders, your First Nations law to occupy that body of self-governance. So that was sort of like one of the core assumptions that sort of underlies the entire, like every single action plan item that are potential action item that's included in the options paper. Like the recommendations that are included in that, which are just for your consideration, emphasize that principle of furthering implementation. It's inherently choice-based, and is intended to expand and support on First Nations agency to determine, define, and express their sovereignty and right to self-determination. First Nations should really, I think, engage this document to, if you take that advice, and it would allow you to prioritize and pursue the use of your own goals. Maybe I should in a moment sort of just pause. So once in a week and a half, as the RC has noted, once the federal consultative draft becomes public, which is expected to be in the next week and a half, then it will be open for submissions to all First Nations in Canada, and obviously First Nations in British Columbia. So the options paper could potentially be a library of information that you can draw from in making your own submissions. And we really tried to create this really broad sort of consultative document that you could draw from on almost any subject matter that you might be inspired to make submissions. And of course, there's also no necessity that you use the wording that's in them. It's in a way meant to trigger and inspire your own First Nations submissions to the federal government on the consultative draft. It can also potentially serve two purposes: your own submissions, or certain submissions or action items that are in the options paper could be moved into the FNLC priorities paper, which inevitably, hopefully, if approved at the Special Chiefs Assembly, or if endorsed, or whichever the appropriate action that's taken, could form the BC submission. So it has sort of those dual purposes. It also gives you a bit of a contrasting document that you can sort of look as a comparison between the federal paper and the options paper. So as I guess I've already touched on, the source materials for the options paper included the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, to the TRC Commission's calls to action, the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and of course, a whole variety of sort of commentary that exists out there in secondary sources on the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Also, of course, reviewed in that sort of inquiry were academic and other source materials that sort of critically analyzed the Indian Act, UNDRIP implementation and DRIPA implementation, as well as any academic commentary on multiple disciplines, including law, health sciences, social sciences, environmental scientists, all which engaged the above reports and or rights implementation. So the options paper is really sort of like, I think as I've already sort of spoken to, is set before you as a source material that it's available in your package, and it's also available, it'll also be included in the package for the Special Chiefs Assembly, for you to take a look at and sort of see whether or not any of those recommendations particularly speak to you for inclusion either in the BC submission or your individual First Nation submissions. And I think they're also provide a bit of a lens, as I was saying already, for responses to the federal action plan. Without going into really too much detail, I would say that the existing draft of the federal action plan needs much enriching. I say thankfully for BC First Nations, we have a lot to share. And you also have this source material that's really exists as a library for you to draw from that could allow First Nations to make substantial submissions. I think in an ideal world, I think BC First Nations would respond in substantial force in pushing back on the existing federal action plan to enrich that material. I think I've already sort of spoken to this point. So I think that's the general sort of update. The last, I guess, sort of like last sort of comment about it really is that the option paper is really sort of based on best in field recommendations. And best of all, in a way, a lot of the work has been done for First Nations right holders to take and consider for their purposes and use as they sort of see fit in their submissions if they so choose. And with that, that's the summary.
Thank you for that.
Any final comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. One final comment, and this has been coming up in the federal level, but it is not only our experience here in British Columbia with the FNLC in terms of implementing UNDRIP, and we do have our, like I said, our 89 commitments over 5 years. The massive challenge that we've had is, was developing the action plan, but it's the colonial government itself. The big challenge, even though we do have provincially an action plan, is the pushback we get from ministers, deputy ministers, and probably high-level bureaucrats that are unwilling to change their mind, their culture of a colonial government. And for example, the Gikagla case, our First Nations pushing forward to saying, hey, it's not all right to have online staking. It totally, ignores free, prior, informed consent. It's having a Minerals Tenure Act not aligning with UNDRIP, and also the Ministry of Mines not wanting to align their legislation with UNDRIP, and that's not that it's really frustrating. And these are just two examples of probably many, and many of that you've experienced. I think that what we can have in the back of our mindset is that this is probably going to happen federally. What we're trying to do is, like, from the outside pushing in, is try to change legislative and parliament and maybe even municipal governments to accept that Indigenous peoples can make decisions for themselves, and that we do have our level of government. This is probably the biggest challenge that we've been having the last 3 years since we passed Bill C-41, and I think and predicting ahead this is going to be a challenge federally, because what we're trying to change is not only the structure of Parliament with the many ministers, the Senate, and the thousands of bureaucrats within the machinery that is the Parliament, is try to change that and to accept that we as Indigenous peoples and you as leaders and within your respective Indigenous governing bodies have the ability to make decisions. So I think it's going to be a fight. And it's going to be a huge challenge because we're not only seeing it here in British Columbia, but it's going to be a federal, fight that we're going to have to uphold for ourselves. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Merle. Thank you, Terry, for that. So we have a resolution, Resolution 3, and I will read it. Okay, just double checking, Chief Harvey's here. So I will read Resolution 3, the title, Resolution 3, support for BC-specific process regarding Canada's UNDA National Action Plan. Therefore be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly express their continued support as stated in Resolution 1 of 2020 for a BC-specific action plan to implement Canada's United Nations Declaration Act. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support Regional Chief working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as a First Nations Leadership Council to engage in a BC-specific bilateral process with the Department of Justice to identify priorities and actions for UNDA and implementation consistent with the direction of First Nations in BC. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support Regional Chief working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council to develop and submit a high-level priorities paper representing the priorities in the interest of BC First Nations for the inclusion in the United Nations Declaration Act's National Action Plan. It says 3 there, but it's a 4. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief to distribute the BCAFN National Action Plan options paper to BC First Nations for consideration and use. And we have Chief Harvey McLeod, Upper Nicola Indian Band as the mover. And just one comment before we continue is when you come to the mic, can you please state your name and state the nation that you're coming from? There was some people on the, people who are online can't always see who it is, so if we can just make sure we're consistent in doing that. So we have Chief Harvey McLeod, and I see you over there. I didn't see you at first, but I see you now, and we need a seconder. State your name. Microphone 18.
Hello, Chief Joe Pierre, Community of Atam, Tunacha Nation, a second.
Great, thank you. Okay, discussion? Ken? Microphone 16.
Awesome. Once again, Uklama Wamish, Ken Watts, elected Chief Councillor of Sishat. I'm going to sound like a broken record here again, and it's what I've shared with Premier Eby literally just hours ago, is that in order for title and rights holders, Sishat and others around the table to be meaningfully engaged in this process and beyond consultation, if we're going to actually embrace UNDRIP, it's free, prior, and informed consent. In order for us to be adequately engaged, we need resources to do so, and I said it before with the province, and I'll say it again with the federal government. I see what's going to happen here. We're going to get this flood of consultation letters on all these new amendments to acts, and none of us will have resources to adequately respond to them, and then we'll go to the Leadership Council, expect them to respond to everything, and then get mad feeling like we weren't properly consulted. So again, I do recommend some friendly amendments or an addition to either number 2 at the end or a new number 5, I guess, to add that. But again, from a Sishat perspective, for British Columbia, over 15 engagement letters in 2 months on UNDRIP-related matters. And not $1 has come to our community to make sure we respond and make sure not just our legal counsel, but our nation is okay with it. And I can't imagine what that would like on a Canada level. They're even worse than engaging with our community. So again, maybe at the end of 2, it could add and include capacity funding for all BC First Nations to be adequately engaged in the UNDA action plan process, or adding a new number 5, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly hereby call upon the Government of Canada to provide ongoing capacity funding for all BC First Nations to be adequately engaged in the UNDA National Action Plan process. Something like that. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that up to the lawyers to edit, but something asking for resources, because it's great, the intentions paper, it's great to have our options paper, but as title and rights holders, we need to get towards consent. In order to get there, we need to have resources to review the info. So that's my recommendation, the mover and seconder. What other option works for the shot?
Okay, any response? want to respond? Okay, Regional Chief, and then Joe.
Yeah. Look, yeah, Chief, I certainly could agree more. And my colleagues at the FNLC and more recently First Nations Summit Executive Hugh Breaker brought this up with the rapporteur to recommendations to the government, not just for resources for the FNLC, but also for our nations to have the proper resourcing and capacity to be involved, to make sure that you know, the issues that you're talking about and whatever you bring forward is there, because you know, the government, they have a number of employees, thousands of resources, and yet we're here with our limited capacity, not just the FNLC, but your communities to respond to those. So yeah, I completely agree, and that's good and worthwhile amendments to the resolution. Merci.
We'll go to Joe, microphone 18. Harvey's not.
Okay, I guess as the seconder, I agree with the suggested amendment, and I agree with leaving it to legal as where it should go. When you were reading it out, I thought the number 2, adding it to number 2 sounded reasonable to me, but again, I'll leave that to the legal.
Harvey? Chief?
I certainly agree with the recommendation to do this kind of work. It's going to take a lot of work at many different levels, and of course, community level is very important, and we need the capacity and support to ensure the changes that we all want and need are included somewhere in the paper so that we can move forward and have real in-depth discussions with the federal crown. So, white limited.
Okay, thank you. We just got an online. Chief Span has comments.
Yeah, Jawin Quest, Lee Span, Cook Beeben Select Cook. Hello, everyone. Lee Span, Chief of the Quarter Band. Just a quick question in regards to the presentation, and I'm directing this question to Merle. And I want to know, I heard you say an NDA. So is that a non-disclosure agreement that you talked about? And how does this resolution move forward with the work that has to be done, but not giving the chiefs all the information? Cookstown.
Oh, thank you very much for the question, Chief. The draft of the National Action Plan will become public in the next week and a half. So these resolutions will speak to that time period, and at that time, it'll become a public document. So all First Nations, the Canadian public, will have access to the draft, to the consultative draft of the National Action Plan. So these resolutions will allow for the fullest of disclosure and the fullest of amount of participation, of course, accepting, of course, the funding aspect that's been spoken to in amending the resolution.
Further discussion? There's none online. Microphone number 9, and then 19, and then 20.
Chief Darrell Bob Chachlip. Just starting to get out actually into the meetings in the last little while. And I remember going to, just a real quick comment here, going to Geneva with the St'át'imc Nation, and we sent representatives there when this was starting to happen back in the day. And the statement we made as the St'át'imc people is that we have a declaration of the Lulwa tribe, which guides us to the direction we need to go insofar as our title and rights to our territories and everything pertaining thereto. So I wanted to say that in my opening comment, and the concerns I have are, we're talking about just in general all First Nations, and if I'd I'm not a legal expert or anything, but when I look at the Tsilhqot'in decision and its title and rights to its territories in the court decision, it clearly states the Tsilhqot'in people. So I'm just wondering in this resolution, getting to my point, participating nations in BC, because it goes back to what my relative, my Schnucka over here was saying, is that we're going to get flooded. The cheapest form of consultation was COVID, where the governments just send us an email for consultation. We got to stop that as leaders. And here on this resolution, I think we should refer to nations. We talk about nationhood. That's my point. I just wanted to recommend a change. It's up to you to have it, but at least it identifies. You have in everything, like I read the carbon as the header in the carbon there in the first page, and it says the 204 First Nations. So I just wanted to refer to, I think we should start going to nations, and because we're nations and there's communities within our nations or tribes within our nations. I'm just saying that in the most humble way, that I'm recommending participating nations versus all First Nations throughout the document. Thank you. That's my recommendation.
Not in the resolution, no. Yeah. Mover?
Identification of how we get involved and who's going to do the work is important. There's going to be a lot of movement, and it's going to require a lot of work by a lot of different entities and leadership to ensure that the change that we want is included in the mandate and principles of how the change is going to happen. I know that I'm going to be involved, or we're going to be involved, because of the change that we've been fighting now for decades, and that is title and land. And as long as the laws stay as they are, we'll never be successful. And if we don't give voice to them concerns and recommendations on how we want them laws to change, then it'll never happen. And it is a complicated process. But I feel that if we're involved and engaged, them changes will happen. And how we identify Cookbee, I will ask that if it could be changed to what he recommended, that would make a lot more sense. So I'll leave it up to the legal team to advise. White.
Microphone 2, Merle.
Thank you very much for the friendly amendment suggestion. The one thing that I might caution isn't that obviously First Nations in British Columbia have our own nations. I might suggest that the language be more something along First Nations or their governing bodies, which of course would allow the First Nations, of course, the First Nations throughout British Columbia are organized in different entities per treaty, per their nations, per their language groups, per different other political alliances. I think the reason there's a caution to it is that, as has been addressed many times, like in this assembly, there are other Indigenous peoples in British Columbia that also attribute nationhood to themselves. They do not have the same history or rights of British Columbia. And they say that they are Indigenous nations. So if we broaden the resolution to say Indigenous nations, then it might incorporate them, like uplift their lack of rights. So with that sort of more technical submission of like First Nations or their governing bodies. I mean, if you'd like me to speak to it more directly, I mean, I think my main concern is the Métis Nation identifies itself as an indigenous nation within British Columbia. And as has been spoken to at many different times in a variety of assemblies, that is a problematic perspective from First Nations right holders. So that would be, I think, the one sort of a nuance, I think, which would still capture the distinguished colleague from Haklip.
Thank you, Merle. We'll go to microphone 18, and then we'll go to, if you want to pick a mic, then we'll get you that.
Merle, I appreciate your answer just now. I think that I agree with you. I just know that within Tunacha, we organize as communities or First Nations and a governing body, and so I appreciate the wording that you gave there. I think that I'm also wondering about, is the suggestion merely for the therefores, or is it for the entire resolution? Like, would it be in the whereases? I'm not clear on exactly where we'd be including that language.
We'll go to microphone 19, who put the idea forward.
Chief Darrell Bob, just a little bit of a response, another friendly suggestion. I understand what you're saying, and I understand the protective that there are other governing bodies out there, or think there's other. I just don't want to be covered in a warm blanket of red, as I said at the United Nations. I am St'át'imc. We have a different language. We talk a different language than my Shnukkas here. So I just wanted to say in a good way that my suggestion would be recognized within, in that, therefore, because then it's up to us to determine who we recognize at the table as a nation. We can't get away from, I just can't support this if we get away from a nation. We are distinctly identified as Uxalmich within our territories, and we can't get away from that. I'm really strong on this. I'm St'át'imc. I have a language. We have to be strong. And I'm just saying it, and I'm just going to recommend that friendly change is that if it's a way, Merle, to say not just governing bodies. I can't be just a governing body. I'm a chief. I'm a chief of my community as elected by my people. So that has to be recognized, not a governing body. We are a distinct nation with a language. It's so important that we don't get away. We just had presentations on language, how important it was. Thank you.
So is Merle's recommendation was that it would say in, and your recommendation within the therefore be it resolved, that it say BC First Nations or their governing bodies?
Bob, recognized governing body, recognized nations, not governing bodies, nations, because we're starting to develop a bureaucratic system within our nations that are outside our nation. That's a different governing body. Within our nations, we have our own system. We have our own natural laws, our own way of life. I'm just saying, everybody in the house knows what nation. I'm St'át'imc. My bro over here is Shwapmach, Okanagan. It's there. That's what I'm saying. Recognized First Nations are recognized nations. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we'll go to Merle, microphone 17. I have you. We'll go to microphone 2.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Microphone 2.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chief Bob. I mean, I think that the wording that you're suggesting that it would be read First Nations, recognized nations, and or their governing bodies would capture what you're suggesting, and also that inclusion of, like, obviously First Nations choose a variety of political alliances and delegate their rights to certain bodies to exercise those rights at times, whether it be by treaty or alliance or such. But I think that wording of First Nations, comma, recognized nations, and/or their governing bodies would capture the broadest swath, and also not empower rights to other Indigenous peoples who do not have recognized rights under the Constitution. Of course, we know the landscape of law that pertains to the other Indigenous people we spoke to before.
So to be clear, BC First Nations, recognized nations, or their governing bodies? And/or their governing bodies, and/or their governing bodies. Okay, so that's what we have. 22, microphone 22, then it'll be microphone 11, then 17.
Chief William Yanovich, I understand the concerns and the sensitivity around wordsmithing these resolutions. I was just thinking if we weren't going to get there, we could table this and have a little sidebar and speak on the side and get it to a draft and then revisit it after. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 11.
Yeah, Chief Rick Johnson, Quickenham-Quamies. We were gonna suggest that also, that we table this. You know, we're all from nations that have origin stories, every one of us here. And I as a collective, I would like to guard against, you know, I'll just say it. I'd like to guard against the Métis, because I've had a direct conflict with them the other day. You know, I got a letter from their president, Mr. Henry, and you know, because I asked respectfully, one of the ladies that were in a call with a boating accident in our traditional territory, and I asked her respectfully to get off the call because, you know, the accident happened a rock throw away from my village, and the only person that should be on a call is our leadership. It's our land. It's our land. We have origin stories. We have our traditional names for that particular place. And, you know, it's, so I think that's what we're all in agreement here. But, you know, I mean, if we can't come to something today, let's table it, you know, because I think all of us here want to protect our rights and title. And all of us have origin stories from our Creator, you know, and, you know, you know, that's what I said to the Métis president. You know, it's you know, it's our land, and we know who we are. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Microphone 17 and then microphone 20.
Sideshow, I appreciate the time. I understand where this young chief here is coming from in regards to capacity funding, and I also understand the gentleman, the chief that spoke about every First Nations having their very own unique way of governing, whether it be this system that we're in right now or our traditional governments. I was just going to mention the same thing, that we table this because we're not at all agreeance of this resolution as of yet. I think the wordsmithing really needs to be done more, and take that legal over there and bring him over to the photocopier so he can come to our First Nations and explain what he's explaining to us. And that's even a hard job to do. When we're talking about the blanket that we're going to put over our First Nations, saying this is the new act or new law that was talked about at the BCAFN, I truly believe that we have to sit down and wordsmith this more. Every First Nations have their own unique ways of governing, and this is something that should be tabled. Thank you. Masai.
Thank you. Microphone 20.
I really like the discussion, but I really do think that this needs to be tabled, simply because the discussion needs to happen within the chiefs. You know, we can't put this on as a resolution until we come to census. And we as chiefs, we all understand where our nations lie. And I have to say, Esquerra is independent. We aren't part of a tribal council. And we thrive on our independence, on getting the job done for our community. And I just want to ask for a minute here, Madam Chair. I just spoke to one of our representatives that represents the BCAFN, the union, when it comes to salmon. You know, salmon, we're a river people, Esquerra are a river people. And without the wild salmon stocks, who are we? You know, that definition of who we are relies heavily on the salmon and the rivers. And if we don't have the salmon, we lose our heritage, we lose our teachings, we lose who we are and our identity as being Esquerra, the people of the white earth, and that's along the Fraser River. And you know, I made myself quite clear to that representative on who we are. But when we talk about UNDRIP and the rights of Indigenous people, it's in UNDRIP, it's Indigenous people. And I think as a province, we also need to address the elephant in the room, because the Métis have band offices in every municipality. You know, and they're inflicting their rights in our territory. But we, as First Nations, as locals, we need to be aware of what's going on in our territory, and we need to know who are the official spokespersons in our territory. You know, I like the work that the Leadership Council does on behalf of First Nations. I like what BCAFN does on behalf of First Nations in representing us nationally. But when it comes to our territory, I really think that UNDRIP needs to be developed to reflect our territory as leaders and as chiefs, as hereditary chiefs, as elders, as youth, as two-spirited, as murdered and missing women. You know, those are some of the things that I think when we talk about the future of our communities, those are the things that we need to protect. And we need to be recognized as leaders within our communities. And yes, nations too. But we as nations, I look around the room and I think, how many of you have a really good relationship with your neighbor? You know, think about that and let it resonate with you. How many of you do have a really good relationship with your neighbor? Whether they're treaty or non-treaty. Whether they're independent or part of a tribal council. You know, there's lots to discuss here as chiefs. You know, I have to bring this back to my hereditary chiefs who walk hand in hand with me as an elected chief. And I would suggest tabling this and having just a chief's assembly just around this, because it's going to take more than 15, 20 minutes of an assembly to make a decision on this. There's going to be lots of discussion around this, and in the meantime, the federal government is still moving ahead with their United Nations declaration. But we as leaders, we need to find some time to make a plan and to flesh out a plan that's going to work on behalf of BC. So I thank you for your time, Madam Chair. Kukshim.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go to microphone number 2, Regional Chief Terry TG.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the good discussions in regarding to our sovereignty and self-determination, which is the intent of UNDRIP. This resolution is really coming from me. The reason I, you know, even though I hold a portfolio at the AFN, I wanted to make sure that there was a bilateral process that really upheld our position here in British Columbia. And I do like the recommendations and the recognition of our nations, our indigenous governing bodies, if you will, and also the resources, the capacity that you need. And further to this, as part of the FNLC, even though we're we're developing a submission. I think it was really important. I wanted to make sure that this gets the highest level of attention that it needs on the highest level, considering that we're coming through 3 years of process of trying to implement UNDRIP provincially. And that was the intent of this resolution, and making sure that I do have really the confidence of this table, and also the necessary pull or to make this, making sure that it's the highest priority, especially when it comes to the national level, that BC has a specific bilateral process, and that we're, up here, and that these things that we see as priority get addressed. And that's why I wanted this resolution to go forward. And if it requires some wordsmithing, I'm totally, we should get it right and table this and make sure that that everybody's okay with it, all leadership and chiefs, to get through and having the right wording for this. So thank you for that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Right, thank you. Online, we have Cheryl Casimir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cheryl Casimir, carrying proxy for Chief Jackson of Lower Nicola. I want to start off by acknowledging the knowledge holders for the prayer and the words of welcome this morning. I'm calling in from my homelands here in Tanaja Amakes. I wanted to speak to this issue, Madam Chair, because I think there's a bit of urgency related to this resolution. I've been listening to the discussion around the issue on recognized nations or nationhood. And I think that, that's a very important conversation that needs to happen. However, when we're talking about the United Nations Declaration, the very basis of that instrument is that it talks about our right to self-determination, meaning that we determine for ourselves how we are organized politically. We determine for ourselves how we're organized to govern. So having said that, I don't think that the wording in this resolution would take away from that article or those articles. There's a few articles in the declaration that speak specifically to self-determination, starting with article number 4 and article number 3. They speak to self-determination. So, and going back to the resolution now, I think that the intent is what Regional Chief had spoke to, but I think it's also providing the direction to Regional Chief as well as to the other members of the Leadership Council to ensure that there is this bilateral arrangement between BC and the Department of Justice in terms of creating the action plan. And I say there's a sense of urgency because as First Nations in this country, as a collective, we are really behind in the work. As Regional Chief indicated in his opening report on the subject matter, I'm identified as one of the technical people to the table, and I find it really frustrating at how slow the work is moving at that national table. And, we're doing everything that we can to try to make sure that all of the interests and priorities of the collective of the country, of First Nations across the country are reflected in the action plan, but also at the same time knowing that we have a responsibility right here in British Columbia to make sure that our priorities are reflected in that action plan. And the way that we can solidify that happening is by way of the work that's being proposed in the resolution. So the discussion of nationhood that seems to be coming out as a result of this resolution, I think needs to happen at the March 29th meeting, where we have a full day to talk about the action plan. And we have a full day to talk about what our priorities are. And I think that that would definitely be, an opportunity for a more fulsome conversation around nationhood. But for the time being, though, I think personally, the language that was in the resolution fully meets the needs of what is the intent is. And the intent is give direction to the Leadership Council, to Regional Chief, and let's move on and get this work done so we can make sure our priorities are captured in the National Action Plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we'll go to, there's no one else, Chief Harvey McLeod. Microphone 12, pardon me.
Number 12. I'm sitting here listening and understanding the discussion. What I have fear of is every federal ministry and every federal crown corporation are doing exactly what we want to do here. And that's for them to develop an action plan on how they're going to implement the United Nations Declaration Act. And do we have that time? If it's the feeling that we need the time to understand and better reflect the moving forward, the steps moving forward, then that's what we do. And in the meantime, as Ilmichum for Upper Nicola, I will be finding ways to engage or ensure that the changes that we want and need when it comes to federal law or legislation is reflected. They have something on file that says we have concerns about the colonization process. I feel that we had, with the recommended amendments to the resolution, we had a place that we could start. We definitely need more time as leaders to sit in a room and really hash out exactly what it is we're going to be doing and how we're going to get there. And like it was mentioned, maybe we got to wait till the end of the month to have that discussion and find a way on how we can support one another to make the necessary changes in law that have impacted us as people from the time of colonization. So I wanted something to happen here today for us to continue, but if it's not, then it will not. And I will listen to the recommendations of the chiefs here, chiefs and council, chiefs and assembly, that we need more time to talk and understand exactly what it is that we want to get done and what that's going to look like and how we're going to be incorporated into the steps moving forward. So, White Limlet.
We're going to move to the seconder, microphone 18. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. Joe Pierre, community of Akam. And so the delegate who spoke earlier, Cheryl Casimir, was the chief of my community not so long ago. She and I grew up together. I am now the chief of the community, and so we've swapped hats back and forth. I have always respected the opinion of Cheryl, and I just wanted to just remember the words that she had just recently spoken. But I also very much respect the mover as well, and so I've also heard around the table the need for some time and to table the motion. But I would like to, or I'm hoping that tabling the motion we do have another day tomorrow, and I'm wondering, is that what we're talking about, like tabling till tomorrow so that we can get this done? Because I think that it's important that we get this done before we head home at the end of the day tomorrow.
Yep, hello. Yes, so the would be to table till tomorrow to have wordsmithing done in the next little while and present again tomorrow. All right, so mover, seconder, we're okay with tabling until tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, so now, what are we moving to? Just wait, there was a potential change in the agenda?
So we're going to bump these
Okay.
tomorrow, and then we're going to go to the health.
Okay, so we are now behind time, quite a bit behind time. So policing and justice update will be moved till tomorrow, and now we're going to continue with First Nations Health Council and Health Governance Working Group. And we are going to have two people joined by Zoom. And is Richard here?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. So we will start with Wade Grant on Zoom, is that correct? Is he ready?
Yeah, he's online.
Okay.
Hi.
You can proceed, Wade.
Thanks, Corey. I appreciate the invitation. Thank you to Regional Chief for allowing me to be a part of this gathering. I apologize sincerely that I'm not there in person, as my daughter is actually filming a movie in Six Nations as we speak. I'm out in Six Nations in Southern Ontario, but I do know that we've had a opportunity to present at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit, and I wanted to ensure that we come and talk with you all at the BCAFN. So I do really appreciate the time that we have been given here today to update you all on the evaluation and gathering wisdom from last week, which I saw a number of you there last week, and I thank you all for participating and looking forward to the work that we move forward to. I just wanted to start off by talking about that on February 14th, the First Nations Health Council and the First Nations Leadership Council met in Vancouver to honor the commitments that we made in our 2015 protocol, but also to talk about our relationship and address some ongoing issues, as it had been a long time since we had met. We'd only met one time since I've been on the Health Council. And for those of you who don't know me, my name's Wade Grant, and my traditional name is Tsala Polano, and I'm actually from the Musqueam Nation, where you're at today. But I'm also on the First Nations Health Council and was recently appointed the First Nations Health Council Chair. So that conversation that we had with the Leadership Council, it was a very robust and fruitful conversation. We didn't resolve everything, but we agreed to meet again and continue to meet ongoing. We need to improve our communication and improve information sharing moving forward between our groups, especially myself as the new chair, committing to coming to Leadership Council gatherings such as this to ensure that chiefs and leaders that are unable to come to our gatherings at the Health Council, the health authorities, regional sessions, that I come and provide updates to all of you. So today I'm here to talk about and provide information about our external, voluntary, non-mandatory, independent First Nations Health Council evaluation that is underway. That is arm's length and has been ongoing for almost a year now. So I really appreciate the time to do that. And if I could have the next slide, please. So the health. Next slide. Yeah, the Health Council, we are accountable to the chiefs across the province of British Columbia. The 15 of us who are from on the Health Council are appointed directly by chiefs from our subregions. From 3 from the north, 3 from the interior, 3 from Fraser Salish, 3 from Vancouver Island, and 3 from Vancouver Coastal. So we are accountable to you through our regional caucuses and gathering wisdom, which happens every 18th month. But having said that, I don't think that that's the only place that we should be meeting or talking. There's always opportunities for us to meet directly with First Nations chiefs, leaders, and health leads when invited. We all are open and doing that to create that accountable two-way communication to ensure that chiefs and leaders know what's going on. We also believe that the evaluations that have gone on and are continuing to go on align with all the 7 directives that guide our work, but especially the Directive 6, which is one that I hold near and dear to my heart, and that's be without prejudice to First Nations interests. So to do the work that we do without prejudice to the title and rights holders of British Columbia. And the evaluations that we've had over the last number of years are part of an ongoing part of a good operating and good governance standard. We recognize that the health governance structure is something that is new, but also needs to continue to evolve and to be the best that it can be. So there have been a number of evaluations over the number of years, and I think that if Richard's in the audience or Richard's at the table, I think he can go over a bit about the evaluations that we've seen in the number of years. So I'll turn it over to Richard to talk about the next slide.
Thanks, Wade, and I want to begin by acknowledging being on Musqueam territory and out of respect and being able to do business on this territory. My name is Richard Jock. I'm a member of Mohawk Nation of Akwesasne, and I'm pleased to be serving as CEO for First Nations Health Authority. And I want to acknowledge also that Chair of our board, Colleen Erickson from the North Region, is here today, and we'll be both available for any questions and dialogue later. I just want to comment that the whole evaluation system is very extensive within FNHA, and it's really dedicated to continuous improvement and dedicated to quality of services. And the evaluations that you can see listed there are quite detailed and cover a number of areas of interest. For example, we're just finishing up a mental health and wellness determinants process where we evaluated the communities, and it's really led to permanent funding and set the table for the recent 10-year determinant strategy. So again, it's used in a very important way, and it's an important part of our work collectively, but also with our partners, with the ministries and the federal government. We did also a detailed tripartite evaluation that was presented to the Gathering Wisdom Conference roughly 3 years ago. At that time, we were asked to go back to the communities to validate the findings, and we finished this really extensive discussion at the community level, and then subsequently produced a management plan to respond to the recommendations of the evaluation. So again, extremely important. The Board of Directors has external evaluations, and all of our partnership accords with the regional health authorities have all been evaluated and then upgraded against these recommendations and findings. So we also are continuously doing those. There are 8 evaluations in progress, which includes the Health Council evaluation, and that there are 8 more evaluations planned for next year. And I have some handouts which will really guide additional input and opportunities to participate in the 2024 tripartite framework evaluation. So we're planning this ahead of time. We plan a year ahead, and there'll be lots of ways to participate in that evaluation. And I just want to also add the annual reports that are provided by our chair and our Secretary Treasurer. Those are provided in each region. But there's also, I would say, a risk management approach where we have internal audit that audits areas of risk within the organization, reports on ways to strengthen that and eliminate any risks in terms of service delivery or in terms of the management of programs. So just wanted to highlight that as part of our discussion. Back to you, Wade.
Thanks, Richard. If we could go 2 slides ahead, I think that the slide that Richard was supposed to speak to didn't come up. So if we could go to slide 4, that'd be great. Thank you. So I just wanted to talk about the evaluation that has been ongoing since Gathering Wisdom for Assured Journey 10, which was in January of 2020. The First Nations Health Council announced it was going to initiate an external, independent, non-mandatory evaluation of its work. And the First Nations Health Council evaluation is intended to assess the First Nations Health Council's progress on the work mandated by First Nations leadership and what impacts have resulted from that work. While the pandemic did hit in early 2020, it did temporarily delay the planned timeline for this evaluation, and we were hoping to have it done by now. But unfortunately, the First Nations, the pandemic put some delay on that. The First Nations Health Council has been providing direct updates to First Nations on this evaluation at every regional caucus since 2020. Next slide, please. So the work that was done, the First Nations Health Council wanted to ensure that the evaluation was independent. So we established an independent chiefs working group that provided chiefs and leaders from across the province in all 5 different regions a seat at the table to so that we asked them to start with a standard evaluation statement of work for the evaluation, but took the extra step of vetting it through a group of the leaders, the 5 different leaders in the different regions. In August 2020, the First Nations Health Authority staff sent out a public call for volunteers to participate in this group on a volunteer regionally appointed chiefs and leaders working group to help guide this evaluation. This group helped inform the development of the statement of work for the request for proposals, and the First Nations Health Council did not participate in this working group at all. So the public request for proposal started in April 2022, and in keeping with the First Nations Health Authority's procurement and contracting policy, an open, transparent, and public request for proposals was issued through BC Bid and received a number of submissions. Once again, the Health Council was not involved in reviewing these proposals and looking at any of those that were received. The independent evaluator was chosen in late July 2022. The contract to conduct the evaluation was awarded to Ference & Company. These are an independent, accredited, and leading evaluation and research consulting team. Ference & Company came and presented their work to conduct the evaluation at regional caucuses last fall and got feedback from chiefs and leaders. The First Nations Health Council does not provide any direction to Ference & Company about this evaluation, and they did come last week to Gathering Wisdom to provide some preliminary findings from the evaluation that they shared. Next slide, please. So we're still underway with the evaluation. There's still time. As you see on this slide, there's a number of ways that you can participate, and I do encourage all of you to participate. Ference & Company has sent out invitations to all chiefs and leaders, as well as to the First Nations Leadership Council and its Health Governance Restructure Committee to participate in the interviews for the evaluation. There's also an online survey which is open to all including health directors and health leads. This link is on this slide, as you see at the very bottom. I'd also like to note that the Ference & Company have heard calls that more time is needed to conduct interviews, collect more information, and make sure that this work is done in the right way. They announced last week at Gathering Wisdom that they're extending the timeline for interviews until June. So if you're interested in providing your input for the evaluation, there's still time to contact them at the email address provided here. Next slide. So once again, I wanted to thank each and every one of you for coming out to Gathering Wisdom last week, where we had a very productive session. I would like to provide you an update, to provide you with an update on last week's gathering in Vancouver, which took place at the Convention Center. 84% of the 173 chiefs and leaders in BC present in the room or online voted in favor of a resolution to adopt a 10-year strategy on the social determinants of health, which is going to be a framework for the future. This strategy is going to reflect the direct feedback from several years of engagement at regional caucus and sub-regional caucus sessions that we've heard from chiefs and leaders in BC on the social determinants of health, and includes 4 priority areas. Number 1 and number 2 being the short term, which are healing approaches and cultural infrastructure, and in the long term, 3 and 4, to provide nation-based governance and sustainable funding. sustainable funding that is going to outlive the government of the day, because we want to ensure that if a government changes, that funding is still there. So from here, the First Nations Health Council will be having various discussions with partners about resources required to support the next steps. The First Nations Health Authority will work on an implementation plan, and the First Nations Health Council will meet with provincial and federal partners to solidify funding to support the strategy going forward. At Gathering Wisdom 12, we did hear commitments to continue the support for this work from both the Prime Minister of Canada and the Premier of British Columbia, along with some key ministers from BC and the federal government. We look forward to keeping chiefs and leaders informed on the developments as we continue these discussions with them. Next slide, please. So in terms of upholding its accountability to chiefs and leaders, the First Nations Health Council is continuing to move forward with a few key items. Ference and Company, number one, presented their preliminary findings last week, and the final report is due in August 2023. The resolution last week that was passed also called for that final report to be brought forward to chiefs and leaders to consider the implementation of the findings, and for the First Nations Health Council to report back on progress to ensure that reciprocal accountability is still underway. Number two, the First Nations Health Council is also currently undergoing a review of its terms of reference in keeping with its commitments to good governance moving forward. And number three, finally, the resolution from last week directs the First Nations Health Council to develop a consensus paper for chiefs to consider the evolving role of the health governance structure moving forward. All of this work, plus further engagement on the health governance structure moving forward, is to make sure chiefs and leaders' voices are heard and included as throughout the work. And I just want to turn it over one more time to Richard or Colleen for some final words, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Wade. I would like to just start by acknowledging the territory of the Musqueam people and thank them for allowing us to conduct this business in their territory. My name is Colleen Erickson. I'm Dakat. I'm originally from Nakasley, but I've lived and married in Sycas for many years, and I'm presently the chair of the First Nations Health Authority. And I'm very, very happy to be here today to present to this assembly. And I just have to say that the First Nations Health Authority was born out of a need. The First Nations chiefs in BC wanted to address the disparity between First Nations health and the general population. And the only way they could see that being done was that they had to take control of health for themselves here in BC. And so the FNHA was born out of that need. And since that time, we have worked tremendously hard, and a large part of our work has been accountability and listening to the governing bodies of BC about how they see the need for health, and listening in community. The fact that we are community-driven and nation-based, I think, has really been a strong part of who we are and why we've been able to move so solidly in health for BC First Nations. And reciprocal accountability, I think, is another one. We listen when we go out to regional caucuses, when we report out to the chiefs, we listen to what they have to say. And we pivot most often to the recommendations that we hear. We heard often that we had to be regionalized, and so we regionalized. We had to change travel, so we updated travel. We updated benefits, and we also looked at emergency management, all the things that we hear out in caucus from the leadership. We listen very carefully to what the board is at all the caucuses, listening to what the leadership has to say, and community. And I think that during COVID, our commitment to keeping the chiefs informed by webinars, on a regular basis because it was so new to all of us. But I have to say that the First Nations Health Authority was able to walk lockstep with the province in delivering services during COVID. And in fact, I think the province relied on some of our engagement pathways into the community. So, and all of that, I think, is due to the commitment by First Nations people and believing in the organization that they started. And so it's been an honor to be on the board, and I really appreciate it. The only sort of not the only, but one of the things that that keeps us, doesn't keep us back, but we're trying to address is capacity building. We want to have more people, and so like in that sense, we have a student program trying to encourage people into health, and so because that's one of the things that we hear from communities is the lack of capacity to be able to move forward with further programs and such. So I just really wanted to be able to say that I appreciate being invited here and appreciate the feedback that we get from leadership in BC. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We do have Councillor Johnson online, so we'll go to him next.
Hello, testing.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Chu naatis chani uklama klisnit structure kla ohet. Member of Executive Council for Ohe First Nations. The portfolio for citizen development, and I'm here to give an update on the restructuring committee that was appointed back in 2021 through resolutions from BCAFN, FNS, and UBC IC. I received an email from my chief counselor, MCHI Robert Dennis, and asking if I would be interested in putting my name forward to be on this committee. And when I was reading the resolution, I thought this would be a great thing, understanding what FNHA is all about. And so I put my name forward, and I was appointed, one of 10 representatives in BC throughout different regions. And it's been very slow, and I think that since 2021 there hasn't been much movement with the work. I think that there's been unfortunately been a bit of delays, and I think that but there's hope. I think that there's the voices of the chiefs, sitting around the table there, and through the summit, and I think that the voices need to be heard. And I think there was an update last year, 2022. So then the resolution was brought forward again and passed with great numbers. There was one person or one representative that was not in favor, and which brings us to this past January. There was a town hall, through the resolution in 2022, and there was a lot of people that were in favor of the evaluation, the arm's length evaluation. There was 3 representatives that were present in the town hall that were not in favor, and I think that that speaks volumes. So then this arm's length evaluation, what I feel that it sets, what makes it different from all the other evaluations? At the Gathering Wisdom, Richard Jock talked about 25 or 26 evaluations that have been done, and it's what FNHA does. And I think that it's probably the most evaluated organization throughout all the provinces, and I think it speaks for itself. But just reading a comment. And then I heard Wade Grant talking about wanting to start the relationship back up with the chiefs that sit at these tables, with this table here and FNS, and I think that two very well-respected men that have tasks and duties to fulfill. And I think that with those 26 evaluations that have been conducted throughout FNHA's existence, I think this evaluation that's been brought forward by the chiefs, is separate from all the other evaluations. It talks about the governance structure through FNHA and FNHA, or with the Health Council, sorry, and then the Health Directors Association. So I think that it hasn't moved very far, and I think that with Wade's commitments, sharing that he wants to work on the relationship, and I think that we have all the right people in the room to be able to come up with a solution. It's been a little over 2 years, since this resolution was put forward from the chiefs, and I think that there was lots of opportunity to fulfill the resolution. I think that it's only going to make things stronger for our people, for our healthcare. And knowing that there's been the 10-year strategy plan that's been put forward. I think that with BC and Canada, we're not kicking them out of the vehicle. Where they're going to be present. They're going to be along this journey with us, and I think that this evaluation will just speak volume. But that's all I have to report and update. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. Microphone 26, did you have a question to this team, or?
Yes.
Okay, if you'd like to have a question, a quick question.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm Chief Linda Price from El Gacho First Nation. I just was interested to know, I just heard you mention the evaluation of the BC Tripartite Framework Agreement, which was done on First Nations, First Nations Health Authority on December 2019. I know that they have key recommendations, and just wondering if any Wade or someone could respond to see how those key recommendations were followed up with. That would be informative for us, I think. Thank you.
Go ahead. Microphone 1.
Yeah, thank you. And I would say that, thanks for your question, Chief Price. And I would say that we have put our evaluation response up on our website. If you wish, we could distribute those to each community. And essentially what was done, there was independent evaluation of our tripartite agreement and the elements underneath it. The communities asked us to go back and talk more about those, which we did. But as part of our dialogue, what we also did is put a management response plan so that we have not only an evaluation, but we have how FNHA and FNHC and FNHDA will respond to those and act on those recommendations. So thanks for that. We do have that all online, and I'll send you a copy of that.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Richard. I was going to call you microphone 1. We'll go to microphone 5, keeping in mind that we are 40 minutes over time and we still have the resolution to pass, but we'll go to microphone 5 and then we'll move to the mover and seconders that are both online. Microphone 5.
I'll be very, very quick. I'll get right to my point, and that's I hope that part of, Chief Darrell Draney from Skeetiston. I think that the evaluation, we just came through COVID. I think part of the evaluation needs to touch on lessons learned through COVID. There was lots that were done. There was some amazing work there, but there was some stumbling, and there was some stuff there that we could have done way, way better. I think that's got to be part of the evaluation. What we learned from COVID, because we're going to go back into some sort of COVID in the future. I just know it. Thank you. Chuck.
I'm going to knock on wood for all of us that that doesn't happen, but yes, we must be prepared. Microphone one.
Thanks very quickly. Excellent comment, Chief. And what we did right after sort of the first wave of COVID is we did an after-action review. Did it very quickly and used it to improve our response. So what we are in progress right now is doing that detailed look on COVID response, which will get at some of the deeper questions. I would say over the course of it, we did make several adjustments, and especially as PPE shortages were really understood. So I would say we made lots of changes and improvements, but we are doing that deep dive in it right now. Yeah, and the other part of it is we have set up an health emergency management unit, which will make sure that we're never caught in those circumstances again, whether it be climate, whether it be other heat domes or floods or fires, or public health disasters. So appreciate that.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming and attending, 2 in person and 2 online. Really appreciate that. And Regional Chief has something for you. So we'll move to the resolution. Resolution number 6. Am I correct? Yeah, resolution number 6. So therefore be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs Assembly does not support the efforts to put First Nations community health programs and services at risk. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly supports a renewal of a 10-year funding agreement for necessary community health services, care, and benefits for approximately 200,000 First Nations people in BC. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief and staff to communicate to the First Nations Health Council, federal and provincial governments that an arm's-length health governance review is not needed prior to renewal of a 10-year funding agreement which expires on March 31st, 2023. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the BCAFN to end engagement, participation, or support for the arm's-length health governance review called for in the BCAFN Resolution 2021-02 and 2022-23. And number 5, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the BCAFN to advise First Nations to utilize the BC First Nations health governance structures, established engagement pathways to provide feedback and direction to their elected representatives on the First Nations Health Council. And then we have the mover is Kasalem, and Kasalem, you're online?
Correct.
Okay. Would you like, okay. The seconder, Annie? Online as well?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, there, I can see you now. It's hard when you don't see people. This is a legacy of COVID, for sure. Okay, so thank you that. So we have the mover and the seconder both present. Just move to discussion. 2612.
Would I be able to speak to the resolution prior to going to discussion as a mover?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. For those who don't know me, my name is Khal Salem. I'm the elected chairperson for the Squamish Nation Council. We have a custom governing structure through our election referendum law, so we don't have an elected chief, but we do have an elected chairperson, which is somewhat of an equivalent. I send my regrets for not being able to be there in person. I'm currently in Ottawa right now on some business for my nation, but I appreciate the time to speak to the resolution. I wanted to just quickly start by saying it's not normally hard for me to speak on things in these forums, but this resolution in particular brings up a lot of emotion for me right now. And I find myself feeling quite nervous and quite anxious and a little bit, yeah, just emotional. And I won't say too much other than that. We had tried to submit this resolution for another organization that forms the First Nations Leadership Council. And the resolution was ultimately denied coming forward at that meeting. And after 6 rounds, I think 5 rounds of back and forth amendments prior to submitting the resolution, or during the submission of the resolution, there was a lot of bad faith, biased attempts to undermine this resolution. And I was, as a political leader who has been involved since I was elected 5 years ago through these organizations, it left me with a very uncomfortable and mixed up feelings inside at the way that that was handled. And so I do want to start by just acknowledging and thanking the BCAFN for allowing this resolution to even come forward. I appreciate the impartiality that the BCAFN has shown and the respect that they have shown to me and the seconder to allow us to at least have the discussion. And it troubles me because I as a leader, I welcome, discussion and the ability for us to have fruitful discussion and productive discussion, especially if we might not agree. And I don't think disagreement doesn't mean rejection. I think we are allowed to disagree at times, and that's okay. And I respect every single leader in this room and those that aren't here right now as the recognized representatives and just the leaders who are all doing the best that we can with what we have. So I just wanted to raise my hands to the BCAFN for allowing this to come forward in that sense. Just quickly to speak to the resolution that's before you. Most of the reasons for why I've written this resolution and brought it forward is because of Squamish Nation's stance with regard to the First Nations health governance structure that we supported when it was created and the discussions that led to its creation. Our continued support for that structure and the understanding that we had coming into the development of that structure, which is that we wanted a health governance structure that was mandated and supported to focus on the good governance of health program and service delivery for our people, that we wanted to ensure that there was a separation of, in terms of good governance, of the politics, which are really important in governance structure, because politics and the political aspect brings vision and values, with an administrative structure through the board of directors of FNHA, which are appointed by the Health Council. And to us, that's a good governance structure that we have supported time and time again through a number of initiatives as Squamish Nation. And so the challenge, of course, for many First Nations, including Squamish, is a lot of topics can be brought up and addressed in these forums at BCAFN, UBCIC, First Nations Summit. We do not always have representatives in attendance. We do not always get notices of what's going to be discussed in the resolution packages, sometimes because they come out right before the assembly. So meetings have to be scheduled and other priorities. And for my nation, we're dealing with a lot of issues, 4,100 members, major developments happening throughout our territory that we have to pay attention to and protect our interests on. And so we don't always get to participate in these forums. So when Squamish supported the creation of the First Nations health governance structure, we saw that as a way to ensure consistent, reliable participation of all First Nations in a way that made sense and that was logical and streamlined. My colleague on my council, Councillor Shayla Jacobs, Simquat, is Squamish Nation's representative to our health caucus. Our health caucus then appoints the health council member who sits as a member of the health council, and then the health council appoints their chair and deputy chair. So given all those facts, as my nation became aware of some of the moves that were happening by the First Nations Leadership Council through leaders within this forum who have been advancing this third-party health governance review, we were not aware of a lot of those moves as they were happening, and became aware of them more recently last year, and then more recently last year for the most part. And we felt that it was important for Squamish Nation to speak up on what our position is relative to other positions that were being put forward. And I respect all opinions on this, and respect that others might have a different sort of either understanding or viewpoint. And I totally have the utmost respect for any position that leaders feel that they need to take. But we felt that Squamish, that it was important for us to be able to speak up and to express our point of view. And then further to that, the struggles that we had as a nation on the communications that were coming out from the First Nations Leadership Council on these issues, and the language of speaking on behalf of Squamish Nation, based off of resolutions that were passed at these meetings, but often passed without the participation of many First Nations, including Squamish Nation at times. And so I note that in the Gathering Wisdom gathering that happened last week, a high level of participation in terms of chiefs and proxies from across BC. I believe often higher than we see participation at this forum or UBCIC. And overwhelming support by those chiefs and proxies and leaders in attendance for the 10-year health review and the consensus paper that's been developed through that health governance structure. So I think given the evidence of what's been shared and the work that's been done through the institutions that we create and that we've created and control, through the best practices that are being implemented now over the last 2 years, as changes have come about to both the Health Council and FNHA. I think it's important for us to maintain that structure and support that structure and work through that structure that we created. And I think, what I'm heartened by and I'm glad to hear is leadership from both the Health Council and FNHA speak to the openness and willingness and the work that they're doing to listen to First Nations on room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. We don't think that everything's perfect in some of those structures, but we appreciate that there is established processes and good governance to be able to address our concerns, to find creative solutions, and to come together and build consensus around those things. So I've submitted this resolution not with the intention of trying to cause discord or strife in any way, but just to have the discussion, because resolutions have been passed that Squamish Nation was not present for, did not fully understand the implications because we were receiving them last minute or becoming aware of them as they hit the floor. And after bringing it back to my council and to my community, we then came up with our position, which we have been very clear about, both publicly and internally. And so I submit this resolution to have the opportunity for nations like myself, ourselves, Squamish, and others to be able to be on record around what our position is and what we would like to see, and hopefully find a way that all of these issues can be resolved through a positive path forward, given there is significant work happening on reviewing the health structures that we've created, to looking towards positive solutions, and to maintaining that balance between the work that the Leadership Council needs to do and the work that our Health Council and our Health Authority and our organizations that we created to be able to deliver effective health programs and services for our people. So I appreciate the time, and I thank everybody for listening to me on this issue. And again, I really hold my hands up to each and every one of you. I have so much respect for everybody in this room and the work that everybody is trying to do with the very limited resources that we have. And I just appreciate the chance to express Squamish's view on this issue, and the support that BCAFN and the respect that BCAFN has shown myself and Councillor Silver in being able to bring this resolution forward. Thank you all.
Great, thank you. We'll move to microphone 26 and then microphone 12.
Dahuja, my name is Chief Linda Price from El Gacho. The UFN, the BCAFN Board of Directors provided a briefing note to the Chiefs in Assembly today, so I would just like to read it. To the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly from the BCAFN Board of Directors, March 9, 2023, regarding draft Special Chiefs Assembly Resolution 0623, advancing a positive path forward on First Nations governance. The purpose was to provide a recommendation to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly on draft Resolution 062023, advancing a positive path forward in First Nations governance. Discussion. Number one, at a meeting on March 8, 2023, the BCAFN Board of Directors reviewed draft written resolution received by BCAFN pursuant to the Standing Rules of Procedures for Assemblies, the rules. 2, Rule number 53 requires the board to conduct a review and ensure that for each draft resolution, A, form and deadline requirements have been met, B, the content of the draft resolution is consistent with the purpose of the BCAFN as set out in the Society's Constitution and bylaws, and to determine if there are elements that could prevent consensus. And C, the draft resolution does not conflict with past resolutions, or if there's a conflict, that the proposed change is clearly stated as an intent or a purpose of the draft resolution. And D, the draft resolution is not in conflict with a draft resolution already submitted for consideration at the same meeting. 3, after its review, the board has made the following determination with respect to the draft resolution 062023. A, the form and deadline requirements have been met. B, there are elements that could prevent consensus, namely I, lack of clarity around the current status of the arm's length health governance review. 2, lack of support for the notion that the federal or provincial government require the arm's length health governance review to be concluded prior to renewing the 10-year funding agreement. And 3, lack of support for the idea that health funding would be at risk unless the arm's length health governance review is halted. C, the draft resolution is in conflict with past resolutions, and while that conflict is noted in the draft resolution, the wording could more plainly disclose the position adopted by the Chiefs in Assembly in Resolution 02-2021 and 23-2022, and that this resolution is intended to rescind or reverse these positions. D, there is no conflict with another draft resolution before this Chiefs Assembly. 4, due to its determination under 3B and C above and pursuant to Rule 56, the Board, A, recommends to the Chiefs in Assembly that draft resolution 06-2023 be tabled and brought back for reconsideration at the next BCAFN meeting following the special Chiefs Assembly. B, submits this briefing note to the Chiefs in Assembly as it reasons for recommendation. Number 5, pursuant to Rule 56, the Chiefs in Assembly will determine whether or not to discuss draft Resolution 06-2023. Janaya.
Good afternoon, Chief James Hobart, Spuzzum First Nation. I would like to say that we need to be careful here that we could be setting precedent, and from what Mike 23 had said, if I heard it right, that there's issue, or 26, that there are issues around this resolution and that it should be tabled. And a lot of those resolutions, a lot of the issues, we can put a smoke screen around them. We can talk for 10 minutes about how our nation feels, but the reality is the green light for this project, First Nation Health Authority, was from these tables here. And all that these tables here were doing was asking for insight into how things are going, and from our own chosen evaluators. And that's all we were asking. We're asking for equal respect. Sure, there is evaluation that's going on, and I appreciate that. And with all due respect, we need to be careful, because what happened was at the 11th hour, the so-called robust discussions started with the FNHA and the Leadership Council. I wouldn't call that robust. I would call that over the barrel. And a lot of us were put in that situation at the last Gathering Wisdom. In fact, if everybody got a box, all the chiefs that got a box, it had a vote yes button. They were campaigning even before the event for everybody to vote yes. I've been in meetings where there's been voting on some of the stuff that came out in that last, the 10-year strategy, where sadly I'll admit there's not enough chiefs in the room. I've seen proxies, directors who have helped build the same document, directors with 2 proxies, being able to second with one and vote with the other. Those are directors. We're talking about quorum. The quorum was not whole. I'm jealous if you were in a room where there was quorum of chiefs. I wasn't. In the Fraser Salish, I was not in a room with chiefs, elected chiefs or hereditary chiefs making those decisions. And I want to make sure that you understand that when I came to that gathering, I was optimistic about promoting the 10-year plan, but I didn't like that it was leveraged over funding. It was like, if we don't vote for it, we're going to end up being without funding. And a lot of new chiefs I heard afterwards saying they didn't realize that that was what they were hearing. And so what I was saying is, like, I still think that we need to take this. I'm encouraged that the one speaker on there was talking about, it's just a different process. Sure, there's 25 evaluations. We've seen that. We all get audited every year. There's all these different things that we're in line for. But the mothership, the ones that gave them the green light, the FNHA and the FNHC, to go ahead and start policy, start protocol, and start their governance structure, are now asking for just a peek into the pale of what's happening on our own choice, and we're being denied that. So I just want to let you know that that's what happened in 2021. We came forward here and at the other table and said, we need to just see what's happening. We want to just take a look. And we're this far in. What happened is at the very last 11th hour, they said, okay, well, we'll meet with the Leadership Council, and said, oh, we're actually evaluating. I never had one person come in person and ask me about my evaluation of what I thought was going on, or else I would have heard you'd have heard a different story. We heard at the Gathering Wisdom, people that were there, elders that were there before FNHA took over, have the same issues with health support. We need to be able to figure out what level we've changed the well-being of our people. And I'm telling you right now that this all we're asking for, and all that, when I was there, when we voted those resolutions, there was quorum. No matter what, there was quorum, there was chiefs. There was these decisions weren't made without chiefs. Those resolutions were put forward. It wasn't in an omnibus. It was crystal clear resolutions. People spoke on it, and there was hardly anybody opposed. And I wanted to tell you that, I would, if I was actually to give up any more minutes, I would actually want to hear how the knowledge keepers actually think about this process, where we're sitting here with one arm of governance, asking another arm that we put in place. So let's have an arm's length of our own choosing. Because we've seen the RCMP, we see the government saying, we're bringing in our own third-party arm's length review. And I don't know how many people feel that the confidence that I hear on the mic online speaking, but I don't feel that, and I'd like to. I'm jealous if you do. Anyway, that's what I want to say about this. So I think we should be tabling this, and I think there needs way more discussion around the transparency and the reality of how that whole process went when the elections, when they're saying that there was a buy-in over at that, at the gathering wisdom, sure there was. But at the same time, it was leveraged over the funding agreement, and I think that was wrong. Cooks Jim.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No? Okay, so the two speakers put forward the notion to table this resolution.
Sorry, Corey, there's a speaker online.
Kasalem?
There's a speaker online that has their hand up.
Online? Oh, sorry, I did not see. No?
I think that it's difficult to. I thought this would be fun to be a part of this arm's length restructuring committee, because I know what evaluations they do. There's, especially when it's arm's length, and in regards to restructuring, governance, and in looking into how can we do things better. And totally respect the words coming from the Squamish leader there. I think that there's a question in the chat. It's like, how many proxies are there? Maybe it's something that needs to be acknowledged more. With this evaluation that's going on right now by the First Nations Health Council, there was only 44 evaluations completed. And there should be at least 600. There's 3 representatives from each of the nations in BC. And there's 200 nations in BC. And I think that I've been at a standstill. I think that I'm not the chair of the committee and not the vice chair, and they were unavailable to speak today. And I think that we're handcuffed, and it's all gone through the proper channels in the right way. And the same chiefs that sit around this table, and the majority of the chiefs that were in favor of this resolution, are the very same chiefs that sit at the FNHA level. So then I'm just not understanding of why it's it's had 2 years to be done, and it's in it. I don't know if it will ever get done, but I hope that it does. But I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Online, we also have Chief Sapan.
Handla Jawa and Squashed Lease Behind Cook Bibin Select in the Cup Nation. Lease Behind Chief Quarter Band. Just need to put some input into this. I wasn't at the Gathering of Wisdom. I sent a proxy, and the proxy that I sent, he sits on our health board for our agency. But it was actually his very first time going to a gathering like that. And so my 2 cents is on this is, I'm in support of tabling this resolution until I have a chat with my council member who attended the Gathering of Wisdom in regards to what was said. And I did ask for a package for this meeting, and not being there in person, I haven't received it. And I'm sure glad that Chief Price read out that briefing note that was handed out, because us people online don't get to see that. And that's really sad. And, I think in one of the health meetings that I attended in the Interior Caucus, we wanted to have a regional caucus prior to the gathering of wisdom to discuss more about the evaluation and what was happening. And that never happened. So as Chief of the Coldwater Band, and I support tabling this resolution. Guksham, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion? No one else online? No, okay. So we'll move 3 chiefs in assembly have mentioned tabling. We'll move to Kasalem for your response.
Thank you.
Online, Kasalem's online.
Thank you. I'll just a quick couple of words just to acknowledge the other speakers and the comments raised. I think, one of the challenges in all of this ultimately is it comes down to participation, whether it's participation through AFN or these other organizations, or participation through the caucuses, the Health Council, and Gathering Wisdom. And I think even to the point around participation in the processes that are ultimately created, whether it's feedback forms or interviews, opportunities for engagement. Part of my sense of what's happened is there isn't necessarily, it's a left-hand, right-hand problem. And in many cases, my nation's heavily involved and we participate meaningfully in the caucuses and the Health Council. We don't often participate in the AFN because, frankly, the AFN, BCAFN isn't always a venue to advance Squamish Nation's interests. We can advance our interests on our own. And so we sometimes haven't participated because it hasn't been the most useful resources to do so. And so, a big question has always been for me is how much are First Nations as their governments participating in either the health caucuses or the Health Council and utilizing that structure to advance a particular position. And now we have a situation where it's one group on one side trying to come in and reach over into the other side. And I think there's lots of legitimate questions and concerns that have been raised. I completely agree with that, especially the ones that have over the years concerns or questions, requests for information or amendments to the process or structure with the Health Council or the FNHA. So I think there's lots of legitimacy in what people have raised. I think for me, it's more around the process and around the consent of groups to speak on behalf of the First Nations that weren't informed or meaningfully engaged before seeking a mandate to speak on our behalf or to interfere in a governance structure that we had supported initially. So I think the memo that the board has submitted is very logical. It outlines a very clear issues. Out of the 4 issues that they raised, the resolution meets 2 of them. And of the 2 that it doesn't meet, it's a language issue that the resolution just needs a few minor amendments to conform to what their concerns are. So my solution would be to amend the resolution based off the feedback, because we only got that briefing note or that memo yesterday, and the resolution package only came out right before this assembly. So similar to the other resolution that came up earlier, my solution or my proposed solution is, respecting the request for tabling as we table it till tomorrow. We amend the resolution tonight so that it addresses the concerns that were raised in the memo, and it's brought back tomorrow for an up and down vote. And we allow the decision to be made one way or the other.
Annie, online? Annie Silver, online?
Hey, Swale, Small Sweat Tell Squee, chiefs, proxies, elders, leaders, thank you for this time. I too echo Kilsealam's recommendations for moving forward. Chiam still does support the resolution, and we will support the recommended revisions. And me too, we don't want to, cause any division or disagreements, but we really do appreciate the discussion around the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with both the mover and the seconder agreeing to have it tabled until tomorrow, we will do that. Thank you for everyone's participation. We are an hour and 15 minutes over, so my hands go up to you for staying and doing the work that we need to do for our nations and our people. Thank you for that, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Travel safe, enjoy your dinner tonight, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, Corey.
Have opted in out of the 325 bands in terms of compensation. So I'll pass it on to Cookby. Roseanne Casimir has some good news.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to just spend a few minutes and just share with all of you this exciting news that has taken place just not too long ago. So with this year class action, it was with Gottfriedson for Tekamloops to Schwetmek, and Gary Fezchek for Seashell First Nation, and versus the Crown. And so that was for the collective loss of language and culture. And so there's huge significance in regards to this class action. First of all, it is one of the most, and it is the largest class action settlement in Canadian history. It is the first successful lawsuit in Canadian history that addresses the collective loss and the harms caused by residential schools for the loss of language. It is also the first settlement to address the damages for the destruction of language and culture. And so part of that settlement is the $2.8 billion, and there's 325 First Nation communities that opted in across Turtle Island. So this is something that is really historical, is very impactful. It is truly something that is, I really lift my hands up to, previous leadership who saw this through from the very beginning to where we are at today. The whole trust is going to be entirely Indigenous-led and Indigenous-controlled. And with that settlement, it's going to be addressing the revitalization and protection of our languages and our culture, our heritage, and of course, wellness. And this year, the judge, she was reviewing it just at the end of February, and I had many of the chiefs and the cookies throughout come in and address the judge and to share. So for myself, it was really amazing to be there and standing beside my predecessor, former Chief Shane Gottfriedson, and all those who stood up for our people. And, you know, one of the biggest things was ensuring that when it came to unmarked graves, that that was not a part of the decision. And so at the end of the day, today, Judge Harrington ruled and agreed that this here settlement was fair and in the best interests of the 325 First Nation communities. So I'm just very honored and thank, you know, all of you too who supported at every single First Nation level government, whether it was UBCIC, SNTC, but even the BCAFN, supporting, you know, with the resolutions and for all the Cookbies, you know, standing in that solidarity for the importance of, you know, those impacts of the residential school. So I just also want to lift my hands up to you, and I know when I go home, I'm also going to be looking forward to being with my leadership and my community, you know, to share in this amazing point in history. So I just thank you again, Regional Chief Terry Tiji, for allowing me to have a few minutes here, and just wanted to share that with all of you. And thank you too. Cook's Jam.